Chapter 3. Of the manifestation of the first matter, and its information by light. Wisdom is poured forth like water, and glory faileth not before him forever. Book of Enoch, C. XL, v. 1. Let us now conceive the vital spirit theurgically purified and freed through sacrifice of all foreign attractions. Revolving about its center and having power active and passive in hypostatic union, always about to generate the infinite fullness which it contains and draws. As even now we approach, carrying along with us the body of our Sphinx, subdued and contrite, to the gate of the first adytum, where we would contemplate a while, in the vestibule, admiring at the tears of Isis, even that blessed water which nature sheds divinely for the world. For not all was vaporous vision, as we have shown, or mere ideality on the internal ground. But experience there was present with power and effect in substance to bear it witness. It was scarce day when, all alone, I saw Hyanthe and her throne. In fresh green damask she was drayest, and o'er a sapphire globe did rest. This slippery sphere when I did see Fortune, I thought it had been thee. But when I saw she did present a majesty more permanent, I thought my cares not lost, if I should finish my discovery. Sleepy she looked to my first sight, as if she had watched all the night. And underneath her hand was spread the white supporter of her head. But at my second studied view, I could perceive a silent dew steal down her cheeks, lest it should stain those cheeks, where only smiles should reign. The tears streamed down for haste, and all in chains of liquid pearl did fall. Fair sorrows, and more dear than joys, which are but empty airs and noise. 508. When divine causes and human conditions which are assimilated to them are coordinate to one and the same end, the perfection of such works overflowing returns a pure and most bright reward. Ite profani. Fanum est fanum nihil ingreditur profanum. For thought does not move, passing its own essence into feeling in vain, but mercy imparts the benefits and gifts of the most exquisite sacrifice. Nor less instructive than elegant is the falum prosopoi of the stone. In nomine Dei viventis edi vivificantis. Terra mihi corpus, vires mihi prestitidit ignis. Alta domus querio, sed est semper in imo. Eti me profundit qui mi cedo desirat humor. 509. His marvelous subsistence of the vital principles in their extreme separation by art has been already noticed, and will be in the practice more particularly hereafter. It may be sufficient for the present to observe, that great care and diligence is needed at this juncture to apply the threefold secret of the art, so that the hypostatic principles of attraction and repulsion and circulation may be brought into a perfect equilibriate accord, the one no more acting than the other is resisting in the ethereal bond. Seek 3 in 1, and again seek 1 in 3, dissolve, congeal, and remember, says Cunrath, most carefully to observe the animated spirit cannot be conjoined to the body, nor, in the other hand, will the body be reunited to the spirit. Which process, however, being rightly gone through from the beginning, the new chaos of the universal nature of the new world will then appear to be unfolded and separated. Apply no manual labor, but when you shall have enacted the separation, modum in te, experis internum et pro gaudio, lacrimabis. Thou wilt surely understand that the original sin has been removed, separated by the fire of divine love in the regeneration of the three principles, body, soul and spirit. I write not fables, with thy hands thou shalt touch, and with thy eyes thou shalt see Azoth. The universal, which alone, with the internal and external fire in harmonious sympathy with the Olympic fire, is sufficient for thee, by inevitable necessity, physico-chemically united for the consummation of the philosopher's stone. 510. When in the last extreme of tribulation and departing life, the returning faith and desire of the passive spirit attracts the soul again into herself. The first link in the chain of the magnetic series moves, then the divine fiat comes mercifully to bless the union, and a new hypostasis is created out of the darkness to abide, the fiery soul suffers itself again to be imprisoned, as by a lawful magic in the liquid crystal of the understanding ether. And the light which is in her then streams forth brightly rejoicing in her paradise regained. Then it is lux manifest et visibilis ad oculum, as the adept says, in which state it is first made subject to the artist. Mars et Venus, ou Plutot Mars par Venus, en fate un fort noble medicine et precious, que le grain fixe solaire. ECES du font ensemble le marriage si célèbre opers de amadiers de la sagesse, pendant leur conjonction. Ils élèvent un vapeur très spirituisus et nécessaire à un grand ouvrage, il faut prendre cette vapeur avec de filets bien subtils, dans le reste en trouver un vitriol bien beau. Don't entire par de operations fort subtils et de difficult découvert, un souffre solaire ou or philosophique vivant 511. Which subtle device of Vulcan most profoundly hidden unless the artist shall have rightly conceived either by spiritual aid or himself experimenting in a triune furnace spherically round, his labors are declared to be vain. Even though working in the right material, if he cannot cause it to appear. If the horse's strength be yet denied, in vain he will strike upon the mountain, the flinty conscience yields no collibiate, feels no contrition, but by the fiery well-tempered steel. Haud licet lates horier salubras. Tue cellarum viru mens moribunda tumit. 512. All is sown under the cross and completed in its number, darkness will draw over the face of the abyss, night, Saturn and the antimony of the wise will be present, obscurity and the head of the crow in the various hours of conjunction. And all the colors of the world will be apparent, also Iris, God's messenger, and the tail of the peacock. As the rainbow through the falling drops, reflects the sunbeam in the apparent ether after the storms are overpast and the dark clouds are dispersed, the same beautiful token of reconciliation is made apparent in the microcosmic heaven. The fire and water are commingled, and, falling together under the cross, germinate, and the beautiful ideal of harmony is born of the Spirit. In crus sub sphera venit sapientia vera. This is the union supersentient, the nuptial sublime, mentis et universi. The thought solitary unites itself to the non-being, or simple understanding of its ether, and proceeds into simultaneous subsistence with exuberance of power. This is the marriage, by the ancients so many times prefigured, of Peleus and Thetis. Of earth and heaven, when the gods, attended with all their attributes, come together in divine hilarity. Of Bacchus and Ariadne, of Jason with Medea, when after many trials and risk of life, he gained with her the golden fleece from Colchos. Lo! Behold, I will open to thee a mystery, cries the adept, the bridegroom crowneth the bride in the north. In the darkness of the north, out of the crucifixion of the cerebral life, when the sensual dominant is occultated in the divine fiat and subdued, there arises a light wonderfully about the summit, which, wisely returned and multiplied according to the divine blessing, is made substantive in life. In arsenic sublime there is a way straight. White mercury calcined, 9 times high's weight. And grown together with the water of Myght, which beareth ingression of life and light. And anon, as thigh together bind, Alea runneth to water bright and skeen. Upon this fire they grow together, till they be fast and flee no whither. Then feed them forth with thine own hand. With meat and bread, tyll they be strong. And thou shalt have a good stone. 513. Our golden water, says the adept, is not found in wells, nor in profundities, but in higher places, and as the inhabitants of the Canary Islands draw sweet water from the tree tops, so is ours taken from the higher parts of the world. For Mercury, being ripe, arises to her superior habitation. 514. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee, she shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her, she shall give to thy head an ornament of grace. A crown of glory shall she deliver unto thee. 515. Return then, O my son, reiterates the Hermetic master, the coal being extinct in life, as I shall note to thee. And henceforth thou art a crowned king, resting over the fountain and drawing from thence the aura pigment, dry without moisture. Now I have made the heart of the hearers hoping in thee to rejoice. even in their eyes beholding thee in anticipation of that which thou possessest. Rejoice now, therefore, O son of art, who hast the sun for thy diadem and the moon crescent for thy garland. 5:16. Sucia et attire doit etricut si long temps d'une certaine manière de repetition, jusqu'où ace chuil monter les coulas de l'arc en ciel, signa de grace et de reconciliation, et que les gouts pessantes tombent dans le fond du vase récipient. Quasi comme un mercure commun distille, ce que vous donnera un ophtalmique et antiepileptique merveilleuse, et mime quelque chose de plus si le Seigneur vous ouvre les yeux. Cet ouvrage s'appelle Amantique. 5:17. Lastly, says Cunrath, after the ashy color, and the white, and the yellow, thou shalt behold the stone oft at philosophers. Our King and Lord of hosts go forth from the chamber of his glassy sepulchre, into this mundane sphere, in his glorified body, regenerate and in perfection perfected, as a shining carbuncle, most temperate in splendor. And whose parts, most subtle and most pure, are inseparably blent together in the harmonious rest of union into one. 5:18. It is an adopted maxim with the adepts that they who sow in tears shall reap in joy. For he that re-enters liberated and with the prepared light of intellectual faith, mourning, and, like another Achilles, conscious of self-sacrifice, to besiege the fortress of self-will in life, prevailing at length through death and every obstacle. The divine will favoring, is not only promoted through the whole identity, and converted to the proper virtue and perfection of its root, but there, likewise, to increase, triumph, and multiply, according to the hermaphroditic virtue of its conceived law. So life is perfected in wisdom, and the will springs up in paradise with fair golden fruits. Corpus salutum est aqua perennis congelans mercurium perpetua congelation. Never grudge, then, that thou hast destroyed thy gold, says Irenaeus, for he that thus destroys laseth it not, but soweth good seed in good earth, from whence he shall receive it again with 100-fold increase. 5:19. Whereas he that saves his gold, that is to say, remains satisfied in the first fruits of his reason, loses his labor, and is deceived, like Midas, and dismayed for want of understanding and faith in the destination of causes. But if any one here demand, how that which is destroyed should be capable of increase, and how the newly implanted motive takes root in life, the Apostle has best answered it. As concerning the mystery of the resurrection, he shows, by the common analogy of nature, the law to be such. Behold, says he, that which is sown is not the body that shall be, but mere grain, as it may be of wheat or any other grain. The germ of all being is indeed corrupted before it is brought forth, and seeds spring up not as seeds merely, but into a perfect semblance of their developed stock. Yet it is not anything the more bettered in its kind, but the process of vital melioration is further exemplified in the fermentive art, where, by a contrition and fretting of their elementary particles, natures are transformed, and their bodies spiritualized and preserved by the assimilating must or leaven. So in man, there is a natural body and a spiritual body. Howbeit that is not first which is spiritual, but that which is natural, and afterwards that which is spiritual. The rational light, once discovered and set in motion, actuates the spirit, and the spirit, in its turn penetrating, overcomes the corporeal, which is the sensual dominant, in the regeneration. And so swallows up the same, that it is glorified and transfigured, occultating the body in more luminous manifestation. Know ye not how a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump? Purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened. 5:20. Solve et coagula, reiterates the Benedictine monk, dissolve and coagulate. After putrefaction succeeds generation, and that because of the incombustible sulfur that heats or thickens the coldness and crudities of the quicksilver, which suffers so much thereby, that at last it is united to the sulfur and made one body therewith. And these, viz., the fire, air and water, are contained in one vessel in their earthly vessel, i.e., in their gross body or composition. And I take them and then I leave them in one alembic, where I decoct and sublime them, without the help of hammer, tongs, or file, without coals, smoke, or fire, or bath, or the alembics of the sophisters. For I have my heavenly fire, which excites and stirs up the elemental one, according as the matter desires a more becoming agreeable form. 521. And the light is made manifest in great darkness, viz. in the contrition or distress of the sensible nature in the conscience, where a peculiar motion is present, even then, as Jacob Boehme says, cometh the power of Christ in the midst of such a motion. And, further, of the noble tincture arising in the light, he says, it cometh forth from anguish into the meekness of the light and springeth forth afresh through the mortifying anguish. 522, as a life having another property. Where the property of the fire is a desiring, and thereby it attracteth the virtue of the light unto itself, and mocketh it an essence, viz. water. Common chemistry is not without an analogy of this kind, by the condensation of light producing it into a fluid form, but herein are the two forms, one according to the source of the fire, which is red, and therein the virtue, viz. sulfur is, and the other is like a thin meekness, yet having coessentiality, is water, which is the desiring tincture, and both of which contracting together into one, are converted into blood. Now the original in the blood, viz. fire, which is its warmth, is life, and in the virtue of the warmth, the thin water of life proceedeth, one virtue proceedeth forth from another, and the virtue doth always reassume that which goeth forth. And this is the true spirit which is born of the soul, wherein is the image of God, and the divine virgin of God's wisdom consisteth. For all understanding and knowledge lieth in this spirit. It hath the senses and the noble life, which uniteth it with God, for this spirit is so subtle that it can enter into God, if it resigneth itself up to him, and, casting away the cunning fire of its own soul, putteth its will into God. Then it dwelleth with him in power, and is clothed with the divine essentiality. 523. And this essentiality it is which qualifies the true adept, which sanctifies even as it qualifies, infusing true goodness into every life it has once adorned. It is this material of the cornerstone which links reason to divinity, theology to the subtle philosophy of the Middle Ages, and made the vulgarly contemned art of alchemy to be honored and holy. It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption, it is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory, is sown in weakness, it is raised in power, it is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body. The first man is of the earth, earthy. The second man is the Lord from heaven. 524. And this is that great and miraculous mystery of our image, which it behooves us to reflect into, rather than profanely to discuss, that we may know our true selves, and what Adam, even our Father, is. And what the Son, and, without error or presumption, that Holy Spirit which fabricates all things, and sustains all by the word of his power. Non poterit illa der ca non habet autem nemo, cisca jam coabitus elementis. For the soul, being in such a condition, associates with her efficient, and he who perceives himself so to associate will have a similitude of it with himself. And if he further passes from himself as an image to the archetype, he will then attain the end of his progression. And when falling off from the vision of God, if he again excites the virtue which is in himself and perceives himself to be perfectly adorned, he will again, says the Platonic successor, be elevated. Through virtue proceeding to intellect and wisdom, and afterwards to the principle of things. Vaughan, in his Anima Magia, has well described the hypostatic metamorphoses. And how the light, striking in a rapid coruscation from the center to the circumference, depends from the solitary unit through the surrounding vapor, in a vital magnetical series. Where the celestial nature, he says, differs not in substance from the aerial spirit but only in degree and complexion, and the aerial differs from the aura or material efflux of the soul in constitution only and not in nature. So that these three, being but one substantially, admit of a perfect hypostatic union, and may be carried by a certain hypostatic union, and may be carried by a certain intellectual light into the supreme horizon, and so swallowed up of immortality. Behold, I show you a mystery, says the Aristotle, we shall not all sleep, but we shall be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. 525. And know, Says Roger Bacon, that it is impossible for you to attain this immortal essentiality, unless you become sanctified in mind and purified in soul, so as to be united to God, and to become one spirit with Him. But if you revolve these my instructions in your mind, you may obtain the knowledge of the beginning, the middle, and the end of the whole work. And you will perceive such a subtlety of wisdom, and such a purity of matter, as shall amply replete your soul, and fill you with satisfaction. And when you shall appear thus before the Lord, He will open to you the gates of His treasure, the like of which is not to be found on earth. Behold, I show you the fear of the Lord, and the love of Him, with unfeigned obedience. Nothing shall be wanting to them that fear the Lord, who are clothed with the excellency of His holiness, to whom be all praise. 5:26. For as in the beginning there was said to be one only matter of all things, so in this imitative process all diversities of things are seen to proceed from and return to this only one. Which is called a conversion of the elements, and a conversion of the elements in this respect is just to make active passive and passive active, the occult becoming manifest and the manifest occult in inverse order of conception. And he, says Sendivogius enigmatically, who knows how to congeal water with heat, and to join a spirit thereto, shall certainly find out a thing more precious than gold, and everything else. Let him therefore cause that the spirit be separated from the water, that it may putrefy and be like a grain. Afterwards, the feces being cast away, let him reduce and bring back the spirit again from the deep into the water and make them be joined again, for that conjunction will generate a branch of unlike shape to its parents. 5:27. In such a process it was that the quadrature of the circle was supernaturally demonstrated, which naturally it cannot be. And in no other way but by a transmutation of the hypostatic relations, as in a circulating medium making passive active and active passive. In the first conjunction the spirit predominates, in the second the soul, i.e., its light. Which two are, by adepts, called Mercury and gold, and the activity of Mercury over gold in the first place is because the formal virtue of soul is sealed. His sulfur is imprisoned, so that he is not aware of it, does not feel or know himself, as we may say, until penetrated by the mercurial spirit, then he sends forth his light. To which the Mercury, in turn becoming passive, conceives and bears an offspring more perfect than either parent. And when that light is again taken and given to a proper recipient, it is made 1,000 times more fit and apt to bring forth excellent and abundant fruits. Fac ex mer edi fomina circulum, in quadrangulum. Hinc triangulum, fac circulum, e habibus lapidem philosophorum. 5:28. For beyond all the four precedent degrees of perfection there is made a fifth essence, which neuter from all, yet partaking of all in perpetuity of union, the ethereal quadrangle becomes a circle of golden light in eternity. Being advanced into the order of spirits permanent, which, though they have bodies, yet are not subject to those laws of gross corporeity which fetter bodies unregenerate. And therefore the philosopher's Mercury is a system of wonders ponderous, fixed, and, as a petrification from water is, exquisitely compact, yet penetrative withal and communicative of tincture. For it can pass, as it were, in the twinkling of an eye to the very center, and, projected on the imperfect metal of any life, dissolves, drawing away the foundation into itself. Thus the author of Lucerna Solis describes the gold of the wise to be by no means vulgar gold, but it is a certain water clear and pure, on which is born the lightning of the Lord, and it is from thence that all things receive their life. And this is the reason, continues he, why our gold is become spiritual, by means of the Spirit it passes through the alembic, its earth remaining black, which however did not appear before, but now dissolves itself and becomes a thick water. The which desires a more noble life, to the end it may be able to rejoin itself. By reason of the thirst it has, it dissolves and is dissevered, which benefits it very much. Because if it did not become water and oil, its spirit and soul could not unite and mingle with it, as it then does, and in such a manner that of them one thing is made which rises to a consummate perfection. The parts thereof being so firmly joined together that they can never after be separated. This then is the conjunction in which all the mysteries of the microcosm have their consummation, the true circulated form of gold. The conjunction, by Ripley called tetraptive, that so highly commended fountain of Pythagoras, and divine Tetractes. whence all our wisdom springs, and which contains perennial nature's fountain, cause, and root. 529. Tetractes, fourfold, drawn from 3 heads by the obstetric hand of the physico-chemical art and without possibility of dissolution any more, for those principles so joined together of God, man cannot any more put asunder. There is no light but what lives in the sun. There is no sun but which is twice begot. Nature and arte the parents first begon. By nature 'twas but nature perfects not. Art then, what nature left, in hand doth take. And out of one a twofold work doth make. A twofold work doth make, but such a work as doth admit division none at all. See here wherein the secret most doth lurk. Unless it be a mathematical. It must be 2 yet make it 1 and 1. And you do take the way to make it none. Lo here, the primary secret of this arte. Contemn it not but understand it right. Who faileth to attain the foremost part, shall never know arte's force or nature's might. Nor yet have power of 1 and 1, so mixed. To make by 1 fixed, 1 unfixed fixed. 530. Here again the geometric method of procedure with the metaphysical embryo, through its complex parts, is epigrammatically symbolized by Michael Meyer. Phenomena masc unis fiant tibi circulus, ex quo. Surgit habens equum forma quadrata latis. Hinc trigonum ducus, omni capart rotundum. In spherum redit, tum lapis ortis erit. Si residential tanta tui non mox venit obviamenti. Dogma geometriae capis, omni size. 531. He therefore who discovers the quadrature, and on this ground is able to demonstrate it, will have a reward sufficient without the university patronage or a more laborious proof. For having resolved all sorts and ideas of things, all thoughts, passions, and actions to one and the same principe, he will not alone have that principle, and be able to compose and renumerate every form or particular out of the same. But, according to the philosophic report, he will be percipient of the most beautiful and universal mystery of nature. Having before himself, as in a glass, the great archetypal law of light, in which are all things causally ranged in the order in which they were originally distributed and set apart. As, in the Pomander and Book of Wisdom, we read, "The whole world is before thee, O God. As a little grain of the balance, as a moment of the little tongue in the weights and scales, and as a drop of the dew that falleth in the morning upon the earth." 532. Perfect in the microcosmic unit as in the total deity of the great world. For no sooner, it is said, does the divine light pierce to the bosom of the matter, but the pattern of the whole universe appears in those subject waters, as an image in a glass. Conceived and divided forth in all the vastness of ideal distinction and effulgence upon that glorious metaphysical height where the archetype shadows the intellectual spheres. Tu cuncta superno. Ducis ab exemplo pulchrum pulcherimus ipsi. Mundum ment gerens, similique in imagine formas. 533. Tell me, ye celestial powers, how first the gods and world were made. The rivers and boundless sea with its raging surge. How the bright shining stars and the wide-stretched heaven above, and all the gods that spring from them, givers of good things. First of all existed chaos, next in order of the broad-bosomed matter. And then love appeared, the most beautiful of the immortals. Of chaos sprung Erebus and dusky night, and of night came ether and smiling day. 534. The Theogony of Hesiod, though long esteemed a mere poetical fiction, was accepted by the ancient philosophers, who quote his language, and the epic cycle is said, by the Platonists, to include the true philosophic secret of the creation. And when set in comparison with the alchemical descriptions, the above passage appears indeed to be very regular and correct. As also the continued imagery of the poet, indicative of the several estates of the ethereal quintessences arising one above another, called forth by the light and heat of the superincumbent mind, as posterity from a common parent. Indeed, the more closely we compare the cosmogonies of the ancients, the more consistent do they appear one with another. And less so with the commonplace imagination of things, insomuch that the learned have judged them to be copied from some one original, or that the mosaic was the only revealed truth of all. We are not disposed to rest anything on our own assertion, but neither should we be less inclined to reverence the received Scripture, if it should prove, at any time, that those agreeing with it, were not borrowed, but all originated from the same divine source. In the beginning, in that inane identity, from that silent dead obscurity, when as yet nothing is fashioned in the dissolute chasm of life, the divine will, then alone operating, says the Kabbalistic interpreter, produces itself into a material form and recreation. Behold, I deliver thee of an awful birth and progeny of the ever-living God, revealed only to the favorites of heaven and ministers of his mysterious will. 5:35. And these were a part of the lesson taught by the Memphian prophet to the young aspirant to the priesthood, even the most hidden mysteries of God's creation. And how did he teach? By words merely, or signs, or traditional authority? Or, if none of these can truly reach the understanding, shall we say, more probably, by passing it inwards to the evolution of its proper mystery, thence to emanate and recreate? When the initiated poet Ovid sat down to write his Fasti, he was inspired, as he declares, by that same universal deity of the two-faced Janus. Me chaos antica, nam residential sum prisca, vocabant. Ad spice, quam longe temporis acta canum, 536. When the primeval parent of chaos, Hori, as the Egyptian figure runs, with unnumbered ages, was first moved by the breath of Erebus, she brought forth her enormous firstborn Hyle, and, at the same portentous birth, the amiable Eros, chief of the immortals. They were no sooner come to light than they produced an infinite offspring, various and undefined at first, but afterwards fountains of being. And know, consecrated youth, adds the Metropolitan of Memphis, that ere this fair universe which thou beholdest appeared, ere the sun mounted on high, or the moon gave her paler light, ere the valleys were stretched out below, or the mountains reared their towering heads, ere the winds began to blow, or plants had sprung forth out of the earth, while the heavens yet lay hid in the mighty mass, or ere a star had darted to its orb, the various parts of which this wondrous frame consists lay mingled and in form, brooding overwhelmed in the abyss of being. There it had lain forever, if the breath of the tremendous spirit that dwells in the darkness had not gone forth and put the lifeless mass in agitation. Sine hunc divino semin facit. Al apofex rerum, mundi melioris origo. Siv recens tellus seductic nuper alto. Ether, cognati retumbat semina celi. Quam satis iapeto mistam fluvialibus undis. Finxit in effigium moderantum cuncta deorum. 537. It was then the congenial parts began to dissever from their heterogeneous associates, and to seek a mutual embrace, matter appeared, and inseparable from it attraction instantly began to operate. Oh! Who can unfold or sufficiently declare the strife ineffable, the unutterable war, that attended their operation? 538. To whom hath the root of wisdom been revealed, or who hath known her wise counsels? Unto whom hath the knowledge of wisdom been made manifest? And who hath understood her great experience? There is one wise and greatly to be feared, the Lord sitting upon his throne. He created her and numbered her, and poured her out upon all his works. She is with all flesh according to his gift, and he hath given her to them that love him. 539. And Solomon, with matchless eloquence and beauty that remains unrivaled, celebrates the revelation of that living light which became known to him, with the mysteries of universal creation. Not by outward teaching or rational inference from effects, but by the conscious intuition, as he relates it, of one only might. God hath given to me, says the wise king, a certain knowledge of the things that are, namely, to know how the world was made, and the operations of the elements. The beginning, ending, and midst of the times, the alterations and turning of the sun, and the changes of the seasons, the circuits of years and position of the stars, the natures of living creatures and the furies of wild beasts, the violence of winds and the reasonings of men, the diversities of plants and the virtues of roots. And all such things as are either secret or manifest, them I know. For wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me. In her is an understanding spirit, holy, only begotten, manifold, subtle, lively, clear, undefiled, plain, not subject to hurt, loving the thing that is good, quiet, which cannot be let, ready to do good, kind to man, steadfast, free from care. Having all power, overseeing all things, and going through all understanding, pure and most subtle spirits. 540. And such a wisdom, shall we not believe it, was the worthy object of all Hermetic philosophy, and the miraculous substance of its transmutative stone. Or what, do we ask, is the philosopher's stone? The philosopher's stone, says the mysterious Adeptist, is Ruach Elohim, which moved upon the face of the waters, the firmament being in the midst, conceived and made body, truly and sensibly, in the virgin womb of the greater world, viz. That earth which is without form and water. The sun, born into the light of the macrocosm, mean and of no account in the eyes of the vulgar, consubstantial nevertheless, and like his father the lesser world, setting aside all idea of anything individually human, universal, triune. Hermaphrodite. Visible, sensible to hearing, to smell, local and finite, made manifest by itself regeneratively by the obstetric hand of the physico-chemical art, glorified in his once assumed body, for benefits and uses almost infinite. Wonderfully salutary to the microcosm in universal triunity. The salt of Saturn, the universal sun of nature, has reigned, does reign, and will reign naturally and universally in all things. Always and everywhere universal through its own fusibility, self-existent in nature. Hear and attend. Salt, that most ancient principle of the stone, whose nucleus in the decad guard in holy silence. Let him who hath understanding understand. I have spoken it, not without weighty cause has salt been dignified with the name of wisdom, than which, together with the sun, nothing is found more useful. 541. But what explanation is this? It will be objected. A baffling about of terms, ignotum per ingocius. Truly, and thus it has been the custom of philosophers to ring the changes from wisdom to their stone, and from the stone to wisdom, through every imaginable note and echoing cadence in variation. Round to the same again, but the world has become no wiser for their song. For how hardly should words avail, even the most significant, to convey a tangible idea of that which is beyond and inverse to all sensible experience. Which is neither hard nor soft, not tangible or visible, nor comprehensible by common sense, until thought, by understanding, as light by the focus of the familiar lens, producing combustion, has brought it forth into effect and flame. Thus considering the inverse problem, analogically however, we arrive at a more familiar conception as reason assists the imagination to a solution to its own intimate mystery in life. The center of every being is a spirit from the original of the world, and the separation of this is constantly enacted in generation, whence every creature is brought through experience into life and operation. And so far we stand even now in the great mystery, in the mother of all beings, but by the corporeal, i.e., the sensual principle which is predominant in the mundane conception, the divine original is obscured and separated off from the consciousness. And the individual subsists, as a distinct self-spiration, severation, or outbirth, as it were, from that fontal reason whence it springs. But in the regeneration this reason is said to be discovered, as, upon the dissolution of the natural life, it arises through the self-perceivance, with creative attributes and powers. Let us hear the testimony of Hermes concerning his own intimate experience in the divine Pomander, set forth as follows. My thoughts, being once seriously busied about the things that be, and my understanding lifted up. All my bodily senses being entirely holden back. Methought I saw once of an exceeding great stature, and infinite greatness, call me by name, and say to me, What wouldst thou hear and see? And what wouldst thou understand to learn and know? Then said I, Who art thou? I am, quoth he, Pomander, the mind of the great Lord, the most mighty and absolute Emperor. I know what thou wouldst have, and I am always present with thee. Then, said I would learn the things that are, and understand the nature of them, and know God. How? Said he. I answered, that I would gladly hear. Then, said he, have me again in thy mind, and whatsoever thou wouldst learn, I will teach thee. When he thus said, he was changed in his idea or form, and straightway, in the twinkling of an eye, all things were open to me, and I saw an infinite light, all things were become light, both sweet and exceeding pleasant. And I was wonderfully delighted in the beholding it. But after a little while, there was a darkness made in part, coming down obliquely, fearful and hideous, which seemed tome unto me to be changed into a certain moist nature unspeakably troubled, which yielded a smoke, as from fire. And there proceeded a voice unutterable, and very mournful, but articulate, insomuch, that it seemed to have come from the light. Then from that light a certain holy word joined itself unto nature, and out flew the pure and unmixed fire from the moist nature upward on high. It was exceedingly light, sharp, and operative withal, and the air, which was also light, followed the spirit, and mounted up with the fire, from the earth and water created below, insomuch as it seemed to hang and depend on it. And the earth and water stayed by themselves, so mingled together, that the earth could not be seen for the water, but they were moved because of the spiritual word that was carried upon them. Then said Pomander unto me, Dost thou understand this, and what it meaneth? I shall know, said I. Then said he, I am that light, the mind, the God, who am before that moist nature, that appeareth out of the darkness, and that bright and lightful word from the mind is the Son of God. How is that? Quoth I. Thus, replied he, understand it. That which, in thee, seeth and heareth the word of the Lord, and the mind, the Father, God, differ not one from another, and the union of these is life. I thank thee, but first, said Pomander, conceive well the light in thy mind, and know it. And when he had thus said, for a long time, we looked steadfastly one upon the other, insomuch that I trembled at his idea or form, but when he nodded to me, I beheld in my mind the light that is innumerable, and the truly indefinite ornament or world, and that the fire is comprehended or contained in and by a most great power, and constrained to keep its station. These things I understood, seeing the word of Pomander, and when I was mightily amazed, he said again unto me, Hast thou seen that archetypal form, which was before the interminated and infinite beginning? But whence, quoth I, or whereof are the elements of nature made? Of the will and counsel of God, he answered, which taking the word and beholding the beautiful world in the archetype thereof, imitated it, and so made this world by the same principles and vital seeds, or soul-like production of itself. And straightway, God said to the holy word, Increase increasingly, and multiply in multitude, all ye my creatures, and workmanships. And let him that is endued with mind know himself to be immortal. And that the cause of death is the love of body, and let him learn all things that are of which he is made. If therefore thou learn in this way, and believe thyself to be of the life and light, thou shalt pass back into life. But tell me more, O my mind. How shall I go into life? God saith, Let the man endued with mind, mark, consider, and know himself well. Have not all men a mind? Have a heed what thou sayest, for I, the mind, mark, consider, and know himself well. Have not all men a mind? Have a heed what thou sayest, for I, the mind, come into men that are holy and good, and pure and merciful, and that live piously and religiously, and my presence is a help unto them. And forthwith they know all things, and lovingly, they supplicate and propitiate the Father, and blessing him, being ordered and directed by filial affection and natural love. And before they give up their bodies to the death of them, they hate their senses, knowing their works and operations, or, rather, I, that am the mind itself, will not suffer the works or operations which belong to the body to be finished in them. But being the porter and doorkeeper, I shut up the entrance of evil, and cut off the thoughtful desires of filthy works. But to the foolish, and evil, and wicked, and envious, and covetous, and murderers, and profane, I am far off, giving place to the revenging demon, which, applying unto him the sharpness of fire, tormenteth such a man sensibly, and armeth him the more to all wickedness, that he may obtain the greater punishment, that he may obtain the greater punishment. And such a one never saith unfulfillable desires, and insatiable concupiscences, and always fighting in darkness. For the demon afflicts and torments him, continually increasing the fire upon him, continually increasing the fire upon him more and more. Thou hast, O mind, said I, most excellently taught me all things, as I desired. But tell me moreover, after the return is made, what then? First of all, in the resolution of the material body of sense, this body itself is given up to alteration, and the form which it hath becometh invisible. And the idle manners are permitted and left to the demon, and the senses of the body return into their fountains, in the circulation, being parts, and are again made up into operations. And anger and concupiscence remain lowest in the irrational life, and the rest strive upward by harmony. Until, being naked of all operations, it cometh to the eighth sphere, which is intellect, having its proper power and singing raises to the Father, with the things that are. And all they that are present rejoice and congratulate the coming of it, begin made like to him with whom it converseth. It heareth also the powers that are above the eighth nature, singing praises to God in a certain voice that is peculiar to them, and them in order they return to the Father and to themselves. When Pomander had thus said to me, he was mingled among the powers, but I, giving thanks, and blessing the Father of all, rose up and being enabled by him, and taught the nature of the whole, and having seen the greatest spectacle, I began to preach unto men the beauty, and fairness of piety and knowledge. And becoming a guide unto many, I sowed in them the words of wisdom. And in myself I wrote the bounty and beneficence of Pomander, and being filled with what I most desired, I was exceedingly glad. For the sleep of the body was the sober watchfulness of the mind, and the shutting of my eyes the true sight, and my silence great with child and full of good, and the pronouncing of my words the blossoms and fruits of good things. And thus it came to pass, and happened unto me by Pomander, the Lord of the Word, whereby I became inspired by God with the truth. For which cause with my soul and whole strength, I give praise and blessing unto God the Father. Holy is God the Father of all things. Holy is God whose will is performed and accomplished by his own powers, holy is God that determineth to be known, and is known of his own, and those that are his. Holy art thou, that by thy word hast established all things. Holy art thou, whom nature hath not formed. Holy art thou, that art stronger than all strength. Holy art thou, that art greater than all excellency. Holy art thou, that art better than all praise. O thou unspeakable, unutterable, to be praised in silence. I beseech thee that I may never err from the knowledge of thee. Look mercifully upon me and enable me, and enlighten with thy grace all that are in ignorance, the brothers of my kind, but thy sons. Therefore I beseech thee, and bear witness, and go into the light and life. Blessed art thou, I Father. Thy man would be sanctified with thee, as thou hast given him all power. 542. To such testimony we are unable to add anything that would render the operative revelation of intellect more obvious, or its experimental knowledge more credible to the uninitiated. They who cannot imagine will disbelieve without experience. But others there may be, at this day even, in whom the flame of thought burns broad and clear, who having within them a substantial evidence of the thing hoped for, will believe and know too. Long before sensible observation shall have forced the many to a faith which, in the intuition alone, is blessed. But if any one wish to discover the first principle, according to the doctrine of the ancients, he must be theurgically prepared, and pass through many preliminary ordeals, corrosive tests, and fiery solutions and dissolutions refining, in order to raise himself to that which is the most united in nature, and to its flower, and that through which it is deity, by which it is suspended from its proper fountain, and connects and causes the universe to have a sympathetic consent with itself. And if he called them gods unto whom the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be broken, say ye of him whom the Father hath sanctified and sent into the world, thou blasphemest, because I said I am the Son of God. 543. Does not all our unbelief, as the common faith, arise in ignorance? For at present there is no profound understanding of the scriptures, nor does any look, as Agrippa says, under the bark of the law. But even unto this day, when Moses is read, the veil is upon their heart. Nevertheless, when it shall turn to the Lord, says the apostle, the veil shall be taken away. For the Lord is that Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. We all, with open face beholding, as in a glass, the glory of the Lord, are changed into the same image from glory to glory, even as by the Spirit of the Lord. 5:44. Unhappy, truly therefore he is said to be, who regards the law as a mere simple recital, or in the light of an ordinary discourse, for, if in truth it were nothing more than this, one could even be composed of this day more worthy of admiration. In order to find such mere words, observes the Kabbalist, we have only to turn to the legislators of this world, who have frequently expressed themselves with more grandeur and grace. It would suffice to imitate them, and make expedient laws after their fashion. But it is not thus. Each word of the law has a meaning and cloaks a mystery entirely sublime. The story of the law is the vestment of the law. Unhappy he, who mistakes the vestment for the law itself. The wise attend not to the outer clothing of things, but to the body which it covers. The sages and servants of the Supreme King, those who dwell on the heights of Sinai, are occupied only about the soul, which is the basis of all rest, which is the law itself. So that they may be prepared at length to contemplate and know that soul which breathes in the law. 5:45. Without which nothing is truly known, whose experience is all. Moreover, says St. Paul, I would not that ye should be ignorant, how that all our fathers were under the cloud, and all passed through the sea, and were all baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea. And did all eat the same spiritual meat, and did all drink the same spiritual drink, for they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ. 5:46. And I advise thee, my son, says the Saint Synesius, to make no account of other things, labor only for that water which burns to blackness, dissolves and congeals. It is that which putrefies and causes germination, and therefore I advise thee that thou wholly employ thyself in the coction of this water, and demur not at the expense of time, otherwise thou shalt gain no advantage. Decoct it gently by little and little, until it have changed its false tincture into a perfect form of light. And have great care at the beginning, that thou burn not its flowers and its vivacity, and make not too much haste to come to an end of thy work. 5:47. Shut thy vessel well that it may not breathe out, so that thou mayest bring it to some effect. 5:48. And not that to dissolve, to calcine, to tinge, to whiten, to renew, to bathe, to wash, to coagulate, to imbibe, to decoct, to fix, to grind, to dry and to distill are all one. And signify no more than to decoct nature until such time as she be perfected. Note further, that to extract the soul, or the spirit, or the body, is nothing else than the aforesaid calcinations. In regard they signify the operation of Venus. It is through the fire of the extraction of the soul that the spirit comes forth gently, understand me. The same also may be said of the extraction of the soul out of the body, and the reduction of it afterwards upon the same body. Until the whole be drawn to a commixtion of the four elements, and so that which is below, being like that which is above, there are made manifest two luminaries, the one fixed, the other not. Whereof the fixed which is the male remains below, and the volatile remains above, moving itself perpetually, until that which is below rises upon that which is above, and all being substantiated, there then issues forth an incomparable luminary. 5:49. That was the experiment that led our fathers into experience, and illumination in the divine antecedent of all life. And if experience be truly, as it is said to be, the proper test of philosophy, then was not theirs the right and true philosophy with Christian regeneration for its most worthy end? That was the art of Democritus commemorated by Lord Bacon in a passage before quoted, but which, for its value's sake, we take leave to recite, that if any skilful minister of nature shall apply force to matter, and by design torture and vex it in order to its annihilation, it, on the contrary, being brought under this necessity, changes and transforms itself into a strange variety of shapes and appearances. So that at length, running through the whole circle of transformations and completing its period, it restores itself, if the force be continued. And that method of binding, torturing, and detaining will prove the most effectual and expeditious which makes use of manacles and fetters, that is to say, lays hold of and works upon matter in the extremest degrees. 550. That is, in the last exigence of life, when it is about to be born again from out the oblivion of this world and its defilements, by attraction of the recreative light within. Then she is Isis, the divine I Am, by the Greeks called Myrionymus, or the goddess with 1,000 names. Hereby to denote the capacity with which such a matter is endowed of understanding, and of being converted to all or any of the forms or degrees of specific law, which it may please the supreme reason to impress upon her. As respects herself, she is nothing, no one apostate particular, neither animal nor vegetable nor mineral apart, but, pre-existent to them all, she is the mother of all. And her birth, according to the adepts, is singular and not without a miracle. Her very complexion is miraculous and different from every other whatsoever, and that which she brings forth by the fire of nature lawfully conceived, is as miraculous and different from every other whatsoever. And that which she brings forth by the fire of nature lawfully conceived, is Horus, the philosophic sun. And hence, and from the whole above, we may have gathered some approximating idea of the multinominal goddess appearing as she was described by the initiated, who celebrated her mysteries in the Eleusinian fane, and further, as follows. By one of the no less intimately experienced fraternity of the Rosy Cross. I am a goddess for beauty and extraction, famous, born out of our own proper sea, which compasseth the whole earth, and is ever restless. Out of my breast I pour forth milk and blood, boil these two till they are turned into silver and gold. O, most excellent subject! Out of which all things in the world are generated. Though at the first sight thou art poison adorned with the name of the flying eagle. Thou art the first matter, the seed of divine benediction, in whose body there is heat and rain, which notwithstanding are hidden from the wicked, because of thy habit and virgin vestures, which are scattered over the whole world. Thy parents are the sun and moon, philosophical, in thee there is water and wine, and gold also, and silver upon the earth, that mortal man may rejoice. After this manner God sends us his blessing and wisdom with rain, and the beams of the sun, to the eternal glory of his name. But consider, O man, what things God bestows upon thee by these means. Torture the eagle till she weeps. And the lion being weakened, bleeds to death. The blood of this lion incorporated with the tears of the eagle is the treasure of the whole earth. These creatures used, in their circulatory course, to devour and kill one another. But notwithstanding this their love is mutual, and they put on the property and nature of a salamander, which, if it remains in the fire without any detriment, cures all the diseases of men and metals. After that the ancient philosophers had perfectly understood this subject they diligently sought in this mystery, for the center of the middlemost tree in the terrestrial paradise, entering in by 5 litigious gates. The first gate was the knowledge of the true matter, and here arose the first, and that a most bitter conflict. The second was the preparation by which the matter was to be qualified, that they might obtain the embers of the eagle and the blood of the lion. At this gate there is a most sharp fight, for it produceth water and blood, and the blood of the lion. At this gate there is a most sharp fight, for it produceth water and blood, and a spiritual bright body. The third gate is the fire which conduceth to the maturity of the medicine. The fourth gate is that of multiplication and augmentation in which proportions and weights are necessary. The fifth and last gate is projection. But most glorious, full, rich, and highly elevated is he who attains but to the fourth gate. For his has got an universal medicine for all diseases. This is the great character of the book of nature, out of which her whole alphabet doth arise. The fifth gate serves only for metals. This mystery, existing from the foundation of the world and the creation of Adam, is of all others the most ancient, a knowledge which God Almighty, by his word, breathed into nature, a miraculous power, the blessed fire of life. The transparent carbuncle and red gold of the wise men, and the divine benediction of this life. But this mystery, because of the malice and wickedness of men, is given only to few. Notwithstanding it lives and moves every day in the sight of the whole world, as it appears also by the following parable. I am a poisonous dragon, present everywhere, and to be had for nothing. My water and my fire dissolve and compound. Out of my body thou shalt draw the green and red lion, but if thou dost not exactly know me, thou wilt with my fire destroy thy 5 senses. A most pernicious quick poison comes out of my nostrils, which hath been the destruction of many. Separate, therefore, the thick from the thin artificially, unless thou dost delight in extreme poverty. I give thee faculties both male and female, and the powers both of heaven and earth. The mysteries of my art are to be performed magnanimously and with great courage, if thou wouldst have me overcome the violence of the fire, in which attempt many have lost their labor and their substance. I am the egg of nature, known only to the wise, such as are pious and modest, who make of me a little world. Ordained was I, by the Almighty God, for men. But though many desire me, I am given only to a few, that they may relieve the poor with my treasures, and not set their mind on gold that perisheth. I am called of the philosophers Mercury, my husband is gold philosophical. I am the old dragon that is present everywhere on the face of the earth. I am father and mother, youthful and antique, weak yet powerful, life and death, visible and invisible, hard and soft, descending to the earth and ascending to the heavens, most high and most low, light and heavy. In me the order of nature is oftentimes inverted in color, number, weight and measure. I am, within, the light of nature, I am dark and bright, I spring from the earth and I come out of heaven, I am well known and yet a mere nothing. All colors shine in me in all metals, by the beams of the sun, I am the carbuncle of the sun, a most noble clarified earth, by which thou mayest turn copper, iron, tin, and lead into most pure gold. 551. Involve we then our thoughts, if we would intrinsically conceive the wonderful nature that is set before us. And in however small a proportion the grain of faith be naturally allotted, if it be but real, let us believe in it, and nourish and educate, that it may increase with knowledge. And finally prove its own reward in practical experience. Without faith, without the ideal conception, nothing is or can be proven. For is not this, in fact, the leader of all experimental inquiry? The faith we invite is no blind credulity, but such a liberty of thought, as, bearing its own evidence independently of common observation, can glance beyond this boundary into the integral probability of life. Such a faith, however small or insufficient of itself, will lead on, by a proper pursuit, unto the thing hoped for, and bring to evidence the occult causality of nature, and be it for gold, then, or science, or health, or higher purity and wisdom. That he is inquiring on this basis, we repeat it, the percipient right believer will not be deceived. The matter of all things is one and proved simple in the experience, throughout all her various manifestations, as agent, patient, hot, cold, dry, moist. By whatever color, quality, or species designated, whether singular or plural in manifestation, nature remains one and the same unknown identity through all. Neither water, air, earth, nor gold is absolutely compact. Every tyro in chemistry concludes they are no elements, but her, the true element, they have never found, for she eludes their tests in closest vessels. All except those of her own ethereally wise construction, in which she bears her universal offspring, hermetically sealed through the flood and wreck of this dissolute existence to a resurrection always glorious, and immortal at last. Elia Lelia Crispis. No male, nor female, nor hermaphrodite. Nor virgin, woman, young or old. Nor chaste, nor harlot, modest height. But all of them you're told. Not killed by poison, famine, sword. But each one had its share. Not in heaven, earth, or water broad. It lies, but everywhere. Lucius Agatho Priscus. No husband, lover, kinsman, friend. Rejoicing, sorrowing at life's end. Knows or knows not, for whom is placed. This, what? This pyramid, so raised and graced. This grave, this sepulchre. 'Tis neither. 'Tis neither, but 'tis all and each together. Without a body I aver. This is in truth a sepulchre. But notwithstanding, I proclaim. Both corpse and sepulchre the same. All is identical, need we repeat it? In the universal identity, and every possible assertion of it will be true, and the reverse in annihilation. All life, body, soul, and spirit, the three hypostatic relations, are born in it, one out of another, conjoin, die, and are mortified, one within the other, are fortified and increased, the one by the other. Differing only, in respect one from the other, as agent, patient, and that universal offspring which is the all in all, without foreign admixture, as it is written, Thou hast disposed all things, in number, weight, and measure. For these are the length, and breadth, and profundity of nature, which the Spirit in her emanative law displays. From the point proceeding into the line, from the root into the square superficies, and from the square by multiplication into that cubic form which is the supernatural foundation of the new physical whole. The battles fought, the conquest won. The lion dead revived. The eagle's dead which did him slay. And both of sense deprived. The showers cease, the dews, which fell for 6 weeks, do not rise. The ugly toad, that did so swell, with swelling, bursts and dies. The argent field with or is stained, with violet intermixed. The sable black is not disdained, which shows the spirits fixed. The compound into atoms turned, the seeds together blended. The flying soul to earth returned. The soaring bird descended. The king and queen contumulate, and joined as one together. That which before was two by fate, is tied, which none can sever. The king is brother to his wife, and she to him is mother. One father is to both, whose life depends upon each other. The one when dead, the other dies, and both are laid in grave. The coffin's one in which both lies. Each doth the other save, yet each the other doth destroy. And yet both are amended. One without other hath no joy. Both one, of one descended. Twice 40 days do come and go, to which twice 5 are added. These do produce a perfect crow, whose blackness cheers hearts sad. Twice 15 more produce a dove, whose wings are bright and tender. Twice 10 more make the soul above, to need no fire defender. For soul and body so combine, the spirit interceding, tincture to give of silver fine. The soul, the body, in leading, also such fixity to add, against the flames prevailing, which may the chymist make full glad. The sophister still failing, who seeks in fancies for to find our art so much concealed, not duly weighing in his mind that is a fountain sealed, which one thing only can unlock. This one thing's learn to know, lest you the same event should mock. That these same lines do show 552. The same tradition of the manifold powers and preservation of the one thing runs in symbol throughout the Gentile mythology, and the archite mysteries have reference to the physical secret of the regeneration throughout the Gentile mythology. And the archite mysteries have reference to the physical secret of the regeneration throughout. The god, dead and revived, is a principal character in all their ceremonial rites, Cadmilus amongst the Cabri, Hades in Phrygia, Adonis in Lydia, Osiris amongst the Egyptians. Once to by thee, as sacred poets sing, the heart of Bacchus, swiftly slaughtered king, was saved in ether when, by fury fired, the Titans fell against his life conspired, and with relentless rage and thirst for gore, their hands his members into fragments tore. But ever watchful on thy Father's will, thy power preserved him from succeeding ill, till from the secret counsels of his sire, and from the secret counsels of his sire, and born from Semele through heavenly fire, great Dionysius to the world at length again appeared with renovated strength. Once too thy warlike acts with matchless sway lopped from their savage necks the heads away of furious beasts, and thus the pests destroyed, which long all-seeing Hecate annoyed. By thee benevolent, great Juno's might was roused to furnish mortals with delight. And through life's wide and various range 'tis thine. Each part to beautify with arts divine. Invigorated hence, by thee we find a demiurgic impulse in the mind. Towers proudly raised and for protection strong. To thee dread guardian deity belong. As proper symbols of exalted height. Thy series claims amidst the courts of light 553. All the heroes are reported to have passed through an ordeal of the same kind, Cadmus, Deucalion, Osiris, Bacchus, Hercules, Orpheus, etc., and to have gained wonderful powers and advantages thereby. All their adventures, indeed, are so many records of the difficulties and dangers that the soul must endure overcoming her household enemies within the stronghold of life. Nor are they few, but many and fearful ones that have to be encountered. For those passions, desires, vices, which or deadened conscience are trifling and palliable, when viewed within the senses' prison, by the revealed light of equilibriate justice, are monstrous. And, without metaphor, in their imaged atmosphere appear terrific, and in the divine language of Pomander, do force the inwardly placed man to suffer sensibly. For they do not suddenly depart, or easily, even from him in whom the exemplary virtue is revealed. But, as we may remember in the early tradition of mysteries, the material inflictors are roused to vengeance by the decrees of fate against the rebels of her laws. Nor is it any trifling exertion which the will has to make to overcome the compact which it has made to sense. But herein consists the meritorious struggle of the powers, until, by artificial force of heat and exhalation, the light, so long hidden and enshrined in the archeus, comes forth as a dry splendor, surviving through all. And this is that tincture of the sapphiric mind before alluded to, and that subtendant which is found seminally equal to the whole of the parts whence it is derived. In hac aqua rosa latet him. In this water, when destruction has done its worst with the elements of life, the principle of all is artificially preserved, as Noah in the ark, who, surviving, was able to renew all things out of the remnant of creation that was saved therein. That elect remnant, worthy the sacrifice that was made even of the whole corruptible humanity, that has power to reproduce all and each with tenfold perfection and increase out of itself. Thus wisdom is the perpetual theme of early poetry, and though unknown to modern philosophy the ground of ancient science, of theology, the true end and proper subject of divinity. For this wisdom is the vehicle of the Catholic reason in identity, the bearer and measure of the demiurgic fire, that fire which the sensual conception occultates, and so forcibly restricts, that man does not suspect it even. But in his willing thraldom, fancies himself at liberty, not knowing in truth what it is to be free as when, the integral efficiency of this identity set in motion, affects follows the voluntary axle in a necessitous full accord. That was free will, not the motiveless chimera which human fancy has been prone to coin, but the operative almighty magnet freed from Tartarian bondage and obscurity, and drawn upward to the glorious consciousness of the revolving light above. And the whole secret of this discovery, it would seem, consists in the sanguinary circulation of the vital spirit, in which there is a threefold law, as before explained, which has to be revolutionized also in three periods. Called by the alchemists, for certain accurate reason, altitude, latitude and profundity, altitude and profundity, being united at their extreme poles, make latitude. And so the wheel of life is turned about, the profundity is the subjective life, the water that is below, the altitude is the objective light, the ether that is above. And the conflux of these two is in a calx, out of which, as from a rocky fountain, the physical tetractys springs through the contrite experience into life, with attributes prolific and enduring fruits. That was the water so much magnified by the wise adepts, the miraculous product of the spiritual poles of mind in sublime conjunction at their source. This was their still aurores, lac virginis, elixir, aqua vitae, azoth, prima materia lapis eti rebis, regenerate in its once assumed body, visible, tangible, and sensible to every sense, local and finite, made manifest of itself regeneratively. By the obstetric hand of the physico-chemical art for benefits and uses almost infinite. Fresher liquor there is none to taste. And it will never consume nor waste. Though, it will never be less in store. which Democritus named to his intent. Lux umbra kerosene, water most orient. And Hermes said, no liquor so necessary, as was water of crude mercury. And this shall stand, said that noble clerk, for the water within our Werka 554. Another tablet is here which Philosophy once erected to the memory of her early fireend. Blessed be thou, Experience. Full mighty is thy influence. Thy wondrous works record full well. In world of worlds where thou dost dwell. In earth, in heave, and in hell. That thou art the very same. That didst from nothing all things frame. Wherefore, now blessed be thy name. By whose pure and simple light all Cretan sprung forth bright. Flames and floods began to roar, and to present their hidden store of spirits, that sing evermore. All glory and magnificence, all humble thanks and reverence, be given to Experience, to that most sapient, the high omnipotent. That said, Bit, and it was done. Our earth, our heaven, were begun. I am, quoth she, the most in might. In word, in life, and eke in light. In mercy and in judgment right. He depth is mine, and so is the height. The cold, the hot, the moist, the dry. Where all in all is, there am I. What thing can tell when I began, or where I make an end, wherewith I wrought, and what I might, or what I did intend to do, when I had done the work I had begun? For when my being was alone, one thing I made when there was none. A mass confused and darkly clad. That in itself, all nature had to form and shape the good and bad. And then, as time began to fall, it pleased me the same to call the first material mother of all. And from that lump divided I four sundry elements. When I commanded for terrain in divers regiments. In kind they did agree, but not in quality. Whose simple substance I did take my seat invisible to make. And of the qualities compound, it made the starry sky so round, with living bodies on the ground, and blessed them infinitely, and bade them grow and multiply. One tings was employed, which shall not be destroyed. It compasseth the world so round, a matter easy to be found, and yet most hard to come by. A secret of secrets part I, that is most vile and least set by. But it's my love and darling, conceived with all living ting, and travels to the world's ending. A child begetting his own father, and bearing his mother, killing himself to give life and light to all other. Is that I mean? Most mild and most extreme. Did not the world that dwelt in me take form and walk forth visibly? And did not I then dwell in it, that dwelt in me for to unite three powers in one seat to sit 555? And these are the three continually noted in alchemy, the sulfur and mercury and slat, the active and the passive, and the resulting experience of life. The first, the regeneration, is the word of God independent without all human will, miraculously conceived and confessed divine in the new birth. The second is of the humanity, i.e., of the selfhood, prepared and sanctified. And the result of these two in unison is the bodily substance of things thenceforth created. By a severance from real being, non-being, that is to say s produced. And the sacrifice that is gratefully provided of the material nature in their reunion, as supplying body to the divine, excites the powers to participation, conceives them when they exceed, and consciously unfolds them into visibility in act. And hence we may be enabled to conceive perhaps, in a measure at least, how the microcosmical tradition arose, how the human hypostatus becomes, through a self-perceivance, into universal intelligence, and of its own voluntary resignation. From the nothingness of self-oblivion, to be the all, precedent to that wherein is all. For with the desire of rest and contact, there is a power of accessions, and with accession a sufficience, operative and universal. Come and see, says the Rabbi in Zohar, thought is the principle of all that is. But it is as first unknown and shut up in itself. When the thought begins to develop itself forth, it arrives at that degree when it becomes spirit. Arrived at this estate, it takes the name of intelligence, and is no longer as before it was shut up in itself. The spirit, in its turn, develops itself in the bosom of the mystery with which it was shut up in itself. He spirit, in its turn, develops itself in the bosom of the mystery with which it is surrounded. And there proceeds a voice which is the reunion of the celestial choirs, a voice which rolls forth in distinct utterance articulate, for it comes from the mind. 556. Thought is the principle of all that is. Magnificent, yet impervious assertion, shall we say? Or what conceptive height may struggle to confirm it? What imagination strong or hardy enough to glance into the full faith? To be the understanding of that light, of which all nature is the efflux, to move one with the first mover, and be his will, who is at once the antecedent and final cause of all. We cannot, profanely as we live without the knowledge of ourselves, attain to the divine idea, either to entertain or think itself actively is impossible. For the thought which is of God creative is the inversion of our thought. And to know him in it is self-annihilation in the life which is eternal. Yet if thou wilt even break the whole, instructs Pomander, and see those things that are without the world, thou mayest. Behold how great power and swiftness thou hast. Consider that which contains all things, and understand that nothing is more capricious than that which is incorporeal, nothing more swift, nothing more powerful, but it is most capacious, most swift, and most strong. And judge of this by thyself, assimilating, for the like is intelligible by the like. Increase thyself into an immeasurable greatness, leaping beyond every body, and transcending time, become eternity, and thou shalt understand God. If thou art able to believe in thyself, that nothing is impossible, but perceivest thyself to be immortal, and that thou canst understand all things, every art, every science, and the manner and custom of every living thing. Become higher than all height, lower than all depth, comprehend in thyself the qualities of all the creatures, of the fire, the water, the dry, and the moist, and conceive likewise that thou canst at once be everywhere, in the sea and in the earth. Thou shalt at once understand thyself, not yet begotten, in the womb, young, old, to be dead, the things after death and all these together, as also times, places, deeds, qualities, or else thou canst not yet understand God. But if thou hast shut up thy soul in the body, to abuse it, and say, I understand nothing, I can do nothing, I am afraid of the sea, I cannot climb up into heaven, I know not who I am, I cannot tell what I shall be, what hast thou to do with God? For thou canst understand none of those fair and good things, and it is the greatest evil not to know God. But to be able to know, and to will, and to hope, is the straight way and the divine way proper to the good. And it will meet thee everywhere thereafter and everywhere be seen of thee, plain and easy, even when thou dost no longer expect or look for it. It will meet the waking, sleeping, sailing, traveling by night and by day, when thou speakest and when thou keepest silence. For there is nothing which is not the image of God. 557. But the exemplary logos is hidden, slain from the foundation in the exterminating fiat of our identity, and the occultation of this does not take place therefore, but in two poles or principles diametrically reverse. We must pass the eternal wheel of the vicissitudes of things, from the manifest created individuality, back into the initial germ. Through all ages, all revolutions and the infinitude of soul experience, until life, as an ocean tide flowing to its extreme boundary, returns to refund its treasury again its first source. Most mighty and surpassing magic of reflection. And thou august mother of all things, divine experience. Thought emanating light, as by intelligence excruciated, life springs forth with motion, feeling itself to be. In the which affirmation, in the divine I Am, is by the Kabbalah signified the substant unity of all that is. The fountain of universal nature and her exemplary law, the source of so many miracles and magical accordances, as of every natural and supernatural increase, where experience is present with power. An effect in substance to bear them witness, where wisdom is poured forth like water and glory faileth not before him forever. For visibles here are said verily to spring out of that which is invisible, as from the precedent nothingness something is produced. And thus the recreation was seen to be a stupendous metaphysical birth out of the infinite into light, according to that notable saying of the Sibyl in Boissard. Verbum invisible fiat palpable et germinabit ut radix. Ought we not therefore to take that which is impalpable and imperfectly conceived at first, and work faithfully, as the philosopher tells us, until it be the divine pleasure to make it appear? To dissolve, coagulate, resolve, refine, and regulate, until reason becoming a bright light in the periphery of her fiery essence remains immortal, and is the mistress of life. Hic est Mercurius nosta nobilissimus, ii Deus nunquam crevit rem nobiliarem sub scylla praeter animum rationalem. And here the external and internal worlds were seen to blend together in confluent harmony, proving and establishing each other, and leaving reason nothing more to doubt of, or the senses to desire, but a fulfillment under the universal law. Chapter 4. Of the mental requisites and impediments incidental to individuals either as masters or students in the Hermetic art. Querent alchemium falsi quoqui recti. Falsi sine numero, sed hi sunt recidi. Edi cupiditatibus, Hugh. Tot sunt infecti. Quat inter milia, vic sunt tres electi. Istum ad scientiam. Norton's Ordinal, Proheme. To those whom inclination has led thus far, with a benevolent spirit, to the inquiry, it may appear no trifling object that we are in pursuit of, or irrational. If we may help to recover the ancient experiment of nature into her causal light, nor, let us be assured, will a few short years of study or idle handling of the matter, be sufficient to admit a man to the arcane of Hermetic science. Neither does it follow, and which is more to be regretted, that because all men have the material and live by it, that every one is therefore fitted to handle the same, or able to improve, promote and profit by it in the manner here proposed. Few, we fear, judging by our own observation, and very few according to the testimony of more experienced observers, are endowed with a disposition naturally adapted towards this peculiar research. For that it is peculiar and distinct from every other branch of philosophy, may, without a more lengthening demonstration, have become apparent. To save fruitless labor, therefore, and deter the idle, it may be well to learn at once, before we enter on the routine of practice, what the impediments are, and those mental endowments most insisted on. For securing success in the experimental pursuit. Geber, who, in his Sum of Perfection, writes at length, and better than many, on this head, excludes several classes, which may serve as a foundation for developing the defects of each. Natural impotency, he asserts, is manifold, and may proceed partly from the physical defects of the artist and partly from his soul. For either the organ may be weak or wholly corrupted, or the soul in the organ having nothing of rectitude or reason in itself. Or because it is fantastical, unduly susceptive of the contrary of forms, and suddenly extensive from one thing knowable to its opposite, without discrimination. If a man have his faculties therefore so incomplete, he cannot come to the completion of this work. No more either than if he were sick, or blind, or wanting in his limbs, because he is helped by those members, by mediation of which likewise, as ministering to nature, this art is perfected. And further on, respecting the impediments of mind, the Arabian continues, he that hath not a natural sagacity in soul, searching subtly, and scrutinizing natural principles, the fundamentals of nature. And artifices which can follow nature in the properties of her action, cannot find the true radix of this most precious science. As there be many who have a stiff neck, void of ingenuity and every sort of prescrutination. Besides these, we find many who have a soul easily opinionating every fantasy. But that which they believe to be truth is all imagination, deviating from reason, full of error, and remote from natural law, because there is replete with fumosities, it cannot receive the true intention of natural things. There be also, besides these, others who have a soul movable from opinion to opinion, and from will to will, as those who suddenly believe a thing and will the same, without any ground at all of reason. And a little after do believe another thing, and accordingly will another. And these, being so changeable, can ill accomplish the least of what they intend, but rather leave it defective. There be, moreover, others who cannot discern any truth at all to look after in natural things, no more than beasts, others again, who condemn this science and believe it not to be. Whom, in like manner and together with the rest, this science contemns and repels from the accomplishment of this most pious work. And there are some besides who are slaves, loving money, who do affirm this to be indeed an admirable science, but are afraid to interposit the necessary charges. Therefore, although they approve, and according to reason have sought the same, yet to the experience of the work they attain not, through covetousness of money. Therefore our science comes not to them. For how can he who is ignorant or negligent in the pursuit of truth, otherwise attain it? 558. Now, if some of these should appear forced, or rather fanciful obstacles to the pursuit of science, we pray the reader to consider their application more closely, and whether, by particularizing, we may be able to discover their real drift. And to begin with this first and last defect of avarice, those mammon worshippers appear indeed formerly to have believed but too much. That miserable division of them who sought in ignorance, from inert matter, without a ray of light to guide their benighted hopes. They did but small harm comparatively, it was not they who were so greatly oblivious to philosophy. They may be rather compassionate for their folly, who found nothing but loss and disappointment in exchange for years of patient and expectant labor. There have been others, far more blameworthy, and more fallacious, against whom the true adepts have unanimously declaimed. Depraved minds, that having entered, as Geber implies, by the right way of reason, forsook her guidance nevertheless, and basely entangling the clue of life, climbed by it into forbidden regions of self-sufficiency, and in the open face of truth. Stole her young hopes, the first fruits of her divining growth, and slew her there. Mammon led them on. Mammon that least erected sprit that fell from heaven, for e'en in heaven his looks and thoughts were always downward bent, admiring more the riches of heaven's pavement-trodden floor than aught divine or holy else enjoyed. In Vision Beatific 559. These are they who have been held in abhorrence by the good in all ages. Who, having succeeded in inducing an exalted energy, have willfully denied the light its true fulfillment, and substituting their own hasty purpose instead of the divine, defiled it, compelling the spirit to their private ends. And what will not the subject soul suffer when pressed by so execrable an evil? For such is the constitution of things, that it must either be filled with a superior or inferior power. And as the former is the reward of piety and proximate to the final cause, the latter is the punishment of the impious who defile the divine part of their essence, insinuating an evil spirit in the place of the divine. They have discovered secrets, says the prophet, and they are those who have been judged, for they know every secret of the angels, every oppressive and secret power of devils, and every power of those who commit sorcery, as well as of those who make molten images in the whole earth. They know how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how, on earth, the metallic drop exists, for lead and tin are not produced from the earth as the primary fountain of their production. There is an angel standing upon it, and that angel struggles to prevail. They have discovered secrets, and these are they who are to be judged 560, who have turned the discovery of nature to an ill account. And these are they to whom Geber alludes, who do affirm this to be indeed an admirable science, and have sought it also according to reason, yet could not enter into the experience. Being afraid in their own persons to interposit the necessary charges, i.e., to abandon the life of selfhood, and return the product to a benevolent and truthful end. Just to the point, we have the story of an Arabian magician, who must needs steal a little boy, to go with him to the mountain, in order to supply the material his own wickedness did not suffer him to approach. No impure leaven, need we repeat it, can enter into wisdom. She scorns to promote folly in any guise, much less will she suffer defilement at man's finite hand. But if anything can be done against the right of nature, she forsakes the polluted tabernacle and is lost. No, likewise, says the pious author of the Aquarium, that if by reason of that gift vouchsafed to thee by God, thou happen thereupon, even after thou hast it, to wax proud or be covetousness, under whatever cover of false pretense, And dost hereby tempt thyself to a turning away from God, by little and little. No, for speak the truth, that this art will vanish from under thy hands, insomuch that thou shalt not know even that thou hadst it. The which, verily, hath befallen more than one without their expectation. 561. Does any one at this day, really conversant with the subject, ridicule such an assertion, or are our minds so far estranged from the sphere of final causes, as to be unable to conceive the accountability of moral evil under the law? Is not destruction to the wicked, says Job, and a strange punishment to the workers of iniquity? Doth not he see my ways, and count all my steps? If I have walked with vanity, or if my foot hath hasted to deceit, let me be weighed in an even balance, that God may know mine integrity. If my step hath turned out of the way, and mine heart walked after mine eyes, and if any blot hath cleaved to mine hands, then let me sow, and let another eat. Yea, let my offspring be rooted out. If I have made gold my hope, or have said to the fine gold, Thou art my confidence, if I rejoiced because my wealth was great, and because mine hand had gotten much. If I beheld the sun when it shined, or the moon walking in brightness, and my heart hath been secretly enticed. Or my mouth hath kissed my hand, this also were an iniquity to be punished by the judge, for I should have denied the God that is above. 562. That was the transgression of Eve, and of Adam, who sought to hide his iniquity in his bosom. 563. But so multifarious are the estrangements of sense, and so rapidly are effects carried along and remotely imaged in this world, that their source becomes less and less an object of general regard. The laws of nature indeed are examined into, and practically demonstrated to be just what they appear to be. The moral, the physical, and the organic are well reasoned, as in their constitutional consequences, apart from each other, fixed and independent. For nature at the circumference subsists in this way. Animals, birds, insects, fishes, herbs, too, and minerals, having their parts so variously qualified, that not anything homogeneous is discovered to sight. Each creature nevertheless has its class. And a kingdom in common belongs to each specific variety. As a tree, with its flowers, leaves and branches, in plural manifestation, is at the root one. And as the flower may die and the leaves still survive, or the trunk without either live to endure the winter's blast, so with respect to the natural laws, and in such a respect are they seen, independent and apart from each other. Neither more nor less, for in their root are they not also one? Let the virus but once reach this by either channel, the moral, the physical, or the organic vitally infringed, the whole structure sympathizing decays. It is true, a man may be unjust, cruel, avaricious. May indulge in many vices without suffering in health, provided the structural laws be well conditioned and obeyed. Contrariwise, also, the best men may suffer from physical defects and infringement of the organic law. In mechanical arts, too, and ordinary intellectual operations, we image out ideas by suitable subjects independently. So that, whether it be for the sake of gain, fame or object of whatever kind, whether the work be undertaken with a benevolent, malicious, or other uncertain intent, the thing resulting may be the same, and remain to image. Not the motive instigatory, but the idea. It is either well or ill done, beautiful or deformed, according to the pattern and skill that have been exercised, irrespective of the individual intention which gave it birth. The pictures of Holbein are not less beautiful for all the covetous spirit that reigned with their conception. The deformity of the artist's soul was, as the laws of nature, apart, nor ever manifested in his produced work. The motive springs of humanity are very generally made occult, and like the armament within the Trojan horse, are often admitted under other pretext, to develop their force securely, whether good or evil, in the world. And whilst yet they are borne along in outward consequence far from their originating source, the many are slow to perceive it, though they should retain all the while possibly, in the abiding purpose, the conscious regards of its own kind. But in alchemy, where the nature of things is altogether altered and ultimately reversed, final causes are of all things most manifestly revealed, and that in their immediate act and operation no less than in the effect. Here is no gathering of grapes from thorns, or figs from thistles, as in this life is attempted, but the intention is received back according to its kind most exactly. Where the subject, object, and result, through every phase of life agree together, where the end is determinate from the beginning, as the beginning is by the end made manifest. Without intervention or concealment in the ministering spirit throughout. Springing directly from ourselves, this highly effective agent, even in the natural state, inclines, as the will directs, to image the conceived idea. How much more, when promoted through a second to a third of concentration, does it become fortified, and further multiplying in the conjunction, impose and sure consequences on him who wields at the inherent accountability. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, so does the law of justice exact retribution in those spheres, hence so much caution and secrecy, that the power might only be discovered through the long labor of an experienced and upright mind. Hence so much continued warning off the profane, lest, deviating, they should either break or become broken necessitiously upon the wheel of life. Sons of science. For this reason are the philosophers said to be envious, declares Hermes, not that they grudged the truth to religious or just men, but to fools, ignorant and vicious, who are without self-control and beneficence. Lest they should be made powerful and able to perpetuate sinful things, for of such the philosophers are made accountable to God, and evil men are not accounted worthy of this wisdom. 564. Maize trifle, merveillus, and archimistire. Is the tincture of holy alchemy. A wonderful science, and secret philosophy. A singular grace and gift of the Almighty. Which never was found, as witness we can. Nor ths science was ever taught to man. But he were proved perfectly with space. Whether he were able to receive this grace. For his truth, virtue and for his stable wit. Which, if he fail, he shall never have it. Also no man should this science teach. For it is so wonderful, and so selcouth, that it must needs be taught fro mouth to mouth. Also he must, if he be never so loath, receive it with a most sacred oath. That, as we refuse great dignity and fame, so he must needly refuse the same. And this science must ever secret be. The cause whereof is this, as ye may see. If one evil man had hereof all his will, all Christian peace he might easily spill. And with his pride he might pull down rightful kings and princes of renown. Wherefore the sentence of peril and jeopardy upon the teacher resteth dreadfully. So that for doubt of such pride and wealth, he must beware, that will this science teach. No man therefore may reach this great present, but he hath virtues excellent. So though men ween possessors not to aid, to hallow this science, as before is said, neither seem not blessed effectually. Yet, in her order, this science is holy. And forasmuch as no man may her find, but only by grace, she is holy in her kind. Also it is a work and cure divine. Foul copper to make gold and silver fine. No man may find such change by his thought. Of divers kinds which God's hands have wrought. For God's conjunctions man might not undo. But if his grace fully consent thereto, by help of this science, which our Lord above has given to such men as he doth love. Wherefore old fathers, conveniently, called this science holy alchemy. 565. None ever truly attain to the fruits of this philosophy, as the wise declare, without rectitude of intention and the blessing of God on a well-tried experience, and it is the reiterated assertion of this grateful truth that has encouraged us, by a natural faith, to pursue the inquiry and recommend it to others who are desirous of instruction. To say that the pursuit is without danger to the ill-informed would be presuming too much on late acquaintanceship and contrary to the credible assertion of adepts. But there are many degrees of success in the legitimate path, and every step is progressive where the rule of reason is pursued. Avarice, or ambition, or a curious hope, may long to prove the golden promise of alchemy. But neither will be found to be the true form of gold. Reason alone can enter into it, Mammon may draw the dead metal in heaps about its sordid circumference, but it cannot quicken the orific seed in life. That spirit is too gross to permeate the ethereal profundity, all he can draw from it is stolen, for he is the first to fly from wisdom's fiery ordeal, not able to enter with his camel form, or daring to prove vaporous essence in her pure light. But to proceed, next above the covetous, skeptics are condemned by Geber. But as these by their own choice remain in ignorance, they would merit less reproval were it not that they endeavor to hinder others as well as themselves from the pursuit of truth. And of all evil spirits that haunt this world and set up their bar to human advancement, infidelity perhaps is the most absurd. By infidelity, we mean that fashionable kind of faithlessness, which, without rational foundation, denounces everything that is new, or not seeming immediately to square with the received commonplace, and which in truth conceives nothing worthy to be believed, or held in veneration. The age of religious intolerance has passed gradually away, and great allowances are now made for most things, all kinds of folly and diversities of opinion. But so much higher does the folly of skepticism run than heretofore, over all boundary, test of reality and probability of truth, that we had as lieve the days of Galileo had been ours. As live so much later to see the recovered secret of ages dwindle and sink into obloquy for lack of faith and mind verily to bear it witness in manifestation. It is the wisdom of modern skeptics to ape the thing which they stand most in need of, viz., sound reason. The deficiency too is doubled in their disguise, since, ignorant of their own ignorance, they push forward as so many stolid bolts before the gate of truth. Yet, despite of all the rejectors and scoffers, nature opens her hospitable door to the multitude in the highways and byways, seeking them out to alleviate their sufferings and offer a new guide to knowledge and felicity. We allude to mesmerism, not ashamed, but grateful to acknowledge the neglected doorkeeper that gave us first introduction to the vestibule of antique science. Do they not perceive how she has risen up, lifted by a few faithful hands out of their reach? Those scoffers. But her monarchy was established and triumphant even before they perceived her, or ever their wicked crusade against her was begun. They warred with they knew not what, or wished, would it avail without faith to stimulate in the pursuit. Nature, who is liberal of her common gifts and lavishes earthly blessings without personal respect, opens not this casket after the same rule. She must be moved to it subtly, conscientiously, courteously, and then she will surrender to none but a philosopher, one too that has been disciplined in her schools, tried and proven to ensure his ability to bear the sacred trust. Therefore no man should be too swift to cast away our Lord's precious gift. Considering how the Almighty God from great doctors hath this science forbade, and granted it to few men of his mercy, such as be faithful, true and lowly. And as there be but planets 7 among the multitude of stars in heaven, so among millions of mankind, scarcely 7 men may this science find. Wherefore laymen ye may hear and see how many doctors of great authority with many searchers have this science sought, yet all their labors have turned to naught. And if they did cost, yet found none avail, but in their purpose oftentime did fail. Then in despair, they reason and depart. And then they say how there is no such arte. But famed fables, they name it they go. A fowl's fond thing, they say it is also. Such men presume too much upon their mind. They ween the ire wit sufficient this arte to find. But of their slander and wards of outrage, we take thereof truly little charge. For such be not invited to our feast, which weeneth themselves wise, and do least. Albeit such men list not longer to pursue, yet is this science of alchemy full true. And albeit such men list not longer to pursue, yet is this science of alchemy full true. And albeit some proud clerks say nay, yet every wise clerk well consider may, how he which hereof lawful witness be. For it were a wondrous thing and quient, a man that never had sight to paint. How should a born blind man be sure to write or make good portraiture? To build Pool's steeple might be Greek doubt. For such proud clerks to bring a boot. Such might be apt to break their crown, ere they could wisely take it down. Wherefore all such are full far behind, to fetch out the secretest point of kind. Therefore all men, take their fortune in chance. Remit such clerks to their ignorance. 566. Rational skepticism has quite another object and never exhibits itself in the refractory form of its mock ally. It is the province of reason to inquire and endeavor, by prescrutination, to prove all things, that, finally rejecting the false, it may hold fast that which is true. Such skepticism, more properly perhaps called discrimination, is as much required by the Hermetic student as the other is obnoxious. For this kind of analytic exercise helps to corroborate the mind, and cultivate that distinctive supremacy of truth in the understanding spirit which is so essential to success in the practical research, but which is very rarely to be met with in uneducated minds. And, being without it, need we wonder that so many are now, as in Jeeber's and Norton's time, opinionative, unstable in purpose, willful and dissimulating? Or that they who have never entertained the true ideal should fail to recognize the image when represented before their eyes? The searcher of nature ought to be, as she herself is, faithful, simple, patient, constant, giving his mind to the discovery of truth alone, hopeful and benevolent. It behooves him, also, who would be introduced into this hidden wisdom, says the Hermetic Master, to free himself from the usurpation of vice, and to be good, just, and of sound reason, ready at hand to help mankind, of a serene countenance, diligent to save, and be himself a patient guardian of the arcane secrets of philosophy. 567. And if to these qualifications a convenient leisure be added, all may be hoped for progressively passing by a living experience into the light. But neither will a busy head nor a faithless heart, by impure hands, be able. Nor does a vagabond inclination enter in by the narrow way of life. With respect to the impediments of body mentioned by Jeeber, these are less numerous and more commonly supplied. Hands and eyes are to be had in abundance, and where these are conjoined with the foregoing conditions, other hindrances with respect to the artist, for the occasion, be passed by. Then for the student, he should, as a matter of course, be possessed, or learn, at least, to cultivate the incipient qualifications he intends afterwards to bring to practice. The same patient hope and free perspicuity of thought and imagination also will be called for, in acquiring the Hermetic doctrine, by perusal, as is afterwards needed for the experimental proof. Reading was not formerly adapted to the million, as it now is, in thought, language, and reference, familiarized and made easy to the understanding of all. No such alluring baits to idleness are to be found on the title pages of the Middle Age school of philosophy. No such simplifications of science, as we now hear of, are belonging to alchemy. It is true, there are revelations, open entrances, new lights and true lights, sunshine and moonshine, and other auroras, and pictured dawns, manuals, introductory lexicons of obscure terms, with meanings no less obscured. Triumphal chariots also, banners, gates, keys, and guides too without number, all directing on the same royal road when this is found, but useless to most wayfarers. Nothing that we observe at all suited to the means or taste of the millionaire class of readers whose understanding, like that of pampered children, has grown flaccid, and, by excess of object teaching, has forgotten how to think. Very few there will be found to relish the enigmas of the old alchemists. No thoughtless experimentalist, persisting in his mere senses, no hopeful receipt-monger, sectarian fanatic, or fact idolater, no idling curiosity seeker, or dilettante imaginist, will find even his leisure well occupied in this pursuit. We warn them all, the subject is too abstruse, and too intricately dealt with, for the natural understanding to apprehend at first view. As the adepts indeed foretold, their records have proved like a curious two-edged instrument. To some it has cut out dainties, and to others it has only served to cut their fingers, yet are they not altogether to be blamed. It is not for the ignorant to blame the power of that which they do not know how to handle. Or would it not be a ridiculous thing, if some child or arrogant rustic were to denounce the language of astronomy, or say that chemistry was a vain science, and merely because the terms are not comprehensible without instruction. In almost all the records of alchemy, the inner sense is held aloof from the literal, and if, by hazard or benevolent design, the truth has escaped in plain discourse, it has been either slighted over or disbelieved. Thus Sendivogius relates it had frequently happened to him, that having intimated the art to some friends, word by word explaining it, they could by no means understand him, not believing, as he quaintly expresses it, that there was any water in our sea. And yet, says he, they would be accounted philosophers. Other instances of the same kind are given, amongst whom, Irenaeus, in the run of his allegory relates, there were a multitude of men, seeing my light in my hand, which they could not discern well, they being in that darkness which would not be enlightened. But, as through a thick cloud beholding my candle, judged it ominous, and left their stations. For their eyes with darkness and smoke were made so tender, that my candle overpowered them, and they could not bear its luster. Therefore they, crying out, ran away. I mused much at this, continues the philosopher, how they could be in such Cimmerian darkness. And as I wondered, I bethought me, that they had with them another light, as it were, foxfire or rotten wood, or glowworms' tails. And with this they sat in consultation, reading Geber, Rhasis, and such whom I heard them name, and commenting on them, not without much pleasantness. Then I considered that the light which I had brought with me did not enlighten that place, but stood separated, as it were, from the darkness. And withal I remembered that there was once a light in the world, and the darkness comprehended it not, and that darkness I now perceived had a false form of its own, with which it seemed to its inhabitants to be wonderfully well enlightened. 568. This striking illustration of Irenaeus, in the outward application, bears not unaptly to our conclusion, that the abstruse light of alchemy is not for the understanding of all. Neither is perceptible to the gross intelligence of the mass of mankind. But this singular fate of incredulity has seemed always to attend, lest folly or wilfulness, precipitously passing into practice, should either perish or break the divine legislation in inharmonious effects. And thus the art will probably continue concealed though many ages still, nor, except by a very few, be more accredited, though all early Christendom should rise up in a testing array to give it evidence. For what is truth to triflers, or light to the indifferent worldling, who cares not to be undeceived? How enlist him in a search so arduous, so uninteresting to his affection, and inimical to his self-love? No. Wise in his generation, rather let him sleep on, for what would it profit him to learn to believe without the power of realizing any good? Without a stable theory, and the desire of truth absolutely leading, all is mere vanity and a vexation of the spirit. It were much better for such to cease, than for this art to put them in presa. Let such like butterflies wonder and pass. Or learn this lesson both now and lasse. Following the sentence of this holy letter. Attingens a fine usque ad finem fortiter. Disponens omnia suaviter. That is proceed mightily to th end. From the beginning maugre the fiend. All things disposing, in the mean space. With great suavity that cometh of grace. All short-witted men and mutable. Such must needs be variable. And some do every man believe. Such credence doth their coffers grieve. To every new tale of them told. They give credence and leave the old. But some lords be of stable wit. Such only be apt to finish it. 569. Adepts all therefore advise discretion, and are circumspect in their revealments, lest that, which in the hands of a philosopher becomes most precious, should be otherwise made worthless, or worse than all. He that understands, says the royal artist, let him understand and advance, but let him that cannot, be ignorant still. For this treasure is not to be bought with money, and as it cannot be bought, so neither can it be sold. 570. Ye sons of avarice and ignorance, cries Geber, and ye of evil manners, avaunt and fly from this science, for it is inimical to you, and will bring you to poverty. For this great gift of God is, by his judgment, hidden from you forever. And therefore we treat of it in such words as to the wise shall, by pursuit become intelligible, but to such as we have described, mean of mean capacity, will be most profound, and fools shall be absolutely debarred entrance therein. 571. Common language is suited to express common thoughts, and to convey them to the vulgar conception. But the alchemists, for various sufficient reasons, have not thought fit to deliver their wisdom in this way, as if it could be syllabled out like a romance or a common ballad, for the amusement of the first runner-by. Who would deign look with his mere eyes and read? They better knew the value of their instructions, and so studiously veiled it, that he only who was really desirous, and made fit by long study to pursue the work, should be able to understand them. The words of the wise are as goads, says the preacher, and as nails fastened by the master of assemblies which are given by one shepherd. One spirit indeed reigns throughout, and one intention. But she is so hedged in with cabalisms, metaphors, types, emblems, and sophistications, that there is but one leader, who should undertake the deliverance, one only, we repeat. He that is allied, the same rational light that, in practice strengthening, afterwards is raised to the allegoric siege of life, and by the fire of his divine wrath enkindled, to overcome the stronghold of evil therein allied. And let the sapient artificer, concludes the prince, studiously peruse our books, collecting our dispersed intention, which we have described in divers places that we might not expose it to malignant, ignorant men. And let him prove his collection even into the knowledge, studying and experimenting with the instance of sagacious labor, till he come to an entire understanding of the whole. Let the student exercise himself, in order to find out this our proposed way of investigation, so as to acquire a plenary knowledge of the verity of perfecting incorrupting matter and form. 572. And again, I beg of thee, my son, says the adept Ricardus, to examine the writings of the philosophers, for if thou art slothful at thy books, thy mind cannot be prepared for the work. Nor will he be able advantageously to bring his hand to the practice whose mind is sluggish in studying the theory. But he with more security shall advance to the work who has stored his mind with resources. Ignorance is wiped off by study, which restores the human intellect to true science and knowledge, and by these enigmas the Dagon is overthrown. 573. Zachary likewise, in his opusculum, this I tell thee, he says, that thou ought first to read with unwearied patience and perseverance the writings of the philosophers before thou extendest thy hand to the philosophic work. And pray to God for his grace and wisdom to help thee therein. For no one ever acquired this art by chance, but by prayer rather than by other means. Mediums nevertheless are to be employed. 574. Pray, says Sendivogius, pray, but work. God indeed gives understanding, but thou must know how and when to use it. 575. Arnold, in his Rosary, mentions 3 requisites, viz., subtlety of mind, manual skill, and a free will for the operation. 576. To which Lully likewise adds a sufficiency of the divine favor, and books to open the understanding and give it zest for truth. 577. The author of the Lucerna Solis, moreover, agrees that in order to acquire this science study is required in the beginning, and meditation, that a good foundation may be laid. For that without this God does not reveal his grace nor unless he be prompted thereto by the fervent prayers of him who desires so signal a favor. He does not either grant it immediately to any person, but always by mediate dispositions, to wit, by instructions and the labor of the hands. To which he gives a thorough blessing if he be invoked thereto with a sincere heart, whereas, when recourse is not duly had to him by prayer, he stops the effect thereof either by interposing obstacles to things already begun, or else suffering them to conclude with an evil event. 578. These several preliminary requirements will not appear astonishing to those who have obtained an insight into the nature of this science, nor will it be deemed by any, we hope, a canting pretense or affectation for philosophers to talk of praying for divine assistance in a research which is so much wrapped in and about the desire as to be ultimately made manifest through its means. Besides, are we not accustomed to seek for benefits where we think they are to be found? If we go to the musician to learn music, the chemist to procure instruction in his art, to the astronomers, builder, or other mechanist to learn their several acquirements, how much more ought we not to apply to the causal fountain for wisdom, which is his alone and voluntarily to bestow. And as the learned of this world must be won by some means to impart their knowledge, shall we not by the same parallel endeavor to move the divine nature by prayers, who has promised all things to those humbly and early seeking him? For to desire and covet after wisdom is to seek to be a partaker of that divinity to which we aspire, and no otherwise can we be made partakers, it is taught, but by a voluntary assimilation. My son, instructs the wise Hermes, I admonish thee to love God, in whom is the strength of thy undertaking and the bond of whatsoever thou meditatest to unloose. And this science I have obtained by the sole gift of the living God inspiring me. 579. Man may conditionate, ought, by patient labor disciplining, to prepare the way of the greater in the lesser good. But he cannot compel, much less impart, the divine blessing on his handiwork, neither cement the spiritual union or give it increase. There is a period too, when in conjunction, the spirit transcends all earthly control, and passing under the divine hand, recreates by his sovereign will alone. But it is vain to look for a blessing from nature without his cooperation who is her will, for without controversy, as the scripture alludes, the lesser is blessed by the greater. Every good gift and every perfect gift comes from the Father of lights in whom there is no variableness or shadow of turning. And again, Paul may plant and Apollos may water, but God alone giveth the increase. And God withholds not this increase alone, but deprives the talent likewise, where it is wasted or hoarded without interest or promotion. To them that have and use is given more abundantly, but from him that improves not there is taken away even that which he has. For the Almighty will not permit his gifts to remain idle, much less may they suffer abuse, being immortal. And he therefore must be a good steward who would overlook the rich treasury of life. Our gold and silver bend no common plate, but a sperm out of a body I take, in the which is Ale, soul, lune, life and light, water and earth, fire and Phrygt. And Ale cometh of one image, but the water of the wood mocketh the marriage. Therefore there is no other way, but to take thee to thy beads and pray. For covetous men witey findeth never, though they seek witey once and ever. Set not your hearts in these thing, but only to God and good livenge. And he that will come thereby must be meek and full of mercy, both in spirit and in countenance, full of charity and good governance, and evermore full of alms deed, simple and purely his life to lead, with prayers, penances and piety, and ever to God a lover be, and all the riches, that he is sped, to do God worship with almas dead. All you that have sought money a day, leave work, take your beads and pray. 580. With the nature and effects of prayer, in ordinary life, all men are familiar in one degree or other. For every desire of the mind is in its kind a prayer and preparative for the acquirement of its object, and if prayer effected nothing else, it certainly collects the mind, and corroborates the faculties in their pursuit. For when the thoughts are concentred, means and adjuncts suggest themselves, which do not occur when they are indifferently shown, and thus by a prayerful communion we often obtain in divine things which otherwise we should not. But the esoteric ground brings us acquainted with prayer in a far deeper sense, and adepts are eloquent in their imputations of its efficacy with prayer in a far deeper sense. And adepts are eloquent in their imputations of its efficacy in spagiric works, when the mind is lifted up. Even in the midst of the operations of vital chemistry, full of labor and toil, they prayed, says Cocringius, and every man knows, that hath entirely devoted himself to this business, how effectual prayer is. And how often those things which he long sought and could not find, have been imparted to him in a moment, as it were, infused from above, or dictated by some good genius. That also is of use in solving riddles and enigmatical writings. For if you burn with a great desire of knowing them, that is prayer, and when you incline your mind to this or that, variously discussing and meditating many things, this is cooperation, that your prayer may not be for want of exertion a tempting of God. Yet all endeavor is vain until you find the solution. Nevertheless, if you despair not, but instantly persist in desire, and cease not from labor, at length, in a moment, the solution will fall in. This is a revelation, which you cannot receive unless you pray with great desire and labor, using your utmost endeavor. And yet you cannot perceive how from all those things, of which you thought, which were not the solution of the enigma, the solution itself arose. This unfolding of the riddle opens to you the mystery of all things, and shows how available prayer is for the obtainment of things spiritual and eternal, as well as corporeal and perishing goods, and when prayer is made with a heart not feigned, but sincere, you will see that there is nothing more fit for the acquiring of what you desire. Thus piety is available for all things, as the oracles declare, and prayer especially, which is its principal exercise, is profitable for great undertakings. 581. But lest, with all this, it should appear to any superstitious or otherwise unrighteous to invoke the divine aid to this particular undertaking, as if God were mutable, we take leave to add a few further considerations in defense of prayer. And also the different kinds of invocation which were employed by the ancients in their celebration of theurgic rites. Prayer, according to Iamblichus, was divided into 3 classes, the first of which, as pertaining to the early initiations, was called collective, having for its object to gather the mental powers into accord with their leader, seeking a clue whereby it may enter the intelligible profundity of the enigma. The second affects the bonds of concordant spirits, calling forth, prior to intellectual alliance. The third is the final authoritative seal of union, when the desire, leading from faith, becomes into its true end. The first, recapitulates our author, pertains to illumination, the second, to a communion of operation, but through the energy of the third, we receive a perfect plenitude of divine fire. And supplication, indeed precedes, like a precursor, preparing the way before the sacrifice appears, but sometimes it intercedes as a mediator. 582, and sometimes accomplishes the end of sacrificing. No operation, however, in sacred concerns, can succeed without the intervention of prayer. Lastly, the continual exercise of prayer nourishes the vigor of our intellect, and renders the receptacles of the soul far more capacious, by enlarging the desire for the communications of the gods. It likewise is the divine key which opens to men the penetralia of wisdom, accustoms us to the splendid rivers of supernal light, and by these, in a short time, perfects the inmost recesses and disposes them for the ineffable knowledge and contact of divinity, nor does the adoration desist till it has raised the sublimated soul up to the summit of all. For it gradually and silently draws upwards the manners of the soul, by divesting her of everything foreign to a divine nature, and clothes her with the perfections of the God. Besides this, it produces an indissoluble communion and friendship with divinity, nourishes a divine love, and inflames the divine part of the soul. Whatever is of an opposive and contrary nature it helps to expiate and purify, expels whatever is prone to generation, and retains nothing of the dregs of mortality in its ethereal and splendid spirit. Perfects a good hope and faith, concerning the reception of divine light, and in one word, renders those by whom it is employed the familiars and domestics of the gods. 583. Such then being the advantages of prayer, and such the connection of adoration with sacrifice, and the end of theurgic sacrifice is a conjunction with the demiurgic intellect. Hence does it not follow, that the benefit of prayer, if we concur at all in opinion concerning these things, is of the same extent with the good which is conferred by such an alliance. And these 3 terms of adoration, in which, according to the authorities, all the divine measures are contained, not only conciliate the warring elements of life, but extend to man 3 supernal benefits. As, translated from one form of perfection to another, life progresses bringing forth an offspring to be sacrificed on the alternating confines of each, as it were 3 Hesperian apples of gold. And thus the end of all adoration is attained, and there the rational inquiry rests as in its proper object, and there the true attraction of love is to be found, and there the true attraction of love is to be found, which in this life never can be put by an oblation of that life. For the attractions which are here supplied to the sensible perception, and for which so many pray, are transitory. And the desire of them is nothing more than the desire of images which lose ultimately the magnetic virtue imparted to them by the idea, because without it, when in the possession, they are found to be neither truly desirable, nor sufficient. nor good. But if, for the common concerns of life, men pray, and for a general prosperity in public worship, hoping to be heard, how much more should not the desire be conceived effectual when addressed within the living temple from the divine light within? When, in the congress of allied mind, the spirit wakes to consciousness, and in their universal harmony conspiring, dissolves the total life to love. I called upon the Lord, exclaims the psalmist, and he heard me out of his holy temple, and my cry came before him, even unto his ears. I prayed, and understanding was given to me, I called upon God, and the spirit of wisdom came to me. And hence it may more readily be conceived, how prayer and self-sacrifice conspiring, mutually corroborate and confer on each other a perfect efficacy in divine works, since, even matter itself is said to be extended to the desirable, i.e., to the good, and through this desire is filled as many goods as it is able to participate. And when things have run up so far as to this sufficiency they become tranquil in it, and are liberated from the parturitions, and the desire which they naturally possess. Neither will it therefore be proper to omit any part of this concord, or deny any faculty of the mind its due exercise in the preparation, since these diversified parts of the spirit are in the renascent harmony made one. Thence again to be evolved in Catholic procession to complete the equilibrated circle of their law. And this much may suffice concerning the nature of prayer, and the corroborative efficacy of the human will, acting in concert with its final cause to fulfill it. The next difficulty presenting itself to the mind of the student, after he has obtained a general knowledge of the Hermetic ground, with a hopeful desire to commence operations, has been to find suitable assistance in the undertaking. Many have halted there a long while unprofitably, for it is evident that without a subject to work with and reciprocate the design it remains abortive, as a statue in the conception without the marble to give it utterance. The ascent to unity is arduous, and the descent is not undertaken in safety alone, neither is there any increase of the spirit, as we have already shown, without a medium and a bond. Behold, two are better than one, says the preacher, because they have a good reward for their labor, and mutually assist each other by the way, but for one alone, there is no end of his labor. And for whom do I labor, saith he, and bereave my soul of food? This is vanity, yea, it is a sore travail. 584. But so much has been written, and with such a deal of sophistication, about the philosophic vessel and its multiform distillatory apparatus, of nerves, veins, and alembics, that we should be in doubt where to choose a guide in this respect sufficiently intelligible, and who is at the same time trustworthy and of equal fame. One hint, however, in the sum of Norton's ordinal, may help to extricate us from the difficulty of explaining many more, which are full dirk. To ordain instruments according to the wake. As every chapter hath divers intents, so hath it divers instruments, both in matter, also in shape, in concord that nothing may mishap. As workers of division and separation, have small vessels for their operation, but vessels broad for imitation, and some deal broad for circulation, but long vessels for precipitation, but short and long serve sublimation. Narrow vessels and 4 inches high serve correction most properly. Of vessels some be made of lead, and some of clay, both quick and dead. Dead clay is called such a thing as hath suffered great roasting. Such mettled in powder with good raw clay will fear abide and not go away. But many clays will leap in fear. Such for vessels do not desire. Other vessels be made of stone, for fear sufficient, but few or none among workmen, as yet is found, in any county of English ground, which of water nothing drink shall, and yet abide dry fear withal. Such stones, large for our intent, were a precious instrument. But other vessels be made of glass, that spiritual matters should not outpasse. Of ashes, of urine in this laund every each one be made, but elsewhere be of stone. Of our glasses, the better kind, the morning stuff ye shall it find, which was osses the night before, standing in heat, all night and more. The harder stuff is called freeton, Of clipping of other glasses it come. Tincture with annealing of glacers. Will not purse him as they rehearse. By this doctrine choose or refuse. Take that which you all unto your use. For in figures of vessels kind, every man followeth his own mind. The best fashion is ye might be sure. She that concordeth with vessel of nature. And figure that best concordeth with quantity. And with all circumstances to matter best is she. And this sheweth best Albertus Magnus. In his Book de Mineralibus. Hereof a secreate disclosed was. By my good master, to more or less. Saying, si Deus non didicit nobis vas nihil didicit, and that is glass 585. The spirit finally constructs its own vessel and vitrifies it. And since the artist is at liberty to make choice according to convenience of his instruments in the beginning, and each one would be likely to vary in his preference, we avoid a superfluity of description. Besides, of the many that may be called together, at first, few, it will be understood, are chosen to proceed beyond the exigencies of the preliminary gross work. And them, will they not speak for themselves? Those philosophic vessels, like the planks of Argo, on occasion, are still oracular, being felled for the self-same ground too, in the same classic grove, made vocal by Apollo. And methinks few potters within this realm have made at any time such cunning ware as we, for our science, do fashion and prepare. Few ever formed such, nor the like of them. Yet they are plain without wrinkle or hem. One within another, it is a pretty feat. The third without them to guide up the heat. First then with the potter thou must begin, which cannot make what he hath never seen. In order that thy vessels be made to thy mind stand by while he worketh more surety to find and shew him what to do by some sign or similitude. And if his wits be not too dull and rude, he will understand what thou dost mean. 586. A humorous story is related in continuation, by this author, of the difficulties he met with in the practice from indifferent assistants. And how, after so much vexation and loss of time, he was obliged to take the whole of the manual labor upon himself. For servants do not passe, how our work to frame, but have more delight to play and to game. A good servant, saith Solomon, let him be unto thee, as thine own Herut in each degree. For it is precious a faithful servant to find, not reckless, but sober, wise and quiet. Such a one were even for my diet. 587. The value of such assistance may be better appreciated when we come to speak of the preparatory practice which Norton, naively, and without much envy, describes. Enumerating also the needful qualification and numbers of individuals employed about the gross work, as follows. The second concord with this arte is, when ye can find apt ministers. No minister is apt to this intent, but he is sober, wise, and diligent, true, and watchful, and also timorous, close of tongue, of body not vicious, cleanly of hands, in touching curious, not disobedient, neither presumptuous. Such servants may your works of charge minister, and save from all outrage. But trust me that 2 such servants or 3 might not sufficient for your work be. If your matter be of quantity reasonable, then 8 such servants be convenable. But upon little quantity, find ye shall. For men able to perform alle, then 1/2 of them must werke, while the other half sleepeth or goeth to kirk. For of this arte ye shall not have prey, but it be ministered as well by night as day, continually, except the Holy Sunday alone. From evensong begin till evensong be done, and while they work they must needs eschew all ribaldry, else they shall find this true, that such mishap shall them befall. They shall destroy part of their works or all. Therefore all the ministers must be men, or else they must all be women. Set them not occupied with another, though some to you be sister or brother. Yet there must have some good disport, their great labors to recomfort. Then not hinge shall better avance your work than shall this concordance. Yet instruments useful there be more, as be furnaces ordained therefore. Old men imagined for this arte a special furnace for every part, every each devising after his own thought. But many furnaces of them be not. Some were too broad, some too long. Many of them did nature wrong. Therefore some furnaces may well be used, but many of them must be refused. 588. The true furnace has been described as a little simple shell, thou mayst easily carry it, says Vaughan, in one of thy hands, the glass is one, and no more. But philosophers have sued too, and so mayest thou. As for the work itself, it is no way troublesome, a lady may read the Arcadia, and at the same time attend this philosophy without disturbing her fancy. For my part, continues the philosopher, I think women are fitter for it than men, for in such things they are more neat and patient. And again, in the Lumen de Lumen, the excitation of the fire is a very trivial, slight, almost a ridiculous thing. Nevertheless, all the secrets of corruption and generation are therein contained. 589. Geber calls this furnace Athenor, and from his example, others have described the same with a misleading subtlety, little commendable or instructive to any. But who knoweth the power, the working, and kind of every furnace, Hemi well truth find. But he which thereof dwelleth in ignorance, all his work falleth upon chance. No man is sure to have his intent without full concord of arte with his instrument. Many more instruments occupied ye shall see than in this chapter now rehearsed be, which ye must ordain by good or sad advice, and prove them beforehand, if ye be wise. 590. After showing that indeterminate instruments must be employed in the beginning, until the determinate shall declare themselves as by the Spirit they are proved fit, Norton proceeds in due order to point out the best local and other outward circumstances for carrying on the different hermetic operations, as follows. The fourth concord is full notable between this arte and places convenable. Some places must needs be ever more dry, close from air and no ways windy. Some must be dark and dim of sight, in which sunbeams none may light. But for some place, the truth so is, they cannot have too much brightness. Some places must needs be moist and cold, for some works as auctors told do. But in our works in very place, wind will hurt in every case. Therefore for every work in season, ye must ordain places by reason. Philosophers said, by their engine, how it should be wrought within locks 9. Astrologers said it was a grace to find a fitting working place. For many things will wondrous do, in some places and elsewhere no so. But contrary wonders be of one thinge, in contrary countries wrought without leasing, whereof none to her cause may appear, but only contrary places of the sphere, where two places contrary of the ground, to them concordant and obedient be found. Hereof great evidence and witness full clear, in the magnet stone openly doth appear, whose nor the point draweth towards his country, which under the south star driveth needles away. Found some places concordant, some places not. 591. Secrecy having been a principal object with those practicing this art, difficulty was found often to secure this, and at the same time supply the other conditions, which vary with the constitution and instinct of the spiritual guide. Just such a locality as Virgil appointed for his bees, has been mentioned as desirable with all his appropriate allegorical exceptions of corrupt and evil associates. Strong currents of air are well known to disturb communion, and the entranced subject is more or less susceptible of all imaginative impressures, which, even after their act has passed away, hang and pollute the ether of their pertinacious abode, as adepts well testify, and Cornelius Agrippa, in his occult philosophy, diffusely expounds, showing that truly, it is a grace, to find a fitting working place. The following lessons of an English adept, neither antique or envious, may not be in conclusion of the rest. If thy desire leads thee on to the practice, that is of the ultimate philosophic work, says Vaughan, consider well with thyself what manner of man thou art, and what it is that thou wouldst do, for it is no small matter. Thou hast resolved with thyself to be a co-operator with the living God, and to minister to him in his work of generation. Have a care, therefore, that thou dost not hinder his work. For if thy heat exceeds the natural proportion, thou hast stirred up the wrath of the moist natures, and they will stand up against the central fire, and the central fire against them, and there will be a terrible division in the chaos. But the sweet spirit of peace, the true eternal quintessence, will depart from the elements, leaving both of them in thee to confusion, neither will he apply himself to that matter as long as it is in thy violent destructive hands. We should always remember that doctrine of Zeno, that nature gave us one tongue and two ears, that we might hear much and speak little. Let not any man therefore be ready to vomit forth his own shame and ignorance. Let him first examine his knowledge, and especially his practice, lest upon the experience of a few violent knocks he presume to judge of nature in her very sobrieties. But if thou knowest the principal first matter, know also for certain thou hast discovered the sanctuary of nature. There is nothing between thee and her treasures but the door, that indeed must be opened. Have therefore a charitable seraphic mind, charitable and not destructive to thyself. There is in every true Christian a spice, I will not say a grain, of faith, for then we could work miracles. But know that as God is the Father, so charity is the nurse of faith. For there springs from charitable works, from the effects of spiritual beneficence, a hope of heaven, and who is he that will not gladly believe what he hopes to obtain? On the contrary, these springs no hope at all from the works of darkness, and by consequence of no faith, but that faith of devils to believe and tremble. Settle not in the lees and puddles of the world. Have thy heart in heaven and thy hands upon earth. Ascend in piety and descend in charity. For this is the nature of light and the way of the children of it. You must live, as says Agrippa, according to God and the angels, rejecting all things that are dissimilar to the heaven, otherwise thou canst have no communion with superiors. Lastly, unus esto non solus. Avoid the multitude, as well of passions as of persons. And, in conclusion, I would have thee understand that every day is a contracted year, and that each year is an extended day. Anticipate the year in the day, and lose not a day in the year. Make use of indeterminate agents till thou canst find a determinate one, the many wish well, but one only loves. Circumferences spread, but centers contract, so superiors dissolve and inferiors coagulate. Stand not long in the sun nor long in the shade, where extremes meet, there look for complexions. Learn from thy errors to be infallible, and from thy misfortunes to be constant. There is nothing stronger than perseverance, for it ends in miracles. 592. Abundant evidence might here be brought to bear. But sufficient has been said for suggestive purposes. An addition would be as little likely to stimulate inquiry without practical information as to satisfy the incredulous. Nothing is more generally insisted on, next to benevolence and rectitude of intention, than perseverance for this experiment. And if to the foregoing instructions we add in sum, that effects rationally investigated lead into their causes, and that as the plant of his seed is reared, and according to its proper species germinates in a congenial soil. So in this philosophy the end is implied in the beginning, and the purpose is by the product made manifest, the motive, through the resulting action, by the metaphysical cause, into physical effect. Capit, al sapit. And with this advice we conclude our introduction, as it may be called, to the Sphinx's lair. The first link in the chain of vital causes moves, as we apply the master key. Portus explicit, at praxis manalis citera pandet. Part 4. The Hermetic Practice. Chapter 1. Of the vital purification, commonly called the gross work. Diis adorabus vendent arts, arcanum ignis acqui resp. 6. Next to the preliminary aids already noted, and a sufficient theory to being with, follows the preparation of the philosophic subject, which is performed, says the monk Basil, by operation of the hands, that some real effect may be produced. From preparation arises knowledge, even such as opens all the fundamentals of alchemy and medicine. Operation of the hands, continues he, requires a diligent application of itself, but the praise of the science consists in experience. But the praise of the science consists in experience, hence that notable maxim, physician, heal thyself. But the difference of these, anatomy, that which is spiritual, distinguisheth, operation shows thee how all things may be brought to light and exposed to sight visibly, but knowledge, i.e. experience reveals the practice and shows further how to proceed, and that whence the true practitioner is, and is no other than a confirmation of the previous work, because the operation of the hands manifests something that is good, and draws the latent and hidden nature outwards, and brings it to light for good. And thus, as in divine things the way of the Lord is to be prepared, so also, in these, spiritual things, the way has to be opened and prepared. That no error be made from the right path, but that progress may be made without deviation in the direct way to health. Manual operation is chiefly required, therefore, without which, indeed, every other operation, like a ship without ballast, floats and is uncertain. But it is difficult to express this with a pen. For more is learned by once seeing the work done, than can be taught by the writing of many pages. 593. Although the alchemists have written diffusely on the manual practice, and delivered many keys, whereby, as they say, we may enter into the sanctuary of philosophy and open her interior recesses. Yet the first way of approach and shut entrance to these has not been unfolded, nor would it be possible, we think, for anyone to discover the practice from their books alone. For although it is called a play of children, and represented as a very trivial, slight, almost a ridiculous thing, one linear decoction throughout and dissolution by line, yet neither instinct nor reason would probably suggest, without instruction, the tractive artifice now made publicly easy of entrancing the senses in their own medial light. But recent observation has proved various means of effecting this, and determining the natural life to an interaction of its beams, by the hand or eye of another mesmerizing, or by a passive fixed gaze. The virtues of ether and chloroform too are familiar, and in these days ignorantly preferred to the former expedients, since their effects are considered analogous and more easily supplied. Which however are very different, as proved by the contrariety of their cause. For, whereas the one, overcoming in light, oxygenates, purifies, and sublimes the arterial blood, and in proportion the intellectual powers, the other contrariwise, by influxion of darkness, drowns the oxygenating spirit, prostrates and confounds the mental powers, and, further overwhelming, often produces syncope and death. But we have no space to dwell here on errors that daily experience promises to remove. The ancients appear to have been acquainted with other analogous means and media of curative repute. Other revolutionary arts, too, by which the human spirit may be involuted and converted to its proper spheres. But to effect this was, as we have repeatedly shown, a beginning only of the Hermetic art. The medium in its natural state is volatile, immanifest, fantastic, irrational, and important, compared with what it subsequently is become. The alchemists, we repeat therefore, did not remain satisfied with a few passes of the hand, or any first phenomena whatever, but they proceeded at once scientifically to purify, depriving the ether of its wild affections and impressures by a dissolution of the circulating body in its own blood. For this is that brazen wall celebrated by antiquity, which surrounds our heaven and must be scaled, and passed through before any one can hope to discern the equilibriate felicity of being within. Take the occult nature, which is our brass, says Albertus, and wash it that it may be pure and clean, dissolve, distill, sublime, increate, calcine, and fix it. The whole of which is nothing else than a successive dissolution and coagulation to make the fixed volatile, and volatile fixed. The beginning of the whole work is a perfect solution. 594. Now, although there are many ways of including the sensible medium and of unfolding the interior light temporarily, yet for the purification we read but of one way, called by the adepts manual, and their linear way, which supersedes all other from beginning to end of the dissolution. And, according to their general testimony, and for other explicable reasons, we judge that the hand was the instrument employed, not only to impart the spirit as a natural gift, but by a continual mechanic trituration, as it were, to dissolve and ultimately obliterate its innate defects. The mercury of the philosophers, says Lully, comes not but by help of ingenuity, and the manual operations of man. And Vaughan says, nature is not moved by theory alone, but by sagacious handicraft and human assistance. Nature cannot of herself enter into the dissolution, says the author of the Philum Ariadne, because she has no hands. The hand, says Van Helmont, is the instrument of instruments, which the soul likewise useth, as a means by which it bears its image into operation. 595. We could bring together a multitude of passages showing the literal application of these, but have a doubt about the utility, since they would prove nothing to unbelievers. And those who are disposed to inquire for themselves, looking to context and probability, may be readily convinced. We are less than ever anxious at this late stage of inquiry to persuade others, or induce trial of the practice where theoretic power is deficient. But leave the incredulous therefore to their incredulity, until faith has independently established the fact over their heads. For neither will the preclude of Hermetic practice be attractive to the idle, but continual labor is exacted throughout the performance, patience, toil, skill, unremitting attention, in the execution, and a free will to the discovery of error, without discordant slurring or disguise. He that neglects the knowledge, being disheartened by the difficulties thereof, shall never find where the disease lieth, says Crollius, for these chemical secrets will never be fingered by those slothful or sottish despisers of them, by reason of their indisposition and unaptness for manual operation. As also of the profane, lewd, and unworthy, there will be little danger of their apprehending and discerning divine mysteries, because they want the spirit of wisdom, and are not quick of understanding in these things. 596. Some indeed, amongst the ignorant and pseudo-chemists, says Irenaeus, imagine that our work is a mere recreation and amusement from beginning to end, holding indeed the labor of this artifice in light account. In the work which they account so easy, however, we observe they reap an empty harvest for their idling pains. We know next the divine blessing and a good principle to begin with, that it is by assiduity and industry that we accomplish the first work. Nor is the work so easy that it should be considered as a mental recreation either, since a concentrated attention is necessary, but according to the labor we do likewise reckon the reward. As Hermes says, I spared no labor either of mind or body, which also verifies that proverb of Solomon, the desire of the idle shall cause him to perish. Neither is it wonderful that so many chemical students were in former times reduced to poverty, since they spared labor, but no expense. But, continues the same author, we, who know the truth, have worked, and we know beyond doubt that there is no work more tedious than our first operation, concerning which Morion gravely warns King Khalid, saying that many philosophers have been overcome with the fatigue of this work. Neither would I have these things understood figuratively, continues he. I am not speaking here indeed of the commencement of the supernatural work, but of things as we first find them, and to well dispose the matter, this truly is a labor and a work. 597. The work of philosophers, says Arnold, is to dissolve the stone in its own mercury, that it may be reduced into its first matter. Opus namque philosophorum, est dissolvere lapidem in sum mercurium, ut in primum regicator mater iam. 598. This labor has, by the author of the Hermetic Secret, Urbigeranus, and some others, been styled a labor of Hercules. For there is such a mass of heterogeneous superfluities adhering to our subject, that nothing short of dissolution can give it rest. And, these adepts say, it will be entirely impossible to accomplish without the theory of their arcanum, in which they show the medium by which the royal diadem may be extracted from our sordid subject. And even when this is known, continual labor is required in the application, lest remaining in any part, of left alone, before the total solution of her enigma, the Sphinx should retrieve her dominion unawares and frustrate the work begun. Tier. Coke, edi reitera, et non te tadit, grind, cocked, says the wise author of the Rosarium, and reiterate your labor and be not weary. 599. Work not today and be sorry tomorrow, but lay sorrow aside and continue your labor steadfast unto the end, lest peradventure God hoodwink and make open the light, says the Spirit to Dr. D. The labor is equal to the work, and to fight against the powers of darkness requires great force. 600. And let him who would learn, says Van Helmont, by coals and fire, and discover those things which watching successive nights, and expenses, have afforded to philosophers. 601. Kings and powerful princes have not been ashamed to set their hand to work in order to seek out, by their sweat and labors, the secret of nature, which they have faithfully bequeathed. 602. Ardua prima via est. E qua vix main recens enitanter equi. 603. Fresh horses there are verily needed to this celestial plowshare and laborious assistance for a toil that is incessant, to clear the wasted field of human life, and harrow it for a more congenial growth, nor once nor twice. But many times the labor must be repeated, as each dying is renewed into a better life. This the wise poet, in his Georgics, teaches. And this recalls to mind the advice of Norton and his brother adepts about the choice of servants, their capacities and qualifications, which moreover are tried in a double, single manifold, and triply complicated sense. All the operators, says Zachary, supply themselves with 3 or 4, sometimes 10, furnaces or more, as for solution, sublimation, calcinations, and the matter passes through vessels innumerable. But not all would avail without a method in their distribution, one would not advance in effect beyond another, unless the operation were altered. There is indeed but one way of working, in one matter, one linear way throughout, one vessel uniform throughout, except removal. Unicus operandi modu in unico vase, in unica fornacula, praeter emotionum, donec decoctio completer. 604. The preparing spirit dissolves the body of light, and cleanses it from the corrupting causes, and extracts a second spirit subsisting and tinging in the body, and reduces the bodies by dissolution into itself. And these, says the adept, are the advantages of the spirit preparing its body and extracting from it the tinging spirit, for this argent vive was at first gross, unclean, fugitive, being mingled with extraneous sulfurs. But by the operation of art it was cleansed and renewed, and coagulated by its own internal sulfur, red and white, and is double, not viscous, but acidulated, subtle, and very penetrative, resolving the body's mineral. But our evidence runs in advance, as we remark by the way that this argent vive, which is decocted linearly, is generated pontically, as it were by a reciprocal alternation, distributing its advanced virtue by hand to hand. And know, say Irenaeus, that the exact preparation of the philosophic eagles may be considered the first degree of perfection in this art, in the knowledge of which there is required also some sagacity of mind. For do not suppose that this science has become known to any of us by chance, or by a happy guess of the imagination. But we have worked and sweated daily, and passed many sleepless nights, much labor and sweating truly we have undergone in the pursuit of truth. You, therefore, that are but beginning, as a tyro, in this study, be assured that nothing can be achieved in the first operation without sweating and much labor. In the second, however, nature alone operates, and without any imposition of hands, by the sole assistance of a well-regulated external fire. 605. Avicen, in Porta, wrote, if ye remember, how ye should proceed perfection the engender. Truly teaching as the pure truth was. Cum das ut bibus, et bibus ut comida. Eat as it drinketh and drink as it doth eat. And in the mean season, take it a perfect sweat. Rhasis set the dietary and spake some deal far. Non tamen cum dat residential festinenter. Let not your matters eat over hastily, but wisely consume their food leisurely. Hereof the prophet made wondrous mention. If ye apply it to this intention, visitasti turam et inebriasti eam. Multiplicasti locupulter eam. Turam fructiferam in salsuginum. E turam sine aqua in exodus aquaram. If I have plenty of meat and drink, men must wake when they desire to wink. For it is labor of watch and pains greet. Also the food is full costly meat. Therefore all poor men beware, says Arnold. For this art longeth to greet men of the world. Trust to his words, ye poor men all. For I am witness, the so ye find shall. Esto longanimus id suavis, said he. For hasty men th end shall never see. The length of cleansing matters infected. Deceiveth much people, for that is unsuspected. Excess of 1/2 of an hour may destroy all. Therefore chief succor. In primo pro quo et ultimum pro quo non. To know the simperings of our stone. Till it may no more simper do, nor cease. And yet long continuance may not cause increase. Remember that water will bubble and boil. But butter must simmer and also oil. And so with long leisure it will waste. And not with bubbling made in haste. 606. Frequent advices are given against haste in the preparation, lest the centers should be stirred up before the circumferences are ready to conceive them. And we may observe that Oedipus, he who of yore overcame the Sphinx, was lame and impotent in his feet, signifying by this, amongst other abstruse allusions, that we should not make too much haste to the solution of her riddle. Lest she should expound herself without a proper understanding unawares. Alciatus, painting a dolphin wreathed about an anchor, for an emblem, wrote these words, Festina lente, make not too much haste, which admonition applies not only well to the common affairs of life, but especially to the trituration of the philosophic subject, which ought to be slow, gentle, and continuous. Gutta cavat lapidem non sic sed sep cadendo. And therefore the adepts, again and again, admonish and caution, lest by too great excitation the internal agent awakening should cause a disseveration in the chaos, and the two principles stand up one against the other. Before the intended mastery is secure. Cause, therefore, wings to be prepared for the matter by Juno, Bacchus, and Vulcan, but as you love your life, says Basil, permit it not to fly suddenly, rather deliver it to Mercury, to be instructed by him gradually to accustom itself to flying. Yea, bind it with a cord, lest, as a bird got out of its cage and past your reach, it through ignorance approach too near the sun, and like Icarus, having its unproved feathers burnt, fall headlong into the sea. But after you have detained it for its due time, loose its bonds towards which all sons of art aim to arrive as to their long desired and sought for harbor. 607. Take the flying bird, says Hermes, and drown it flying. And divide and separate it from its redness, which holds it in death, draw it forth and repel it from itself, that it may live and answer thee not by flying away indeed to the region above, but truly by forbearing to fly. For if thou shalt deliver it out of its prison, after this thou shalt govern it according to reason and according to the days specified, then it will become a companion to thee, and by it thou shalt become an honored lord. Extract from the ray its shadow and its obscurity, by which the clouds hang over it and corrupt, and keep away the light, by means of its constriction also and fiery redness it is burned. Take, my son, this watery corrupted redness, which is, as a live coal holding the fire, which if thou shalt withdraw so often until the redness is made pure, then it will associate with thee, by who it was cherished and in who it rests. 608. He that would seek tincture most specious, must needly avoid all things wild and vicious. Of manifold means each hath his property, to do his office after his degree. With them hid things be outset, some that will help, and some that would let. Who would have true work may no labor spare, neither yet his purse, though he make it full bare. And in the gross work he is furthest behind, that daily desireth the end thereof to find. If the gross work with all his circumstance were done in 3 years, it were a blessed chance. 609. This is meant chiefly in reference to the second operation, and the periods are often to be understood metaphorically with respect to the discovery of the philosophic salt. Some have met the light sooner, some later, and the natural periods are protracted by faulty conditions from the commencement, by the indisposition of patients, as by the ignorance of agents, which things are more or less implied. Years have been employed by some in the preparation, the perplexity of the records have added to the natural difficulty, and to others it has never been vouchsafed. Irenaeus, mentioning his case as remarkably favored, says that in the course of 2 years and a half the whole arcanum was revealed to him. I made, says he, not 5 wrong experiments in it before I found the true way, although in some particular turnings of the encheiresis I erred often. Yet, so that in my error I knew myself a master, and in no less than 2 full years and a half, of a vulgar ignoramus I became a true adept, and have the secret through the goodness of God. 6:10. It is to be imagined that the better foundation there is laid in theory from the commencement, other things being equal, the surer, easier, and more rapid would be the result. But from books, general principles only can be gathered, and instruction from particular experience. The working theory, as we long ago suggested, can be obtained through the practice only. For the way develops itself by the practice by rational inquisition of the light within. And this may be a matter of gratulation to students, whilst adepts are so very abstruse and envious in their disguises, to learn that the Hermetic art is not so much the offspring of natural intelligence as of involved thought. Ab actionibus procedit speculatio is a famous maxim of Aristotle's and eminently applies to this philosophy, where each discovery opens into a new field of inquiry. And the fruit of contemplation is ever more sown in order to bring about the solution of its proper dilemma in the explanatory growth of truth. Not all by reading, nor by long sitting still. Nor fond conceit, nor working all by will. But, as I said, by grace it is obtained. Seek grace therefore, let folly be refrained. 6:11. Seek grace. And, by importunity of reason, seek for the clue of truth within the Spirit's life, if haply she may find it, or we be able to discover whether she have it or not, that which analyzes even must be analyzed. That, returning analytically, it may resolve the separable selfhood and reiterate the same by alternation until it arrives at the inseparable unit of truth. Liber librum explicit, and this is the way of rational permeation, by the understanding of nature, into her causal light. So shalt thou instant reach the realms assigned. In wondrous ships self-moved, instinct with mind. No helm secures their course, no pilot guides. Like man intelligent they plough the tides. Conscious of every coast and every bay that lies beneath the sun's all-seeing ray. And, veiled in clouds impervious to the eye, fearless and rapid through the deep they fly. 6:12. And that court of King Alcinous, to which Ulysses became admitted, is the dominion of intellect, which, in the description of these Phaeacian ships, also, is admirably signified. The hyperbole, in fact, would be absurd without other reference, and the well-illumined Taylor has shown, in his dissertation, that the whole of the Odyssey is an allegory pregnant with latent meaning and the recondite wisdom of antiquity. Here again, then, we observe that it is not from a moderate study or a few spontaneous revelations of the Spirit's virtue, or natural instinct, that we should presume to judge of the Hermetic mystery. Since brazen walls and adamantine are between, and all the breadth of that vast sea to be passed over before we can hope to set foot upon the royal coast. A sea, huge, horrid, vast, where scarce in safety sails the best-built ship, though Jove inspires the gales. 6:13. Even with these advantages, and after the first floodgates and barriers are overpassed, greater obstacles await him, and Herculean labors, who dares, approaching to the nether confines, to make choice of light. No one may hope, without toil and perseverance, to obtain it. Wisdom is the reward of voluntary and arduous research. Perseus passed through dangerous encounters, struggling with monstrous chimeras. And Theseus before Ariadne vouchsafed her love and assistance, Bacchus, Ulysses, Hercules, and the rest. Jason, also, passing through many hopes and fears, and performing dangerous feats and supernatural labors, before Medea led him to the field of Mars. For the gross work is foule in her kind, and full of perils as ye shall find. No man's wit can high so avail, but that sometimes he shall make a fail. As well the layman, so shall the clerk, and all that labor in the gross work. Wherefore Anaxagoras said truly thus, Nemo prima fronte reparator discretus. 6:14. They all set forth expectant heroes only in the beginning, content also with the company of their rude deserts, and it is satisfactory to learn with all this prospective discouragement that he shall end at once for certain, shall never have need to begin again. Much I might write of the nature of minds, which in the gross work be but engines. For in this work find ye nothing shall, but handicraft, called art mechanical, wherein 100 ways and mo ye may commit a fault as ye therein go. Wherefore believe what old auctors tell, without experience ye may not do well. Consider all circumstances, and set your delicti, to keep uniformity of all things requisite. Use one manner of vessel in matter and in shape. Beware of commiction that nothing miscape, and 100th faultes in special ye may make under this warning general. Netheless this doctrine will suffice to him that can in practice be wise. If your ministers be witty and true, such shall not need your works to renew. 6:15. And here we may bethink ourselves how Flamel learned discretion from his second book, and how Irenaeus promises a guide, and describes him too in his Ripley Revived. And, in Vulcan's labors, says Cunrath, I have worked indefatigably with no small expense, but, thanks to God, my own alone, now in companionship, and now not, both happily sometimes without success. But how should he do well who never has done amiss? What was wrong taught me what was right. From day to day, one book throwing light upon another, I was enabled to interpret them. I observed what nature taught me by the ministry of art. O thou edifying cabal of much profit! How hath she not advanced me? Meanwhile, carefully keeping note of conversations, experiments, and conceptions of my own as well as others, when ye, my contemporaries, were idly dozing, I was watching and at work, meditating earnestly day and night on what I had seen and learnt, sitting, standing, recumbent, by sunshine and moonshine, by banks, in meadows, streams, woods, and mountains. 6:16. And thus we read, in the Hermetical Triumph, how the stone of philosophers, which is a pure petrification of the spirit, is prepared by those who trace nature with the assistance of the lunar Vulcan, as we long ago suggested. Is meant the first prepared subject, which is also called Diana, and the secret natural interior fire of adepts, and because this same lunar caustic is brought into act by an exterior excitation. Sol est fons totius caloris, luna autumn domina humiditatis. The ethereal humidity nourishes the solar light and educates it, and this is that Nemean lion said to be born of her foam. With respect to the rule of investigation, however, having opened thus much, we would add a few remarks, for neither is it said to be expedient to inquire about ends so much as about things pertaining to ends. The artist holding his right intention from the beginning. This principle Aristotle, in his Ethics, astutely argues. For neither, he observes, does a physician consult whether he shall heal the sick, nor a rhetorician whether he shall persuade, nor the politician whether he shall persuade, nor the politician whether he shall establish an equitable legislation. Nor does any one of the remaining characters consult about the end. But, proposing a certain end, they consider how and by what medium it may be obtained. If also it appears that this end is to obtain through many media, they consider through which of them it may be obtained in the easiest and best manner. But if through one medium they consider how it may be accomplished, and through what likewise this may be obtained until they arrive at the first cause which is discovered in the last place. For he who consults, continues the artful moralist, appears to investigate and analyze in the above-mentioned manner, as if her were investigating and analyzing a diagram. 6:17. Even so, in the Hermetic inquiry, he who consults, the end being proposed which is not immediately in his power, investigates the medium by which he hopes to obtain it. And if this medium be not entirely enlightened, he explores another, and further till he discovers the first medium which is immediately in his power, in the discovery of which inquiry terminates, and the work, beginning from thence, passes into accomplishment. That medium, therefore, which is last in the analysis is first in generation, being proved able to the accomplishment, and of the many called to the consultation of means few are chosen to proceed with the philosophic work. For philosophers were not wont to investigate trifles, but they inquired about such things as tend to purification and the method of perfecting life. And when things, thus truly eligible, are the objects of inquiry, the divine will being conciliated, wisdom runs lovingly by her own rule to fulfill it. And hence our deeds and discourses extend their hands, as it were, to assist us in our ascent, and will is the greatest power of purgation. And then that which from the first is efficacious returns into its proper efficient, how much more will not those strokes, reverberating, be effectual to overcome? Al pius cheiron justissimus omnes internubigines et magni Dr. Achilles. This is he who, in his double capacity of power and motive in alliance, corrects and educates the heroic fire, tames and directs its illimitable virtue, and rectifies the armed magnet by an infallible rule. And that intellect rides through the abyss of sensual monarchy, secure in its ether. And, as a ship upon the stormy seas is directed by the beacon light, it follows until integrally related, when, center meeting center, the consciousness transcends in revolutionary light. We know that, in common life, the hands perform innumerable offices and image mind about, by material subjects, in a variety of ways. And as the mind more easily retains that which the hand before has noted by its exterior sense, so, in Hermetic works, the hand is found best able to express and impart what the mind has well premeditated, and thence, from its replenished members, thought carries itself by voluntary motion into effect. Such were those dactyli Idei, literally the fingers of Mount Ida, so renowned in fable for their medicinal and magic skill, who worked, it is said, at the foot of the Parnassian mountain to exhibit by their incessant fiery artifice the metallic veins therein embedded. 618. So Pallas is fabled, by the help of Vulcan, to have been brought forth from Jove, for, without the instrumentality of motion, which the lame god personates, the fabricate intellect is not born. But if thereafter it should happen, says the wise adept, that Pluto's palace should be exposed to any one together with Minerva's artifice, or if Vulcan stands together with her at the altar there, the association is ominous. Coexistent namque naturalia opera splendor. Vitifer ignis. Netro inciten cypsum lumen resonant. Fontanum alium, ca emporium mudum ducit. Centrum quo omnes, usque quo forte equals furent. 619. To instruct the ignorant is no part of the present object. But to stimulate the inquiry of such as are already enlightened, and to advance the faithful in the pursuit of truth, we conclude with such instruction as may be finally needful concerning this said hyperphysical gross work. The second part of the gross work is described by Vaughan as one of the greatest subtleties of the art. Cornelius Agrippa, he observes, knew the first preparation, and has clearly discovered it. But the difficulty of the second made him almost an enemy to his own profession. By the second work we are to understand, therefore, the solution of the philosophic salt, i.e., the voluntary bond. Which is a secret which Agrippa did not rightly know, as it appears by his practice at Malines, and as he confesses in the first book, of Occult Philosophy, that he could not increase the transmutative virtue. Nor would Natalius teach him for all his frequent and serious entreaties. This was it, adds his disciple, that made his necessities so vigorous and his purse so weak, that I can seldom find him at full fortune. But in this he is not alone. Raymond Lully received not this mystery whither from Arnold, but, in his first practices, he followed the common tedious process which after all is scarcely profitable. Here he met with a drudgery almost invincible. Ripley also labored for new inventions to putrefy this red salt which he enviously calls his gold, and his art was to expose it to alternate fits of heat and cold, but in this he is singular. Faber is so wise that he will not understand him. Let us return then to Raymond Lully, who became so great a master that he performed the solution in 9 days, and this secret he had from God himself, since this is his profession. Nos, says he, de prima illa nigedine apausis cognita enigmum spiritum extrahere affectans, pugnam ignis vincentum, nos victim, licet sensibus corporis multotius palpavimus, idioculus proprius illum vitimus, etc. 620. In the first act of the physico-chemical works, explains Cunrath, by diverse instruments and labors and the various artifice of the hands and of fire, from a drop, which in its proper tongue is called Saturn, i.e. the lead of the wise, our heart of Saturn, the bonds of coagulation being dexterously relaxed, the green dunec and the vitriol of Venus, which are the true matters of the blessed stone, will appear. The green lion, lurking and concealed, is drawn forth from the cavern of his Saturnine hill by attractions and allurements suitable to his nature. All the blood copiously flowing from his wounds, by the acute lance transfixed, is diligently collected Yule and lily. The mud earth, wet, humid, stagnant, impure, partaking of Adam, the first matter of the creation of the greater world of our very selves and of our potent stone, is made manifest, the wine which the wise have called the blood of the earth. Which likewise is the red of Lully, so name on account of its tincture, which is the color of its virtue, thick, dense, and black, blacker than black, will then be at hand. The bond by which the soul is tied to the body and united together with it into one substance is relaxed and dissolved. The spirit and the soul by degrees depart from the body and are separated step by step. Whilst this takes place, the fixed is made volatile, and the impure body, of the spirit, from day to day is consumed, is destroyed, dies, blackens, and goes to ashes. These ashes, my son, deem not of little worth, they are the diadem of thy body. In them lies our pygmy, conquering and subduing giants. In the second operation, which takes place in one circular crystalline vessel justly proportioned to the quality of its contents, also in one theosophic cabalistically sealed furnace of Athenor, and by one fire, the body, spirit and soul, externally washed and cleansed and purged with the most accurate diligence and Herculean labors, and again compounded, commingle, wrought of themselves and without manual cooperation, by the sole labors of nature, are dissolved, conjoined, and reunited. And thus the fixed becomes volatile wholly. These three principles also are of themselves coagulated, diversifiedly colored, calcined, and fixed, and hence the world arises renovated and new. 621. Here then least the Gordian knot of the Hermetic mystery, and who is he that is able to untie it, inquires the philosopher. He who knows the salt and its solution, knows the secret of the ancient sages. And if it be again asked who? We have already named him, and openly, but this light shining everywhere in darkness, how hardly should it be comprehensible without itself. Janua clausa est, va que lamentabilis haec vox. Orsina sed frustra pulsabitis ostia pugnis. Vestre namque manus nequient diffingere feru. What then ought we to be doing, since hands and intellect are here alike incapable, and the truth of this discovery was never yet put to paper, and for this sufficient reason, that it is proper alone, as Lully says, to God to reveal it. Since it is his alone prerogative, and no mortal can communicate it to another unless the divine will be with him. Not every messenger, says Van Helmont, approacheth to the mine of Science. But he alone, who, being loosed from his bonds, has known the wars, being fitted for his journey, a friend to the places and who has virtue. They err, therefore, who ascribe this single combat only to corrosives. To wit, they too much trusting to second qualities, as being ill secure, do sleep thereupon, and through a neglecting of specifical qualities, also appropriated ones, which are only extended on their proper object, being slighted. They have gone into obscurity. For the ostrich does not digest iron or little birds flints, through an emulous quality of corrosion, but there is a virtue of loosing the bars and bolts of tartar. It is convenient to meditate about this virtue, continues the physician, and of what I have spoken, blessed be that God of wonders, who hath sometimes converted the water into rocks, and at other times the rocks into pools of water. 622. Who then shall ascend into the mountain of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not given up his soul unto vanity nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. We do not quote casually, or because the scriptural phrase is popular, but because it is apt, as seen and proved on the divine ground. Where man indeed may experiment, plow, plant, and irrigate, but cannot of himself, or in alliance, unless he dare a deadly sin, compel the divine blessing without its free accord. Wisdom was with thee, says the Hermetic master. It was not gotten by thy care, or, if it be freed from redness, by thy study. 6:23. So neither, it is written, is he that planteth anything, neither he that watereth, but God, that giveth the increase. 6:24. He therefore must be propitiated, not by prayer and supplication alone, but by faithful and charitable works preparing the way before him. Nor would it be thought astonishing, perhaps, if antimony should cause a sudden transpiration, or that an iron key should help to unlock a treasury of fine gold. Desire leads into its object by faith immediately. But mediately, by just works, that hope is engendered which, kindling into faith immediately, by ecstasy, penetrates to its first source. Our antimony, says Basil Valentine, which is fixed, searcheth out fixed diseases and eradicates them. Which purgers, not fixed, cannot do, but they do only carry away some spoil from diseases, or they may be compared to water which, driven by force through a street, penetrates not the earth itself. Fixed remedies purge not by the inferior parts, because that is not the true way of expelling fixed venoms, and that way they would not touch the kernel, as it may be called, or center of the disease. But by expelling sweat, and otherwise, they strike at the very inmost root of the disease, not contented with a certain superficial expulsion of filths. Therefore we admonish all and every one, that all venomous impurity is totally to be taken away from antimony, before it can either be called a medicine truly or administered with safety, in other words, that all arrogant self-will, sensuality, folly, avarice, and variability of purpose, all but the one voluntary faith to rectify in perfect, be removed from the mind of him who is to enter into the radical dissolution of life. For the weapons of this warfare are not carnal, as the Apostle teaches, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds, casting down imaginations, and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. 6:25. And for this cause, continues the monk, the good must be separated from the evil, the fixed from the unfixed, the medicine from the venom, with accurate diligence, if we hope by the use of antimony to obtain true honor and true utility. But fire only can effect that, and Vulcan is the sole and only master of all these. Whatsoever the Vulcan in the greater orb leaves crude and perfects not, that in the lesser world must be amended by a certain other Vulcan, ripening the immature, and cocting the crude by heat, and separating the pure from the impure. That this is possible, no man will doubt, for daily experience teaches the same, and it very apparent in the corporeal aspect of colors which proceed from the fire. For by separation in fire, which perfects its fixation, venomosity is taken from the medicine, and of good and evil. Which however is a thing that none of the physicians either dares or can truly and fundamentally own or demonstrate, unless he who hath firmly contracted friendship with Vulcan, and instituted the fiery bath of love. 6:26. There is one operation of heat, says Vaughan, whose method is vital and far more mysterious than all other, and there be but few of that spirit that can comprehend it, but because I will not leave thee without some satisfaction, I advise thee to take the moon of the firmament, which is a middle nature, and place her so that every part of her may be in two elements at one and the same time. These elements also must equally attend her body, not one further off, nor one nearer than the other. In the regulation of these there is a twofold geometry to be observed, natural and artificial. Flamel also, speaking of the solar and lunar Mercury, and the plantation of the one in the other, gives this instruction: take them, he says, and cherish them over a fire in thy alembic. But it must not be a fire of coals, nor of any wood, but a bright shining fire like the sun itself, whose heat must neither be excessive, but always of one and the same degree. 6:27. Our operation, concludes Morian, is nothing else but extracting water from the earth and returning it again, so long and so often until the earth is completely putrefied. For by elevation of the moisture the body is heated and dried, and by returning it again it is cooled and moistened. By the continuation of which successive operations it is brought to corrupt and to lose its form, and for a season to remain dead. 6:28. This then is the true intention and manner of working to supply the right condition for attracting the divine seed, by action and reaction raising successively actives by passives, and, vice versa, passives by actives. Until the spiritual ability is complete. For what one doth concoct t'other will drive away. But if thou canst each work perform apart, and knowest them afterwards to reconcile, then thou art master of a princely art. The very success will thy hopes beguile. Thou hast all nature's works ranked on a file, and all her treasures at command dost keep. On thee the fates will never dare but smile. No mystery is now for thee too deep. Art nature's darling whether dost wake or sleep. Pardon my plainness, of the art, thou knowest. It was the fruit of my untamed desire, to profit any, and, without a boast, no man above my candor shall aspire. My zeal was kindled by Minerva's fire. 629. But for an explanation of the whole difficulty, adds the same author, in his entrance, attend to these instructions, take 4 parts of our fiery dragon, which bears in his belly the magic steel, and conjoin to 9 parts of our lodestone, that by a violent concussion they may be reduced into a mineral water. Reject the superfluous scum which swims upon it, leave the shell and take the kernel, and purge thrice with salt and with fire, which will be easy to do, if Saturn have chanced to regard his beauty in the glass of Mars. Hence comes the chameleon which is our chaos, in which all the arcana are contained, not in act as yet, but in virtue. 630. Non egitur externa solis coalestis calor est qui profundum terrae calefacit sed potius solis terrestris innatus calor. Etc. 631. Which volcanic action, to destroy life and to maintain it, Democritus before all, and as it were pyrographically, portrays, as, drawing the fixed brass out bodily, instructs this Abderite, thou shalt compose a certain oblong tongue. And placing it again upon the coals, stir Vulcan into it. Now irradiating with the fossil slat, now with the incessant Attic ochre, adorning now the shoulder and the breast of Paphia till she shall appear more manifestly beautiful, and, throwing the glaucous veil aside, shall appear entirely golden. Perchance it was when Paris gazed on such a Venus, he did prefer her both to Juno and Minerva. 632. This evidence may suffice for the present occasion, which is to promote inquiry rather than pursue it. For when the inquirer has learned how he ought to begin with, having increased also his natural store of inclination and faith by practice in equal companionship and reciprocal benefaction, he will not despair. And even though the riddle should appear ever so intricate at first, it will solve itself at every stage, opening into new prospects within the veil of life. Labor to know causes, advises the philosopher. He that seeks rationally finds the true end, not otherwise, for such a conduct conciliates Minerva, and at her behest Jove prospers the undertaking. Everything depends upon the motive, which is the true spiritual ferment. And according to the virtue of the fermenting principle is the result obtained. Si finus ab origin pendet. The end depends from the beginning. And as the vine draws its sap from the foeculent impure earth, and yields a fluid fruit, which by the fermentive art is turned into wine, spiritualized, and advanced into a more permanent form of being. So in the Hermetic art, the philosophic matter, drawn in part from the heterogeneous air and defiled breath of vitality, is purified by successive interchanging of ferments, fretted, dissolved, and rectified into a consummate and immortal form of light. Bit nature halts many times before this final rest, at each stage offering the fruits of her conceptive imagination to allure. If the artist be ambitious, however, and a true philosopher, he will accept of none of these, but will proceed, sacrificing all the intermediate benefits, again and again torturing her, and, with relentless hands, slaying the firstborn offspring until the divine perfection is attained. For other foundation can no man lay, as says the Apostle, than that which is laid, which is Jesus Christ. Now if any man build upon this foundation gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire, and the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is. If any man's work abide which he hath built thereupon, he shall receive a reward. If any man's work shall be burned, he shall suffer loss, but he himself shall be saved, yet so as by fire. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy, for the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. 6:33. It is vain to look in expectation, or believe ourselves in the hereditary possession, of a treasure, without so much as opening or suspecting even the casket in which it is shut up. The common elements of nature obscure their divine original, and chemistry and all our experimental physics drive it forcibly without the means of identification. Yet as the experienced chemist knows how, by a skillful application of his art, to analyze the common elements, and distill them to a high virtue and strength of refinement, so the alchemists long since have taught by a more subtle apparatus and artifice, and tests more cogent than all, to rectify the universal element, and compress its invisible vapor into a tangible form. By applying the proper voluntary corrosive they teach to obliterate its defilements, by gentleness to mollify its durity, by beneficence to sweeten its acerbity, by justice to moderate its intensity, and to irradiate it with hope, truth, beauty, and universal intellection, supplanting the sensual dominion, and rectifying, until finally, by an actual subversion of the selfhood, they made their sublimate sublime. Thus he who, like Oedipus, is able to solve the enigma of the Sphinx. In other words, to penetrate rationally the darkened essence of his natural understanding, will, by conversion illuminating its obscurity, cause it to become lucid throughout, and to be no longer what it was before. For mind is the key of this hermetic enigma, and no sooner does it attain to self-knowledge, by proper inquiry within, than the efficient proceeds outwards to image its motive in operation. So that that which before lay in speculation only is carried out in life. But it is not until the right motive is discovered, and until the mundification of the spirit is completed in both kinds, and all things are reduced to a crystalline diaphaneity, that the philosophic work has been said truly to being. For, as was before observed, if any permanent confection is made or suffered to take place beforehand, the immature offspring does not abide. He that would seek tincture most specious must needly avoid all things wild and vicious. The philosopher's work do not begin till all things be pure without and within. 6:34. Chapter 2. Of the philosophic or subtle work. Omnia in omnibus primum, omni tertio tradidit, ex omni primo secundo, omnia in omnibus primum secundum, ut in omnibus, edi omnia, Catholis, agnocerit, cognoscerit ac possiderit. Enigma cunrith, amph. Sap. As there are three reigns or grand distinctive distributions of the kingdoms of nature, so we are informed that in the philosophic work, preceding her, there is a threefold order of legitimate operation and a relation of causal sequences which merits a special note. For these three operations, which are in fact so many degrees through which the spirit passes from conception to manifestation, are perplexed by the adepts in their records, and reserved strictly under the master key of their dilemma, in order that the mysteries of this most venerable science might not be discovered to the profane. And shall we, who have hitherto presumed so far on their indifference as to break the preliminary signets and unloose so many covertures of occult learning, more audacious still, approach those final sermons unannealed, and with a full discovering hand expose before all indiscriminately the art of simple nature, which the ancients kept so holily, and which the wisest in modern times have deemed it unprofitable to reveal? The unworthy alone would have it so. The intelligent lovers of truth would bewail nothing more than a desecration of it in incapable hands. Nor will they be offended or grudge the additional pains which a conscientious reserve may occasion them to discover, by a theoretic conduct, the ultimate art of life. The tradition of the preliminary practice, as it has been delivered by each one following his own guide independently, may be regarded as it were a track in the sands easily changeable, and where we ought to conduct ourselves rather by the polar starlight than by any footsteps which are seen implanted there. Besides, the confusion of the tracks which the many wayfarers have left is so great, and one finds so many different paths and wilful deviations, that it is almost impossible not to be led astray from the right road, which the star alone points out for all and each one by his proper sight beholding it. The wilful confusion of the Hermetic doctrine has doubtless checked many aspirants, some in the beginning, others in the middle of their philosophic career, have been disappointed. Many even with a perfect knowledge of the preliminary work, and having the true matter in hand also and means of purification, are said to have faltered in defect of the ultimate theory whereon to proceed. Some, even when they understood this, having already approached through much labor and contemplation towards the end of their journey, having the final purpose also in mind, which their predecessors had dug in the midway between them and the fulfillment of their destined course. I vow sincerely to you, says Eudoxus, in that introduction of his to the 6 keys, that the practice of our art is the most difficult thing in the world, not in regard to its operation, but in respect of the difficulties which are in it. To learn it distinctly fro the books of the philosophers. For if, on the one side, it is called with reason a recreation and play of children, on the other hand, it requires in those who search for the truth a profound knowledge of the principles and of the operations of nature in the 3 kinds, thus Norton says. Great need hath he to be a clerk that would discern this subtil werke. He must know his first philosophy, if he trust to come by ALCHEMY. It is a great point to find out the true matter and proper subject of this work. Even for this we must pierce through 1,000 obscure veils wherewith it has been overspread, we must distinguish it by its proper idea and name, among 1,000,000 of pseudonyms and abstruse appellations, whereby the adepts have chosen to express it. We must learn to understand the properties of it, in order to judge of the possibility of the miracles alleged. And before we can into the abstruse original of nature, we must reflect profoundly and patiently, in order to discriminate the secret fire of the wise, which is the only agent granted by art to purify and dispose nature to a sacrifice of her last life. This, we must know, and the divine law that succeeds to animate her by a revolutionary course. We must learn further how to convert and congeal the newborn quintessence or mercurial water into an incombustible fixed unguent, and, by the entire revolution of its body, to awaken the occult light to life. And to effect this, moreover, adds our author of the Triumph, you must make the conversion of the elements, the separation and the reunion of the 3 principles. You must learn how to make thereof a white mercury and a citron mercury, and you must fix this mercury and nourish it with its own blood, to the end that it may be converted into the fixed sulfur, which is the stone of philosophers. These are the fixed principles of the Hermetic art, in which there is no variableness but in their discovery, which, having already discussed, we proceed to redeem our promise of a more subtle application to practice. And this, without incurring too great a responsibility on ourselves, may we trust be intelligibly conceived from such succeeding evidence as it is expedient only to afford. We read, in the Egyptian fable of Isis and Osiris, that they were sister and brother, and being conjoined in marriage likewise, that their kingdom was cruelly divulsed and usurped by their brother Typhon, who in a malignant and envious spirit killed Osiris, cut his body into pieces and scattered his members to the 4 winds. Isis however, recollecting these, preserved them in a chest which floated on the Nilotic waters in safety until the period arrived for a restitution. When the king was thenceforth resuscitated, and came forth invulnerable from his ashes, and far more powerful than he was before, to the enjoyment of his dominions and rightful throne. Now in this fable, already explained in part, Plutarch, with the adepts also being witnesses, is profoundly couched not only the principiating action of intellect but the methodical art of the same subtle antecedent to bring itself, by begetting a supernatural offspring, into natural effect. And since it is requisite, according to the ancient metaphysics, to consider the doctrine of causes from its principle, and causes are said to subsist in a fourfold respect, one of which they assert to be essence, the subsisting as a certain particular thing, and cause and principle form the first why. But the second cause is matter and that which subsists as a subject, a third is that whence the beginning of motion is derived, and the fourth is a cause opposite to this, viz. that for the sake of which the inquiry subsists, and the good which is the end of regeneration 635. Hence, referring this peripatetic scheme of investigation to the art of wisdom for realization, we may conceive the whole intellectual relationship, And how the speculative motive of the first cause is finally produced in reversionary order from the third, in whom it becomes efficient, by the second into the fourth. As it were a triplicate being of thought, will, and understanding, which, resting in the sole vision of its only begotten perfection, desires not to surpass itself. But, perceiving itself indeed to be the final object of its own first cause, is good, according to the words of the Stagirite, and the end of spiritual generation. These, then, are the universal principles which it has sometimes been deemed expedient in practice to represent, and these are their several relations. Primus dicator in quos sensus dominator. Sensibus aquato gadet natura secundo. Tertius excedit, cujus tolerantia ladet. Destructor sensus nescit procedere quarto. And, as respects the operation of the these, viz. Of the natural, unnatural, and the supernatural fires, they should be quickly lighted, says the Adept 636, lest one should put out the other, or that this should stifle that, over all which the fourth, partaking of the aerial fiery element, supervenes for the accomplishment o' the work. And, as respects the vessels, the first indeed may be considered to be opaque, the second less so, and the third still less so. This last containing truly him who is to be born. And as the embryo in the mother is protected with a triple covering and sustained within until mature, even so is the metaphysical offspring said to be involved, which, by the birth of Horus in the Egyptian fable, is accurately represented, when, Typhon being vanquished, the lawful empire is resumed. Triuna universalis essentia, quae Jehovah appellator et ex uno, divina essentia, dine ex dubus, Deo et homini. Ex tribus, personis et una divina essentia, quem ad monum idiom ex quinque tribus personis, et duobus essentiae nimirum, divinus et simul humanus est 637. Hence the divine monarchy consists, and is established. The primary principles whereof, as here announced, are in their representation familiar, but of the form of the fourth in that burning fiery furnace, we may conceive only from what is written. Behold, I will send you Elijah, the prophet, before the coming of the great and terrible day of the Lord, and he shall turn the hearts of the fathers unto the children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers. Lest I come and strike the earth with a curse. 638. But, say the adepts, natus est jam Elias artista. 639, Elias, the artist, is born already. And this is he that was appointed a forerunner, baptizing with the water unto repentance. 3, who has foreshown all things in his apparition to the wise, whose birth is miraculous in the hypostatic transfiguration, and prior to the divine light. Whom to seek it availeth right not, till the white medicine be fully wrought. Also both medicines in their beginning have one manner of vessel and workinga, as well for the white as for the red, till all quick things be made dead. When vessels and for me of operation shall change in matter, figure, and graduation. But my hurt quaketh, my hand in trembling, when I write of this most selcouth thinge. Hermes brought forth a true sentence and blount, when he said, Ignis et azoth tibi sufficient. 640. It will be unnecessary now to remind the attentive reader of what has been before explained. Nature, indeed, provides us with the foundations of wisdom, and materials wherewith to construct her immortal edifice of light, but it is the work only of a master mason, of grand architects, as the brethren have it, to erect structures in the air. The task is too onerous for inferior craftsmen. It is the part of mind alone to represent herself in this way by her own reflective energy, to embody the ethereal image, and chisel it out in light. O blessed watery form, that dissolveth the elements! Now it behooves us with this watery soul to possess ourselves of a sulphureous form, and to mingle the same with our acetum. For when by the power of the water the composition is dissolved, it is the key of the restoration. And when thou shalt pour forth thy fire upon the foliated sulfur, continues the master, the boundary of hearts, i.e. the final cause, does enter in above it, and is washed in the same, and the mortal matter thereof is extracted. Then is he transformed in his tincture. Our son the king takes his tincture from the fire and death even, and darkness and the waters flee away. The dragon shuns the sunbeams which dart through the crevices, our dead sun lives. The king comes forth from the fire, and rejoices with his spouse, and the occult treasury is laid open. The sun, already vivified, is become a warrior in the fire, of tincture super excellent. For this sun is the treasury, bearing even, in his hand, the philosophic matter 641. Now then bring ye the gifts of salutation to the rain, that, not being withholden, it may descend upon you. And to the dew, if it has received from you gold and silver. Open your eyes, and lift up your horns, ye that are capable to comprehend the elect one, before whose feet all his antecedents fall away, and are consumed. Those mountains which thou hast seen, the mountain of copper, the mountain of silver, the mountain of gold, the mountain of fluid metal, and the mountain of lead, all these in the presence of the elect one shall be like a honeycomb before the four. And like water descending from above upon the mountains, and shall become debilitated before his feet. All these things shall be rejected when the elect one shall appear in the presence of the Lord of Spirits 642. Behold, I will send my messenger and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, who shall abide the day of his coming? And who shall abide the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appeareth? For he is like a refiner's fire, and like fuller's soap. And he shall sit as a refiner and purifier of silver, and he shall purify the sons of Levi, and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto the Lord an offering in righteousness 643. This was he whom the patriarchs and Hebrew prophets looked for, and the ethnic philosophers, in anticipation, adored, who in the sacred humanity of Jesus Christ was at last made manifest, whom of Jesus Christ was at last made manifest. Whom the apostles and early Christian fathers, saints, and martyrs testify of, and with understanding worshipped. Even that which was from the beginning, which they had heard, and seen with their eyes, which they had heard, and seen with their eyes, which they had looked upon, and their hands had handled, of the word of life. For the life was made manifest, and they had seen it, and bear witness, and shew unto us that eternal life was made manifest, and they had seen it, and bear witness, and shew unto us that eternal life, which was with the Father, and was manifested unto them 644. And now also the axe is laid unto the root of the trees, therefore every tree which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down, and cast into the fire. I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire, whose fan is in his hand. And he will thoroughly purge his floor, and gather his wheat into the garner. But the chaff he will burn up with unquenchable fire 645. O mysteries truly sacred! Exclaims the Bishop of Alexandria in holy transport, O pure light, at the light of torches, the veil that covers God and heaven falls off. I am holy now that I am initiated. It is the Lord himself who is the Hierophanta. He sets his seal upon the adepts, whom he illuminates with his beams, and whom he illuminates with his beams, and whom, as a recompense for faith, he will recommend to the eternal love of the Father. These are the orgies of my mysteries, come ye and be received 646. Thus the mysteries of antiquity changed their form only to appear more resplendent when Christianity came to be the prevailing religion. When baptismal regeneration was an effectual rite, and the Eucharist a true consummation. When faith, by humiliation under the exemplar cross of Christ, brought him forth anew in each regenerate life, identically perfect in all things, immortal, and transcending every precedent revelation of the light. As St. Paul, in his epistle to the Hebrew, also bears witness, God, who at sundry times and in divers manners spake in times past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto whose Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. Who bring the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down in the right hand of the Majesty on high 647. Meditate, therefore, says the Theosophist, and study theosophically to reduce the ternary by the quaternary, through the rejection of the binary, to the simplicity of the monad. That thy body, soul, and spirit be gathered to rest in the name of Jesus. 648. Learn to unite the principles of our chaos to a new life, and they will be regenerated by water and the Spirit. These two are in all things, and each has in himself, as Trismegistus says, the seed of his own regeneration. 649. Proceed then patiently but not manually. The work is performed by an invisible artist. For there is a secret incubation of the Spirit of God upon nature. You must only see that the outward heat fails not, but with the subject itself you have no more to do than the mother with child that is in her womb. The two former principles perform all. The Spirit makes use of the water to purge and wash his body, and he will bring it at last to a celestial immortal constitution. Does anyone think this impossible? Further inquires the adept. Remember, that in the incarnation of Jesus Christ, the quaternarius, or four elements, as some call them, were united to their eternal unity in ternarius. 3 and 4 make 7. This sepentary is the true Sabaoth, the rest of God, into which the creature shall enter. This is the best and plainest manuduction that I can give you. In a word, salvation is nothing else but a transmutation 650, of the component principles of life in the circulation. And this is the true metempsychosis which has been the source of many errors in the common acceptancy. But which, in the ancient schools of divinity, signified neither more nor less than a transmigrating of the human identity out of this animal terrene existence through the ethereal elements of its original fundamentals of nature. But in the form alone are found to attain to that supremacy of reason which re-enters to its first cause. When, by a triplicate growth of light in the understanding, becoming consciously allied, it emanates a fourth form, truthful, godlike, being the express image of its motive magically portrayed. The true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. 651, in the Saviour was perfected. One ray of which, intrinsically permeating, is able to cleanse this leprous life of ours, and convert it to the virtue and perfect potency of its whole. And whosoever in any other light or form of light should look for the first cause, or for any other final cause in this, except the first, would seek contrary to reason, against the divine ordinance, and against himself. For nothing else is worth seeking, or can terminate in good, but will be the fruit of the fall only, which Adam took upon himself. The mortal consequences of which are hourly expiated by our race, and which no one, unless he were insane, haply would labor to increase. The rule of wisdom, in the verification of her light, is absolute, and though intermediates apply themselves naturally for the generation, they are rejected in the accomplishment. As it is explained, non fit ad monadis simplicitatem reductio, nisi regitia terprius et typso devotatio et tue abnegatio. For as the absolute identification in theory is not conceived but by self-ablation and avoidance, so, practically, neither is nature reduced to the monadic simplicity of her element but by rejection of her binary conception. For if in the duad the divine idea were suffered immediately to bring forth, an imperfect offspring would result, and discordant by predominance of either generating extreme, as in this life is manifest. But by carrying the circulation upward through a third principle for reprobation, it is rectified, overcome in its proper volition, and dying, if the divine rule be thenceforth followed, is raised again by reversion. And through a diligent analysis passing, as it were, from heaven to earth and from earth to heaven, it receives the strength of superiors and of inferiors, to make manifest the flower of intellect retrospectively to its archetypal source. According to the Hermetic riddle, the first all things in all gave the first second all things in all, from the all in the first second to the third all. That he might discover, know, and possess all things universally. And this, it would seem, is the Catholic art of reason investigating her first source, which the Chaldaic oracle no less orderly pursues. Where the paternal monad is, the monad is enlarged which generates two. For the duad sits beside him and glitters with intellectual sections. And to govern all things and to order everything not ordered. For in the whole world shineth the triad over which the monad rules. This order is the beginning of all sections. For the mind of the Father said that all things be cut into three, whose will assented, and then all things were divided. And there appeared in it, the triad, virtue, wisdom, and multiscient verity. This way floweth the form of the triad, being pre-existent, not the first, essence, but where they are measured. For thou must conceive that all things serve these three principles. Their first course is sacred, but in the middle another, and the third aerial which cherisheth the earth in fire. And fountain of all fountains. The matrix containing all things, hence abundantly springs forth the generation of multivarious matter. Whence is extracted a prester the flower of glowing fire. Flashing into the cavities of the world, for all things from thence begin to extend downwards their admirable beams. 652. Such is the recreant progress of mind, ascending and descending throughout life, for the investigation of its manifold resources and powers. Where there is an exact machinery to be observed, a method which, though simple, is difficult for common sense to conceive aright, a mainspring exquisitely tempered, an enduring pivot, wheel within wheel revolving vitally, mercury, sulfur, and an immortal salt. And as steel draws the lodestone and the lodestone in like manner turns toward steel, so is it with the separated principles of will and understanding in their freed state. It is true, moreover, that our lodestone contains in its inmost center an abundance of that marvelous salt, which is that menstruum in the sphere of Saturn mentioned by Irenaeus, which can calcine gold. This center turns naturally towards the pole where the virtue of the steel is gradually strengthened. In this pole is the heart of the mercury, which is a true fire, in which its lord rests. And passing through this great sea, guided by the light of that polar star which our magnet exhibits, it arrives at its original destination. The wise will rejoice, adds the adept, but fools and the ignorant will hold it for a small things, nor yet learn wisdom, though they should see the central pole extravasated and bearing the notable sign of omnipotence. But let the son of philosophy hearken to the words of the wise, who unanimously declare that their work may be likened to the creation of the world. In the beginning God made heaven and earth. And the earth was without form and void. And darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, Let there be light, and there was light. And these words may suffice, continues the philosopher. For the heaven and earth philosophical, even as agent and patient, must be united upon the throne of friendship and love, where they will thereafter reign together in everlasting honor. 653. Maria sonnet provider quat tralia tonat. Gimmis cum binis fugitivum figit in immis. Horis in trinis vinclap fortia finis. Maria lux roris ligum ligit in tribus horis. Filia Platonis consortia jungit amoris gadet in asata per tria sociata. 654. Thus exalted by a rotary circulation, as it were, from the lowest to the most perfect form of vitality, from its beginning in voluntary indigence, through each succeeding sphere of resolute conception. The spirit goes on to increase and multiply its hidden light outwardly, until its substance, being replenished, it is brought forth to sight. The first has it and refuses it, the second fives it and regards it not, and the fourth, as the artist, applies it to the work in the furtherance, thus proving himself from first to last to be essential, and the greatest handicraft of all. When the stone, so singularly raised up by the builders each in turn rejecting each it, becomes the head stone of the corner. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. And as the stone of the wise is completed in 3 successive circulations, so likewise was the temple of mighty Solomon built up by the joint assistance of Hiram and Queen Sheba, and wonderfully adorned with gold, and silver, and constellated beams. As in the book of Jezirah we also read, that, with the fiery letters of the law, also read, that, with the fiery letters of the law, he engraved the empty, and the void, and the obscure mind, and made, as it were, a heap of grain and a straight statue, and intersected it with joined beams. 655. Which brings to mind those lines in the 19th book of the Odyssey, when Ulysses and Telemachus, removing the weapons out of the armory, Minerva preceded them, having a golden lamp, with which she produced a very beautiful light. On perceiving which, Telemachus thus immediately addresses his father, O father! This is certainly a most admirable thing which presents itself to my eyes. For the walls of the house, the beautiful spaces between the rafters, the fir beams, and the columns appear to rise in radiance as if on fire. Certainly some one of the gods is present who inhabit the extended heaven. But the wise Ulysses thus answered him, "Be silent, repress your intellect, and do not speak. For this is the custom of the gods in Olympus." 656. Homer, therefore, in common with the philosophers of his age, indicates that for the proper reception of divinity, quietude and a cessation of mental energy are becoming necessary to the consummating knowledge of the first cause. And the knowledge of it, says Trismegistus, is a most divine silence, an arrest of all the senses, for neither can he that understand anything else, nor he that see anything else, in some move the body. For, shining steadfastly up and around the whole mind, it enlighteneth all the soul, and loosing it from the bodily senses and motions, it draweth it from the body, and changeth it wholly into the essence of God. We awaken from the intellectual intuition, says Schelling, as from a state of death, and we awaken, by reflection, into that created personality wherein it is impossible any longer to know him. The vision graven in hallowed memory is all that remains to us, for the object of human reason is the limit of its power, and the pure zero of all relative conception waits before the throne of God. But to our work. The last concord is well known to clerks between the sphere of heaven and our subtle works. Nothing in earth hath more simplicity than elements of our stone wall be. Wherefore there, being in work if generation, have most obedience to constellation, whereof concord most kindly convenient, is a direct and fiery ascendant, being sign common for this operation, for the multitude of their iteration. Fortune your ascendant with his lord also, keeping aspect of shrews them fro, and of they must let, or needly infect, cause them look with a triune aspect. For the white work make fortunate the moon. For the lord of the fourth house likewise be it done. For that is thesaurem absconditum of old clerks. So of the sixth house for servants of the works. Save all them well from great impediments. As it is in picture, or like the same in tense. Unless that your nativity pretend infection. In contrariety of this election. The virtue of the over of the orb is from all. The virtue of the eighth sphere is here instrumental. With her signs and figures and parts aspectual. The planet's virtue is proper and special. The virtue of the elements is here material. The virtue infused resulteth of them all. The first is like to a workman's mind. The second like to his hand ye shall find. The third is like a good instrument. The remnant like a thing wrought to your intent. Make all the premises with other well accord. Then shall your merits make you a great lord. In this wise elixir, of whom ye make mention, is engendered a thing of second intention. 657. I could tell thee, says Vaughan, of a first and second sublimation, of a double nativity, visible and invisible, without which the matter is not alterable as to our final purpose. I could tell thee also of sulfurs simple and compounded, of 3 argent vives and as many salts, and all this would be bad news, as the schoolmen phrase it, even to the best learned in England. But I hope not by this discourse to demolish any man's castles, for why should they despair when I contribute to their building? 658. Our magistery is 3, 2, and 1. The animal, vegetable, and mineral stone. First, I say, in the name of the Holy Trinity. Look that thou join in one person's 3. The fixed, the variable, and the fugitive. Till they together taste death and live. The first one is the dragon fell. That shall the other twain both slay and quell. The sun and moon shall lose their light. And in morning sable, they shall seem dight. 60 days long, or near thereabouts. Then shall Phoebus appear first out. With strange colors in all the firmament. Then our joy is coming and at hand present. Then orient Phoebus in his hemisphere. To us full gloriously shall appear. Thus he who can work wisely. shall attain unto our mastery 659. Which magistery is a fiery form of light inspisit, made manifest by a triple introversion and multiplication of the hypostatic unit by the circulatory medium throughout life. Already see the laurel branches wave. Hark! Sounds tumultuous shake the trembling cave. Far, ye profane, far off with beauteous feet. Bright Phoebus comes and thunders at the gate. See! The glad sign the Delian palm hath given. Sudden it bends. And hovering in the heaven, soft sings the swan with melody divine. Burst ope ye bars. Ye gates, your heads expand. He comes. The God of light, the gods at hand. Begin the song, and tread the sacred ground. In mystic dance symphonious to the sound. Begin, young men. Apollo's eyes endure. None but the good, the perfect, and the pure. Who view the God are great, but abject they. For whom he turns his favoring eyes away. All-seeing God. In every place confessed. We will prepare, behold thee, and be blessed. He comes, young men. Nor silent should ye stand. With harp or feet, when Phoebus is at hand 660. Fit thy roof to thy God in all thou canst, continues the philosopher, and in what thou canst not he will help thee. Thou must prepare thyself till thou art conformable to him whom thou wouldest entertain, and that in every way of similitude. Thou hast three that are to receive, and there be here accordingly that give. And when thou hast set thy house in order, think not that thy guest will come without invitation. Perpetual knockings at his door. Tears sullying his transparent rooms. Sighs upon sighs, weep more and more. He comes. This is the way that thou must walk, in which, if thou dost, thou shalt perceive a sudden illumination. Eric in te cum lumen, ignis, cum igni, ventus, cum vento, potestas, cum potestas, scientia, cum scientia, sine mentis integritas 661. And then it is requisite to believe that we have seen him, says Plotinus, when the soul receives a sudden light. For the light is with power, and is God. And then it is proper to think that he is present, when, like another divinity entering the house of someone who invokes him, he fills it with splendor. For, unless he entered, he would not illuminate it, and then the soul would be without light, and without the possession of God 662. But when illuminated, it has that which is sought for, and the thought and understanding are in the experience one. Nec sentire deum nisi capars ipsi de sit. That was the sum of the Hermetic mystery, and the ultimate object of the alchemical art to accomplish. And by such a subtle analysis and pure synthesis of vital agencies and effects, the word of life would seem to have been sought after by our ancestors, and experimentally found, which their neglected scriptures everywhere testify of. And the Smaragdin tablet yet lives summarily instructing us to reprove. True without error, certain and most true, that which is above is as that which is below, and that which is below is as that which is above, for performing the miracles of the one thing. And as all things were from one, by the mediation of one, so all things proceeded from this one thing by adaptation. The father of it is the sun, the mother of it is the moon, the wind carried it in its belly, the nurse thereof is the earth. This is the father of all perfection and consummation of the whole world. The power of it is integral, if it be turned into earth. Thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, gently, with much sagacity. It ascends from earth to heaven, and again descends to earth, and receives the strength of the superiors and of the inferiors. So thou hast the glory of the whole world, therefore let all obscurity flee before thee. This is the strong fortitude of all fortitudes, overcoming every subtle and penetrating every solid thing. So the world was created. Hence were wonderful adaptations, of which this is the manner. Therefore am I called thrice great Hermes, having the three parts of the philosophy of the whole world. That which I have spoken is consummated concerning the operation of the sun. The 6 following keys, delivered into the safe hand of the intelligent inquirer, since they will be useful to none else, may be acceptable. That, without involving more responsibility on ourselves, he may apply their explanatory words as he thinks fit. But we would deter all from hasty trial and avow our willful reservation of an important link in the application of these principles to practice, lest any attempting to realize without a full investigation of the methods should fail utterly in the pursuit. Chapter 3. The 6 Keys of Eudoxus, opening into the most secret philosophy. The first key. The first key is that which opens the dark prisons in which the sulfur is shut up. This is it which knows how to extract the seed out of the body, and which forms the stone of the philosophers by the conjunction of the spirit with the body, of sulfur with mercury. Hermes has manifestly demonstrated the operation of this first key by these words: in the caverns of the metals there is hidden the stone, which is venerable, bright in color, a mind sublime, and an open sea. This stone has a bright glittering, it contains a spirit of a sublime original, it is the sea of the wise, in which they angle for their mysterious fish. But the operations of the 3 works have a great deal of analogy one to another, and the philosophers do designedly speak in equivocal terms, to the end that those who have not the lynx's eyes may pursue wrong, and be lost in this labyrinth, from whence it is very hard to get out. In effect, when one imagines that they speak of one work, they often treat of another. Take heed, therefore, not to be deceived here, for it is a truth, that in each work the wise artist ought to dissolve the body with the spirit. He must cut off the raven's head, whiten the black, and vivify the white, yet it is properly in the first operation that the wise artist cuts off the head of the black dragon and of the raven. Hence, Hermes says, what is born of the crow is the beginning of this art. Consider that it is by separation of the black, foul, and stinking fume of the blackest black that our astral, white, and resplendent stone is formed, which contains in its veins the blood of the pelican. It is at this first purification of the stone, and at this shining whiteness, that the work of the first key is ended. The second key. The second key dissolves the compound of the stone, and begins the separation of the elements in a philosophical manner. This separation of the elements is not made but by raising up the subtle and pure parts above the thick and terrestrial parts. He who knows how to sublime the stone philosophically, justly deserves the name of a philosopher, since he knows the fire of the wise, which is the only instrument which can work this sublimation. No philosopher has ever openly revealed this secret fire, and this powerful agent, which works all the wonders of the art. He who shall not understand it, and not know how to distinguish it by the characters whereby it is described, ought to make a stand here, and pray to God to make it clear to him. For the knowledge of this great secret is rather a gift of heaven, than a light acquired by the natural force of reasoning. Let him, nevertheless, read the writings of the philosophers, let him meditate. And, above all, let him pray. There is no difficulty which may not in the end be made clear by work, meditation, and prayer. Without the sublimation of the stone, the conversion of the elements and the extraction of the principles is impossible. And this conversion, which makes water of earth, air of water, and fire of air, is the only way whereby our mercury can be prepared. Apply yourself then to know this secret fire, which dissolves the stone naturally and without violence, and makes it dissolve into water in the great sea of the wise, by the distillation which is made by the rays of the sun and moon. It is in this manner that the stone, which, according to Hermes, is the vine of the wise, becomes their wine, which, by the operations of art, produces their rectified water of life, and their most sharp vinegar. The elements of the stone cannot be dissolved but by this nature wholly divine, nor can a perfect dissolution be made of it, but after a proportioned digestion and putrefaction, at which the operation of the second key of the first work is ended. The third key. The third key comprehends of itself alone a longer train of operations than all the rest together. The philosophers have spoken very little of it, seeing the perfection of our mercury depends thereon. The sincerest even, as Artephius, Trevisan, Flammel, have passed in silence the preparation of our mercury, and there is hardly one found who has not feigned, instead of showing the longest and the most important of the operations of our practice. With a design to lend you a hand in this part of the way, which you have to go, and where for want of light it is impossible to know the true road, I will enlarge myself more than others have done on this third key. Or at least I will follow in an order, that which they have treated so confusedly, that without the inspiration of heaven, or without the help of a faithful friend, one remains undoubtedly in this labyrinth, without being able to find a happy deliverance from thence. I am sure, that you who are the true sons of science will receive a very great satisfaction in the explaining of these hidden mysteries, which regard the separation and the purification of the principles of our mercury, which is made by a perfect dissolution and glorification of the body, whence it had its nativity, and by the intimate union of the soul with its body, of whom the spirit is the only tie which works this conjunction. This is the intention, and the essential point of the operations of this key, which terminate at the generation of a new substance infinitely nobler than the first. After the wise artist has made a spring of living water come out of the stone, and has pressed out the vine of the philosophers, and has made their wine, he ought to take notice that in this homogeneous substance, which appears under the form of water, there are three different substances, and three natural principles of bodies, salt, sulfur and mercury, which are the spirit, the soul, and the body. And though they appear pure and perfectly united together, there still wants much of their being so. For when by distillation we draw the water, which is the soul and the spirit, the body remains in the bottom of the vessel, like a dead, black, and dredgy earth, which, nevertheless, is not to be despised. For in our subject there is nothing which is not good. The philosopher, John Pontanus, protests that the very superfluities of the stone are converted into a true essence, and that he who pretends to separate anything from our subject knows nothing of philosophy. For that all which is therein superfluous, unclean, dredgy, in fine, the whole compound, is made perfect by the action of our fire. This advice opens the eyes of those, who, to make an exact purification of the elements and of the principles, persuade themselves that they must only take the subtle and cast away the heavy. But Hermes says that power of it is not integral until it be turned into earth. Neither ought the sons of science to be ignorant that the fire and the sulfur are hidden in the center of the earth, and that they must wash it exactly with its spirit, to extract out of it the fixed salt, which is the blood of our stone. This is the essential mystery of the operation, which is not accomplished till after a convenient digestion and a slow distillation. You know that nothing is more contrary than fire and water. But yet the wise artist must make peace between the enemies, who radically love each other vehemently. Cosmopolite told the manner thereof in a few words: all things must therefore being purged make fire and water to be friends, which they will easily do in their earth, which had ascended with them. Be then attentive on this point. Moisten oftentimes the earth with its water, and you will obtain what you seek. Must not the body be dissolved by the water, and the earth be penetrated with its humidity, to be made proper for generation? According to philosophers, the spirit is Eve, the body is Adam, they ought to be joined together for the propagation of their species. Hermes says the same in other terms, for water is the strongest nature which surmounts and excites the fixed nature in the body, that is, rejoices in it. In effect, these two substances, which are of the same nature but of different genders, ascend insensibly together, leaving but a little feces in the bottom of their vessel. So that the soul, spirit, and body, after an exact purification, appear at last inseparably united under a more noble and more perfect form than it was before. And as different from its first liquid form as the alcohol of wine exactly rectified and actuated with its salt is different from the substance of the wine from whence it has been drawn. This comparison is not only very fitting, but it furthermore gives the sons of science a precise knowledge of the operations of the third key. Our water is a living spring which comes out of the stone by a natural miracle of our philosophy. The first of all is the water which issueth out of this stone. It is Hermes who has pronounced this great truth. He acknowledges, further, that this water is the foundation of our art. The philosophers give it many names. For sometimes they call it wine, sometimes water of life, sometimes vinegar, sometimes oil, according to the different degrees of preparation, or according to the diverse effects which it is capable of producing. Yet I let you know that it is properly called the vinegar of the wise, and that in the distillation of this divine liquor there happens the same thing as in that of common vinegar. You may hence draw instruction, the water and the phlegm ascend first, the oily substance, in which the efficacy of the water consists, comes the last, etc. It is therefore necessary to dissolve the body entirely to extract all its humidity which contains the precious ferment, the sulfur, that balm of nature, and wonderful unguent. Without which you ought not to hope ever to see in your vessel this blackness so desired by all the philosophers. Reduce then the whole compound into water, and make a perfect union of the volatile with the fixed. It is a precept of seniors, which deserves attention, that the highest fume should be reduced to the lowest. For the divine water is the thing descending from heaven, the reducer of the soul to its body, which it at length revives. The balm of life is hid in these unclean feces. You ought to wash them with this celestial water until you have removed away the blackness from them, and then your water shall be animated with this fiery essence, which works all the wonders of our art. But, further, that you may not be deceived with the terms of the compound, I will tell you that the philosophers have two sorts of compounds. The first is the compound of nature, whereof I have spoken in the first key. For it is nature which makes it in a manner incomprehensible to the artist, who does nothing but lend a hand to nature by the adhibition of external things, by the means of which she brings forth and produces this admirable compound. The second is the compound of art. It is the wise man who makes it by the secret union of the fixed with the volatile, perfectly conjoined with all prudence, which cannot be acquired but by the lights of a profound philosophy. The compound of art is not altogether the same in the second as in the third work, yet it is always the artist who makes it. Geber defines it, a mixture of argent vive and sulfur, that is to say, of the volatile and the fixed, which, acting on one another, are volatilized and fixed reciprocally into a perfect fixity. Consider the example of nature. You see that the earth will never produce fruit if it be not penetrated with its humidity, and that the humidity would always remain barren if it were not retained and fixed by the dryness of the earth. So, in the art, you can have no success if you do not in the first work purify the serpent, born of the slime of the earth. If you do not whiten these foul and black feces, to separate from thence the white sulfur, which is the sal ammoniac of the wise, and their chaste Diana, who washes herself in the bath. And all this mystery is but the extraction of the fixed salt of our compound, in which the whole energy of our mercury consists. The water which ascends by distillation carries up with it a part of this fiery salt, so that the effusion of the water on the body, reiterated many times, impregnates, fattens, and fertilizes our mercury, and makes it fit to be fixed. Which is the end of the second work. One cannot better explain this truth than by Hermes, in these words: When I saw that the water by degrees did become thicker and harder, I did rejoice, for I certainly knew that I should find what I sought for. It is not without reason that the philosophers give this viscous liquor the name of pontic water. Its exuberant ponticity is indeed the true character of its virtue, and the more you shall rectify it, and the more you shall work upon it, the more virtue will it acquire. It has been called the water of life, because it gives life to the metals. But it is properly called the great lunaria, because of its brightness wherewith it shines. Since I speak only to you, ye true scholars of Hermes, I will reveal to you one secret which you will not find entirely in the books of the philosophers. Some of them say, that of the liquor they make two mercuries, the one white and the other red. Flammel has said more particularly, that one must make use of the citron mercury to make the imbibition of the red. Giving notice to the sons of art not to be deceived on this point, as he himself had been, unless the Jew had informed him of the truth. Others have taught that the white mercury is the bath of the moon, and that the red mercury is the bath of the sun. But there are none who have been willing to show distinctly to the sons of science by what means they may get these two mercuries. If you apprehend me well, you have the point already cleared up to you. The lunaria is the white mercury, the most sharp vinegar is the red mercury. But the better to determine these two mercuries, feed them with flesh of their own species, the blood of innocents whose throats are cut, that is to say, the spirits of the bodies are the bath where the sun and moon go to wash themselves. I have unfolded to you a great mystery. If you reflect well on it, the philosophers who have spoken thereof have passed over this important point very slightly. Cosmopolite has very wittily mentioned it by an ingenious allegory, speaking of the purification of the mercury. This will be done, says he, if you shall give our old man gold and silver to swallow, that he may consume them. And at length he also dying may be burnt. He makes an end of describing the whole magistery in these terms: let his ashes be strewed in the water, boil it until it is enough, and you have a medicine to cure the leprosy. You must not be ignorant that our old man is our mercury. This name indeed agrees with him because he is the first matter of all metals. He is their water, as the same author goes on to say, and to which he gives also the name of steel and of the lodestone. Adding for a greater confirmation of what I am about to discover to you, that if gold couples with it 11 times it sends forth its seed, and is debilitated almost unto death. But the Chalybes conceives and begets a son more glorious than the father. Behold a great mystery which I reveal to you without an enigma. This is the secret of the 2 mercuries which contain the 2 tinctures. Keep them separately, and do not confound their species, for fear they should beget a monstrous lineage. I not only speak to you more intelligibly than any philosopher before has done, but I also reveal to you the most essential point in the practice, if you meditate thereon, and apply yourself to understand it well. But above all, if you work according to those lights which I give you, you may obtain what you seek for. And if you come not to these knowledges by the way which I have pointed out to you, I am very well assured that you will hardly arrive at your design by only reading the philosophers. Therefore despair of nothing, search the source of the liquor of the sages, which contains all that is necessary for the work. It is hidden under the stone, strike upon it with the red of magic fire, and a clear fountain will issue out. Then do as I have shown you, prepare the bath of the king with the blood of the innocents, and you will have the animated mercury of the wise, which never loses its virtue, if you keep it in a vessel well closed. Hermes says that there is so much sympathy between the purified bodies and the spirits, that they never quit one another when they are united together, because this union resembles that of the soul with the glorified body. After which faith tells us, there shall be no more separation or death, because the spirits desire to be in the cleansed bodies, and having them, they enliven and dwell in them. By this you may observe the merit of this precious liquor, to which the philosophers have given more than 1,000 different names, which is in sum the great alkahest, which radically dissolves the metals, a true permanent water which, after having radically dissolved them, is inseparably united to them, increasing their weight and tincture. The 4th key. The 4th key of the art is the entrance to the second work, and a reiteration in part and development of the foregoing. It is this which reduces our water into earth. There is but this only water in the world, which by a bare boiling can be converted into earth, because the mercury of the wise carries in its center its own sulfur, which coagulates it. The terrification of the spirit is the only operation of this work. Boil them with patience. If you have proceeded well, you will not be a long time without perceiving the marks of this coagulation. And if they appear not in their time, they will never appear, because it is an undoubted sign that you have failed in some essential thing in the former operations. For to corporify the spirit, which is our mercury, you must have well dissolved the body in which the sulfur which coagulates the mercury is enclosed. But Hermes assumes that our mercurial water shall obtain all the virtues which the philosophers attribute to it if it be turned into earth. An earth admirable is it for fertility, the land of promise of the wise, who, knowing how to make the dew of heaven fall upon it, cause it to produce fruits of an inestimable price. Cultivate then diligently this precious earth, moisten it often with its own humidity, dry it as often, and you will no less augment its virtue than its weight and its fertility. The 5th key. The 5th key includes the fermentation of the stone with the perfect body, to make thereof the medicine of the 3rd order. I will say nothing in particular of the operation of the 3rd work, except that the perfect body is a necessary leaven of our paste, and that the spirit ought to make the union of the paste with the leaven in the same manner as water moistens meal, and dissolves the leaven to compose a fermented paste fit to make bread. This comparison is very proper. Hermes first made it, saying, that as a paste cannot be fermented without a ferment, so when you shall have sublimed, cleansed and separated the foulness from the feces, and would make the conjunction, put a ferment to them and make the water earth, that the paste may be made a ferment. Which repeats the instruction of the whole work, and shows, that just so as the whole lump of the paste becomes leaven, by the action of the ferment which has been added, so all the philosophic confection becomes, by this operation, a leaven proper to ferment a new matter, and to multiply it to infinity. If you observe well how bread is made, you will find the proportions also, which you ought to keep among the matters which compose our philosophical paste. Do not the bakers put more meal than leaven, and more water than the leaven and the meal? The laws of nature are the rules you ought to follow in the practice of our magistery. I have given you, upon the principal point, all the instructions which are necessary for you, so that it would be superfluous to tell you more of it. Particularly concerning the last operations, about which the adepts have been less reserved than at the first, which are the foundations of the art. The sixth key. The sixth key teaches the multiplication of the stone, by the reiteration of the same operation, which consists but in opening and shutting, dissolving and coagulating, imbibing and drying. Whereby the virtues of the stone are infinitely augmentable. As my design has been not to describe entirely the application of the three medicines, but only to instruct you in the more important operations concerning the preparation of mercury, which the philosophers commonly pass over in silence. To hide the mysteries from the profane which are only intended for the wise, I will tarry no longer on this point, and will tell you nothing more of what relates to the projection of the medicine, because the success you expect depends not thereon. I have not given you very full instructions except on the third key, because it contains a long train of operations which, though simple and natural, require a great understanding of the laws of nature, and of the qualities of our matter, as well as a perfect knowledge of chemistry and of the different degrees of heat which are fitting for these operations. I have conducted you by the straight way without any winding, and if you have well minded the road which I have pointed out to you, I am sure that you will go straight to the end without straying. Take this in good part from me, in the design which I had of sparing you 1,000 labors and 1,000 troubles, which I myself have undergone in this painful journey for want of an assistance such as this is. Which I give you from a sincere heart and a tender affection for all the true sons of science. I should much bewail, if, like me, after having known the true matter, you should spend 15 years entirely in the work, in study, and in meditation, without being able to extract out of the stone the precious juice which it encloses in its bosom. For want of knowing the secret fire of the wise, which makes to run out of this plant, dry and withered in appearance, a water which wets not the hands, and which by a magical union of the dry water of the sea of the wise, is dissolved into a viscous water, into a mercurial liquor, which is the beginning, the foundation, and the key of our art, convert, separate and purify the elements, as I have taught you. And you will possess the true mercury of the philosophers, which will give you the fixed sulfur and the universal medicine. But I give you notice, moreover, that even after you shall be arrived at the knowledge of the secret fire of the wise, yet still you shall not attain your point at your first career. I have erred many years in the way which remains to be gone, to arrive at the mysterious fountain where the king bathes himself, is made young again, and retakes a new life exempt from all sorts of infirmities. Besides this you must know how to purify, to heal, and to animate the royal bath. It is to lend you a hand in this secret way that I have expatiated under the third key, where all those operations are described. I wish with all my heart that the instructions which I have given you may enable you to go directly to the end. But remember, ye sons of philosophy, that the knowledge of our magistery comes rather by the inspiration of heaven than from the lights which we can get by ourselves. This truth is acknowledged by all artists. It is for good reason that it is not enough to work, pray daily, read good books, and meditate night and day on the operations of nature, and on what she may be able to do when she is assisted by the help of our art. And by these means you will succeed without doubt in your undertaking. This is all I have now to say to you. I was not willing to make you such a long discourse as the matter seemed to demand. Neither have I told you anything but what is essential to our art. So that if you know the stone which is the only matter of our stone, and if you have the understanding of our fire, which is both secret and natural, you have the keys of the art, and you can calcine our stone. Not by the common calcination which is made by the violence of fire, but by a philosophic calcination which is purely natural. Yet observe this, with the most enlightened philosophers, that there is this difference between the common calcination which is made by the force of fire and the natural calcination. That the first destroys the body and consumes the greatest part of its radical humidity, but the second does not only preserve the humidity of the body in calcining it, but still considerably augments it. Experience will give you knowledge in the practice of this great truth, for you will in effect find that this philosophical calcination, which sublimes and distills the stone in calcining it, much augments its humidity. The reason is that the igneous spirit of the natural fire is corporified in the substances which are analogous to it. Our stone is an astral fire which sympathizes with the natural fire, and which, as a true salamander receives its nativity, is nourished and grows in the elementary fire, which is geometrically proportioned to it. The keys of Eudoxus open no more. And as these last ones, entering to the multiplication and projection, are avowedly defective, and the information may be interesting to the studious, we propose to supply it briefly from another and not less credible source. It remains only for the work of multiplication, says the author of the Open Entrance, to take one part of the perfect matter and to join it with 3 or 4 parts at most of the mercury of the first work. And to place both in a vessel well luted and sealed. And, by the help of a gentle and well-regulated fire, you will see with satisfaction all the operations before named pass through rapidly in 7 days, and the virtue is augmented 1,000 times in this revelation above what it was before. Then repeat thereupon the same operation, and all will be run through before your eyes in 3 days, and the matter will have again attained by this a redoubled virtue. After this, if you desire to repeat the same work, 1 natural day will complete the whole, and every regiment of the colors will in that brief space be passed through. Which, if the same process be again repeated, an hour will suffice, increasing likewise in multiplicable proportion, thousands by thousands. So that at length, if you multiply it a 5th time, you will no longer be able to calculate the strength of the medicine. Render thanks to God, then, who hath put into thy possession the universal treasury of nature. And for the final projection, as the metal-line perfectibility of the matter is sometimes called, we have this concluding advice: take 1 part of your perfect stone, whether white or red. Then cause to be melted in a crucible 4 parts of one of the fixed metals, i.e., silver if it be for the white, or gold if it be for the red, joined to this 1 part of the stone, according to the kind that you desire to produce. Throw the whole into a horn, and there will result to you a pulverizable mass. Take then 10 parts of mercury purged and purified, place it on the fire, and when it begins to crackle and to smoke throw in 1 part of your powder, which will, in the twinkling of an eye as it were, penetrate the mercury. Melt this with an augmented fire, and you will have the medicine, though of an inferior order. Take 1 part of this last matter and project it on any metal so that it be only purified and set in fusion. Project only as much of the stone as you desire to tinge of the metal, and you will have gold or silver more pure than that which nature ever yields. However, it is always best to make projection by degrees until the stone yields no more tincture. Because in projecting a small quantity of powder on a large quantity of imperfect, except indeed out mercury alone, the stone sustains great loss on account of the impurities with which they abound. Therefore, the more the metal is purified before projection, the more successful will be transmutation. 663. But, be it remembered, there is a twofold fermentation, a spiritual and a bodily. The spiritual fermentation is performed by multiplying the tinctures, which is not done with common gold to silver, for they are not tinctures, but gross compacted bodies. Be thou well advised, says Sendivogus in his Praxis, that thou takest not common gold or silver, for these are dead, take ours which are living. Then put them into our fire and let there be made of them a dry liquor. First of all the earth will be resolved into water which is called the mercury of philosophers, and that water shall resolve those bodies of gold and silver. And shall consume them so that there shall remain but the 10th part with 1 part. And this shall be the radical moisture of the metals. Then take water and salt niter, which comes from our earth in which there is a river of living water, if thou digest the pit knee deep, therefore take the water out of that. But take that which is clear, upon this put that radical moisture. And set it over the fire of putrefaction and generation, not on such a one as thou didst in the first operation, govern all things with a great deal of discretion, until colors appear like a peacock's tail. Govern it by digesting it, and be not weary, until these colors be ended, and there appear throughout the whole one green color, and so of the rest. And when thou shalt see in the bottom ashes of a fiery color and the water almost red, open the vessel, dip in a pen, and smear some iron with it. If it tinge, have in readiness that water which has been spoken of, and put in so much of that water as the cold air was which went in, boil it again with the former fire, until it tinge again. So far reached my experience, I can do no more, says the wary artist, I found out no more. Now that water must be the menstruum of the world, out of the sphere of the moon so often rectified until it can calcine gold 664. And when thou hast made the stone and magic medicine, says Vaughan, and it is become a liquid fiery spiritual substance, shining like the sun, in this complexion, if you would project it, you would hardly find the just proportion, the virtue of the medicine is so intensive and powerful. The philosophers therefore take one part of their stone and cast it upon 10 parts of pure molten gold, this single grain brings all the gold to a bloody powder. And, on the contrary, the gross body of the gold abates the spiritual strength of the projected grain. This descent or incorporation, some wise authors have called a bodily fermentation. But the philosophers did not use common gold to make their stone, though so many deceptively write about it, they used it only to qualify the utensive power of it when it was made, that they might the more easily find what quantity of base metal they should project upon. By this means they reduced their medicine to a dust, and this dust is the Arabian elixir. This elixir the philosophers could carry about them. But the medicine itself not so, for it is such a subtle moist fire that there is nothing but its proper glass that will hold it 665. And it sufficeth in one glass to put so much of composition as may cost the price of half an ounce of fold, which shut with Hermes' seal, no fear it should be lost, except some error be committed, which how to avoid I faithfully shall teach 666. And because our intention is to the changing of metals into gold, says the author of Lucerna Solis, it is requisite that they should first be fermented with very good and most pure gold. For otherwise the imperfect metals would not be able to support its too great and supreme subtlety, but there would rather ensue loss and damage in the projection. The imperfect and impure metals, let not the allusion here be misapprehended, must also be purified, if one will draw any profit therefrom. 1 dram of gold is sufficient for the fermentation in the red, and 1 dram of silver for the fermentation in the white. And the artist need not be at the trouble of buying gold or silver for this fermentation, because, with one single very small part, the tincture may afterwards be augmented more and more in such a manner that whole ships might be loaded with the precious metal that would accrue from this confection. For if this medicine be multiplied, and be again dissolved and coagulated by the virtue of its mercury, white or red, of which it was prepared, then the tinging virtue will be augmented each time by 10 degrees in perfection, which may be reiterated as often as one pleases. 667. Like the sun's atoms, 'tis the powder fine, white for the white, and red for red projection. The metals, by it tined, exceed the mine in purity, and such is its perfection, that he who hath it in an hour's space, and less than, may command in any place. At first it is of virtue very small, compared with the might it doth attain, by oft reiteration. Whoso shall it oft dissolve, and then congeal again, shall find a medicine that will translate innumerable parts to soul's estate. 'Tis ponderous and yet in grains divided. That powder all appears as soft as silk. On metal it, like wax, in flux is guided. To enter to the center, just like milk, is penetrated by the rennet sour, and curdled in the minute of an hour. This medicine is best thus to project. First on a portion of the metal pure, which of the powder is to be effect. As red on gold, on silver eke be sure. The white to throw, one part of this, your Stone on 4 of metal, or else 5 to 1. Then brittle like to glass that mass will be. Of color bright and shining very clear. Yet not transparent, also thou shalt see. Its virtue lessened, which will appear to view most glittering, like a ruby fair. Then upon argent vive cast this with care. On 10 parts one so long project until the tincture to decrease thou shalt perceive. Which being done, also thou shalt see. Most perfect soul and loon from fire receive. Thus guide thy operation and be sure. The effect will prove both gold and silver pure. And if thou list thy essence to augment, in goodness or in weight, thou so mayst work, that never shall thy stock with use be spent. So great a power in this stone doth lurk, that it, like fire, is apt to multiply itself in weight as eke in dignity. A portion once I saw, and found by proof, that which a man's belief might far exceed, of the red medicine, which for behoof of such how to this science may proceed, I shall declare, by which may well appear, that useless it is not, as many fear. I saw then, as I said, a powder so increased in virtue, scarce to be believed, that so small quantity, as scarce would show in bulk a grain, nor weighed much more indeed, which yet to gold so great a quantity could well transmute as may be deemed a lie. No man by art its number could attain. So great it was, yet it was the tincture sound. For on an ounce projected was that grain, in which perfection did so abound, that all was essence made, of which 1 grain was cast upon 10 times as much again. That is 1 ounce in 10, and these likewise on 10 times more, which yet was medicine made. 10 more to 1 of these would not suffice to meddle it to bring, nor was delayed. So with these oft projection made before, but 1 at last tinged 90,000 more 668. And the author of the Rosary declares that he who shall have accomplished this art, even though he were to live thousands of years, and every say maintain thousands of men, of curing all yet he would never know scarcity. Having attained this blessed abundance, also, not by the oppression of others or by unlawful means, but by industry, patience, and the labor of his own hand. And not only, continues Irenaeus, could he transmute baser metals into gold and silver, but make precious stones also more beautiful and perfect than those of nature, and would possess a universal medicine, moreover, capable of curing all diseases. Even one adept, were he permitted, might impart health to the whole world. 669. But lest this kind of testimony should grow egregious, and our book, by ill hazard falling into the hand of some credulous dunce or adventurous gold-seeker, should detain either for a moment to deliberate about looking at home for that which their instinct and proper destiny would otherwise direct them to find abroad, we desist, and implore these, should there be any, as they value their own lives and peace of mind and fortune, to regard nothing of all that has been written. For would it not, even supposing the whole of the assertions to be true, and which literally taken they are not, would it not, we ask, be a delirious speculation for any one to undertake to make the precious metal which is to be had in plentiful abundance, already elaborated by nature, ripe, and easy to his hand, to be had for the mere gathering, and if not without some natural, yet without laborious study or other mystical alloy? Let not one then be allured by the ultimate promises of alchemy, which are the rewards only of a long-suffering and laborious life, of unwearying thought, patience under afflictions, conquest over unruly passions, hunger, thirst, stripes merited and unmerited, persecutions, indigence, self-denial, all which philosophers have undergone, even encountering the terrors of death and hell itself in pursuit of their object, which was not gold however, or silver, but the substance of these things, which, after all, when it was gotten by them, was despised and swallowed up in the vision of a yet more alluring prospect of the light. To sum up then, Lest we should never come to an end of this fugitive pursuit, in the last operation the union of the philosophic stone is said to be finally cemented, in its component parts agreeing and having relation to the external world. Which union or consummation of its transmutative virtue is called fermentation. Mark the harmonious mystery, that which in the Kabbalah is denominated the union of man, reduced to the simplicity of the monad, with God, that in metaphysical chemistry is called fermentation. The most pious and experienced amongst the adepts do not demur either to compare the phenomena of their work to the gospel tradition of the life of Christ and our human redemption. Cunrath, Bohm, Freer, Gracius, and various others amongst the more modern, agree with the early adepts. Pointing out too how, in every minute respect, their magistry not only corresponds, but is in every deed a type, and promise, and foundation of our Christian creed. Not, be it understood, that they identify or in the least confound the metal-line perfection, which belongs to the primary evolution of life only, with the ultimate divine association. But they show that their stone exhibits, alike in its origin, development and artificial preparation throughout, the universal law of light in nature. And as man, united with God, becomes divinely empowered, and therefore can do what he wills, since he wills what God himself does in consonance with reason, so does the philosopher's stone in the greater world. Fermented in its parts by reason of the fermentation, transform itself into what it wills, and works for the diverse natures of all things, co-equals itself to all, to every and each, and to universals. It is the universal medium of restoration and preservation, says Cunrath, which by its own equilibriate virtue expels suffering in every disease whether of mind or body, in either kingdom of nature rectifying, according to the capability of each. Metals it is said to benefit by transference of their radical moisture, depriving its terrestriety in foreign oxides, vegetables, by an increase of their efflorescent spirit, and animals, according to the natural exigence of their being. Azoth of our stone, continues he, reduces bodies to their first matter and reanimates them with the universal form, crystals it advances to gems, and many pearls artificially it concretes into one. Metals, also, as I myself have seen, crystals, gems, as well as gold, it makes fluid and potable, it frees animals from disease, and preserves them in the strength of its virtue, I refreshes vegetables, tough nearly dead it will revive them. Fermented with the specific essence of simples, and methodically applied in a fitting lamp, its enduring water, lighted by art, burns perpetually, forever. It expels and drives away evil spirits from the possessed, wherefore not? There are particular potencies in nature which malignant powers give way to, why not to the universal? The author of confusion could not endure symmetry. It exalts and ennobles natural ability in the healing art, and it draws down sublime memory and prudence. It wonderfully excites perpetual joy, and an honest boldness and fortitude of mind exhilarating all life. And, that I may include many things in a few words, it is miraculously efficient in all the production of nature, also the sublunary spirits, for every and all of these, by an inherent necessity, obey this stone 670. For this powerful vivific ens is of the same origin as that which it assimilates, viz. The universal spirit, which has been so often fermented, rectified, and recalcined, until the central force, wholly drawn out, acts forcibly at the circumference, and is able to draw, by a supernatural magnetism, the homogeneal nature everywhere into itself, according to the rational form inbred. And hence we may conceive why the Hermetic philosophers have given it the name of Azoth, which adheres to bodies. Which if thou dost rightly conceive, says Cunrath, thou art he of whom it may be truly said, he who has begun aright, has done half of the whole. The stone is fermented with its metal existing in the highest purity, with pure silver for the white, and with red for fine gold. And this is the work of 3 days 671. The stone is here said accurately to be fermented with its own metal, for is not light the true orific seed. Not common light, but that which in the first rotary wheel of life becomes efficient, which is potentially included everywhere in either kingdom of nature, though laid asleep. Or what else should possibly transmute or multiply by its own assimilative virtue? What else but light can multiply, or does multiply, anyhow or anywhere? And if everywhere else, why not in the mineral kingdom, when set free to attract its proper fuel indeficiently, without heterogeneous hindrance or alloy? And if in the mineral kingdom it can overcome no great inertness, and renews the vegetable spirit, imparting health and increase to decaying nature, how much greater benefits will it not bestow on man who nourished it? Nor in the outward ministration of the medicament only, but above all, and most permanently, in the vital rectification. Thus Julian, in his oration to the extramundane mother, for example, tells us that when the soul gives herself to divinity, and wholly delivers herself to the guidance of a better nature, divine institutions, through purification, taking the lead, the divine light will immediately shine on her. And, in consequence of being thus deified, she transfuses a certain vigorous strength into her connate spirit, which when included, and as it were possessing dominion, becomes, through this spirit the cause of safety to the whole body. For, continues the emperor, diseases, or at least the greater part, happen from the mutative and erroneous motion of the spirit, which physicians likewise allow, or, at all events, that those most difficult to be cured originate from thence. For health is a certain symmetry or equilibrium of nature, which it is the preeminent power of the telestic art to impart, ordering all things by the unity within. And, indeed, the oracles testify the truth of these assertions, when they declare that through purifying ceremonies bodies become worthy of receiving divine assistance and health. And that the mortal vestment of bitter matter will be by these means be preserved. Harmonia resonat namque, sub qua est corpus mortale. Extendens, igni mentem, as opus pietatis, et fluxile corpus servabit 672. And that which a man has received, will he not be able to impart again, and bestow of this exuberant felicity for the benefaction of others? Or at it is so related of Hippocrates, that he cured extraordinary maladies because he was endowed with a divine nature, and had carried up medicine from a low estate unto great achievements. For he was the descent of many generations, and a divine man, as the tradition says, by direct descent from Aesculapius on the father's side, and by his mother Praxithea of the race of the Heraclides. Wherefore from both seeds he had his origin from the gods. For he was initiated as a young beginner in medicinal affairs by his great-grandfather, so far as he knew. But himself did also teach himself, having made use of a divine nature, the whole art. And, in the industry of his mind, he as far excelled his progenitors as he also exceeded them in the excellency of art. For he takes away, continues the narrator, not only the kind of bestial, but also of brutishly fierce and wild diseases, through a great part of the land and sea, dispersing the succors of Aesculapius, even as Triptolemus the seed of Ceres. Balmy health and healing virtues, such as sage Chiron, sire of pharmacy, first taught Achilles, and Achilles the 673. Therefore he hath most justly obtained divine honors in many places of the earth, and is made worthy by the Athenians of the same gifts with Hercules and Aesculapius. And this man is the father and preserver of health, the curer of all griefs. In sum, this man is the prince of divine knowledge, concludes the Persian, Patrice, in his epistle addressing Artaxerxes, send thou for him 674. Honor the physician with the honor due unto him, says Solomon. For the Lord created him, as if he specially were above all men created by God, who is able to heal the sick and restore life to the distressed, which all physicians, however, are notable, but a physician chosen by God, continues Helmont. His own signs shall follow, and wonders for the schools. For he shall prepare to the honor of God his free gifts, to the comfort of his neighbor, compassion shall be his leader. For he shall possess truth in his heart, and knowledge in his understanding. Charity and the mercy of the Lord shall enlighten his way, and he shall bestow favor of the Lord, and the hope of gain shall not be in his thoughts. For the Lord is rich and liberal, and will give him 100-fold in an heaped-up measure. He will fructify his work, and anoint his hands with blessing. He will fill his mouth with consolation and with the trumpet of his word, from which diseases shall flee. He will fill his life with length of days, his house with riches, and nigh children with the fear of the Lord. His footsteps shall bring felicity, and diseases shall be in his sight as snow in the noonday of summer in an open valley. Curse and punishment shall flee away, and health shall follow him. These are the promises of the Lord unto physicians whom he hath chosen. These are the blessings of those who walk in the path of mercy. Because the Lord loveth those that work mercy. And therefore he will enlighten them with his Spirit, the Comforter. For who is liberal as the Lord, who giveth many things freely, and, for some small matter, bestoweth all things? Blessed is the Lord who saves the merciful, and who saves him that is to be saved freely. And consolation shall meet the merciful man in the way of hope, because he has chosen a faithful master. BT, continues the same estimable narrator, arrogance and sloth, which long since extinguished charity, but a few ages ago sequestered a chirurgeon also from a physician. Wherefore afterward servants handled the manual instruments and operations, as if the unbeseemed a Christian to help his neighbor with his hands. In the meantime some noble matrons healed defects with their own hands that were despaired of by physicians. And truly after that the study of ambition and gain were practiced, charity grew cold, mercy was extinguished, art perished, and the giver of lights withdrew his gifts. The number of our calamities increased, and physicians were made the fable of the vulgar. Ruth remained buried in the grave of science, and instead thereof a confused kind of brawling arose, being discursive, which was accounted for doctrine. And those false doctors described and drew of themselves a whole army of diseases, almost grieving, too, that the catalogue of them was yet so small. For they, being allured with the facility of the art of Galen, promised to measure all diseases by the geometrical demonstrations of degrees of heat and cold, and to heal them all thereby. Chirurgeons also, as well the modern as the ancient, from an imitation and emulation of these, largely and widely treated promiscuously all diseases, snatching the cures of them all under themselves, in the sight and despite of their former masters. Because at first, and from the root of medicinal ordination, all things belong to be cured only and alone by physicians, but unto chirurgeons afterwards only by permission and from favor. Both of them have failed, however, under a confused strife and become inefficient. 675. So the origin, decline, and fall of the healing art has been pictured by one of its brightest ornaments. And truly is it not deplorable to think that knowledge once so perfectly attained and demonstrated in its efficacy, should, by a degenerate usage, have been lost to mankind? The accounts given by Van Helmont of the cures which he himself alone effected of some 10,000 individuals yearly, without any diminution of his medicine, would now be unaccredited, except by those few, perhaps, who, with a fragment of the same virtue, have, by a benevolent application, learnt to conceive something of the illimitable powers and artificial increase of vitalization. These will vindicate the light, if any, who observing its first dawn, shall suffer it again to fall into disuse through negligence, or by obloquy be tempted to an uncharitable ambuscade. And then have we no other defects than those of body to distress us? Are not our minds, too, ailing, and is there no balm ready? Is there no physician there? In Greece there were many temples to many gods, to Ceres, Minerva, Apollo, Bacchus, and the rest, all ministering to the defects of mind, educating and disciplining the understanding for the conception of wisdom and a better life within. Aesculapius was a demigod only amongst them, who is of modern mesmerism the only just pride. Honor the physician with the honor due unto him for the use you may have of him, for the Lord created him. There is a time when in his hands there is a good success, then let him not go from thee, for hast need of him. 676. But to whom hath the root of wisdom been revealed, or who hath known her wise counsels? Unto whom hath the knowledge of wisdom been made manifest? Or who hath understood her great experience? She is with every man, replies the prophet, according to his gift, but her secret is with the faithful. 677. Now such a faith as the Scriptures inculcate as bestowing wisdom on the possessor is unknown at this day. Nor does man any longer seek after the truth that is in himself, rarely imagines it even, so far do we live without the true knowledge of ourselves. We pray the liberal reader to reflect, therefore, and link his imagination to the probabilities of reason, and ponder on the testimony of experience, and believe that mesmerism, as it is mechanically practiced in the present day, is a first step indeed, and this only before the entrance of that glorious temple of divine wisdom which a more scientific handicraft enabled the ancients experimentally to enter, and from its foundation build up, as it were, a crystalline edifice of light and truth. The materials are yet present with us, the foundations easily laid, the will only is wanting to discover the way, and faith to resuscitate the cornerstone, which ignorance has rejected from immemorial time. For if man does not enter in to understand himself, and the evil under which he lies enchanted in this life, he cannot understand the ancient doctrine concerning the fall or regeneration, or presume to deliver matter from the original curse, or be instrumental in the restoration. While Adam stood in paradisiacal innocency, explains the Theosophist, the eternal Word was his leader, and had dominion in him, his life, which was a clear flame, burned in and was nourished by that pure spirit of the divine substantiality, which, together with the water of eternal life, generated in the angelical world, gave forth a glorious and bright shining light. Immediately after the fall of man, God said to the serpent, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Herein the philosopher's stone or tincture lieth. For though this concerneth man, in the first place, yet secondly it concerneth the whole creation. The bruising of the serpent's head is done spiritually and corporally, both in nature and in the soul, and though in different degrees, yet by a parallel process in each. The serpent's sting is the wrath fire, and the woman's seed the light and love fire, these two are in everything. The former predominated in outward nature, by the fall, and therefore the latter must be raised up, and by its shining through the wrath, must subdue and keep it under, taking away from it its predominant power, so that it may exercise its true natural office as a servant to the light. That these two may no more stand in opposition to each other, but be one thing reharmonized by light and love, and reintroduced into paradise. When the dark poisoning Mercury is thus tinctured, his anguishing death is turned into triumphing life, and his former dark desire into the desire of light, which is able to make a pure love and light substantially, viz. a heavenly body out of an earthly. The whole work therefore consists summarily herein, that two natures be reduced to one, as they were at the beginning. A heavenly and an earthly matter are to be mutually united and brought to a heavenly consistency. Earth must be turned in, and heaven out. The Mercury which is therein doth all this itself, the artist is not to attempt it, he cannot do it, he is to prepare the way, the matter as is requisite, and leave the work to be done by the workman which is in it already. Nevertheless, understanding and faith are required of him. His design being no less than to redeem matter from the curse, and to raise it from the dead, which never can be done by one who is dead himself in his understanding and internal life. 678. Who then is competent, who qualified to minister in so great a matter? Who but he that the Spirit has already prepared, and endowed with prudence for the undertaking? He that is holy, he that is true, he that hath the key of David, he that openeth, and no man shutteth, and no man openeth. 679. Or what man is he, asks Solomon, that can know the counsel of God? Or who can think what the will of the Lord is? For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable, and our devices are but uncertain. For the corruptible body presseth down the soul, and the earthly tabernacle weigheth down that mind that museth upon many things. And hardly do we guess outright at things which are upon earth, and with labor do we find the things that are before us, but the things that are in heaven who hath searched out? And thy counsel who hath known, except thou give wisdom and send thy Holy Spirit from above? For so the ways of them which lived on the earth were reformed, and men were taught the things that are pleasing unto thee, and were saved through wisdom. She preserved the first-formed Father of the world that was created alone, and brought him out of his fall, and gave him power to rule all things. But when the righteous went away from her in his anger, he perished also in the fury wherewith he murdered his brother. For whose cause, the earth being drowned with the flood, wisdom again preserved it, and directed the course of the righteous in a piece of wood of small value. Moreover, the nations in their wicked conspiring being confounded, she found out the righteous and preserved him blameless unto God, and kept him strong against his tender compassion toward his son. When the ungodly perished, she delivered the righteous man who fled from fire, which fell upon 5 cities, of whose wickedness, even to this day, the waste land that smoketh is a testimony, and plants bearing fruit that never come to ripeness. And a standing pillar of salt is a monument to an unbelieving soul. But wisdom delivered from pain those that attended upon her. When the righteous fled from his brother's wrath, she guarded him in right paths, showed him the kingdom of God, and gave him knowledge of holy things. Made him rich in his travels, and multiplied the fruit of his labors. In the covetousness of such as oppressed him, she stood by him and made him rich. She defended him from his enemies, and kept him safe from those that lay in wait, and, in a sore conflict, she gave him the victory, that he might know that godliness is stronger than all. She entered into the soul of the servant of the Lord, and withstood dreadful kings in wonders and signs. She rendered to the righteous a reward of their labors, guided them in a marvelous way, and was unto them for a cover by day and a light of stars in the night season, brought them through the Red Sea, and led them through much water. But she drowned their enemies, and cast them up out of the bottom of the deep. Therefore the righteous spoiled the ungodly, and praised thy holy name, O Lord, and magnified, with one accord, thy hand that fought for them. For wisdom opened the mouth of the dumb, and made the tongues of them that cannot speak eloquent. She prospered their works in the hand of the holy prophet 680. When once the divine light is loosened in life, everything is prospered as long as her rule is observed. For the understanding then bears its motive energy into effect. And the word of the Lord is unto them line upon line, precept upon precept, purifying and perfecting, here a little and there a little. 681. The whole individual is occupied, every look and action is by rule and with power. As it is not likewise written, the hands of the wise are very heavy. The right hand of the Lord bringeth mighty things to pass. And his brightness was as the light, says Habakkuk, and he had horns coming out of his hand, and there was the hiding of his power. 682. Is it not promised, moreover, that the horn of the righteous shall be exalted, and his seed made triumphant over many nations? Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life. 683. And again of wisdom, length of days is in her right hand, and in her left riches and honor. Exalt her and she shall promote thee, she shall bring thee honor when thou dost embrace her, she shall give to thy head an ornament of grace, a crown of glory shall she deliver unto thee. 684. Nor are these the only passages in Scripture where with wisdom a promise is given of more material fruits. He that hath an ear to hear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the tree of life, which is in the midst of the paradise of God. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, as the vessels of a potter shall they be broken in shivers as I received from my Father. And I will give him the morning star. He that overcometh the same shall be clothed in white raiment. And I will not blot out his name out of the book of life. Behold, I come quickly, hold fast that which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall no more go out, and I will write upon him the name of my God, the name of the city of my God, which is New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of heaven from my God, and I will write upon him my new name. Behold, I stand at the door and knock, and if any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come in with him, and sup with him, and he with me. And to him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame, and am set down with my Father in his throne. But as Agrippa says, clausum est armarium, the Scripture is obscure and mystical throughout. Even in the simplest details most profound, but significant in the promises even of material blessings and gifts. For when we begin to love the Spirit, adds the disciple, then he sends us these things as tokens and pledges of his love, to whom all hearts are open, all desires known, and from whom no secrets are hid. Whose prolific virtue is the source of all things, and in the conscious alliance becoming known, potentializes the whole in each individual universally without reserve. That was the ground of ancient doctrine, the foundation of those creeds in the shadowy tradition of which mankind now live. They are all plain to him that hath understanding, as Solomon says, and write to them that find knowledge. Behold, instruction is better than silver, and knowledge than choice gold. Wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to her. I, wisdom, dwell with prudence, and find out knowledge of witty inventions. Counsel is mine and sound wisdom, I am understanding, I have strength. Riches and honor are with me, yea, durable riches and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold, and my revenue than choice silver. I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me. 685. They, who have been fortunate enough to perfect this work, having received as much grace from the Father of lights as to obtain this inestimable gift of divine wisdom, what more on earth should they desire? But that it may be always applied aright in obedience to the divine will, for the benefaction of mankind and vindication of true virtue. For not only were they exempt from human ills, having the means of abundant wealth, power, and health at their command, but, moreover, they had a manifest token of divine favor, and sure promise of immortality in a life to come. Nor is to be wondered, therefore, why philosophers, when they have obtained this medicine, have not cared to lengthen their days, or make a vain parade of their riches to the world which they despised, with every temporal power and advantage. In comparison of that which, in the acquirement of these things, was by their art foreshown. Or who now having human perfectibility, and a prospect of a happy immortality set before them in plain physical type and experience, would rest in a mere metalline good, like Midas, who, preferring an earth-born harmony to the music of the spheres, was dishonored by the god, and bore evidence of his misfortune in sight of the whole world. Many prophecies there are of times to come, and those days are even said to be at hand, when the fourth monarchy, which is the intellectual reign of truth and peace, shall predominate, when the mother of sciences will come forth, and greater things be discovered than have been hitherto in the past monarchies of the world. But we do not tarry about these matters, the revelation of all things is always at hand for him who knows how to investigate, and the rest will always be far behind. If truly there be minds prepared, or if the great era approaches more rapidly than is given us yet even in faith to foresee, for notwithstanding so many signs that are appearing, and signal rumors of a coming change, yet they are fewer and far between and more rare yearly, which indicate the progression of truth. But if, we say, a better age is approaching, which at some period of time must come, when abundance of all things by an equitable distribution of all, shall help break down the competitive barrier of society, and introduce a cooperative alliance amongst mankind, then this incentive to inquiry may not be inopportunely offered, to advance the foremost intellect, and fix its dominion in the self-discovery of truth. At the present time, when all are more or less eagerly engaged in the pursuance of eternal advantages, and under penalty of being cast into the fiery furnace of the world's scorn, do fall down and worship that earth-born goddess of temporal utility, which opinion has set up, it would be vain enthusiasm to attempt to divert attention, but for a moment, from so favored an idol, were it not that in the minds of all, even its most degraded votaries, there exists a most real and bitter sense of its insufficiency and latent deformity. Everywhere without, the evil is apparent, and presses closer as time speeds on, fatally accelerating as if it neared some attracting focus. Yet hope still lingers in expectation. And, with that abiding patience which is the test of faith in a good cause, may we continue to seek on, not vaguely around us for passing excitements, but with steady perseverance looking within, until conscience reveal to us those higher objects of pursuit, and truer attractions, which will not suffer the mind aspiring to them to fall into dishonor, but purifying and corroborating as they draw, will, when at length they are worthily won, untie with and transmute their worshipper into that harmony and beauty, which, in the dim beholding, he venerated and loved. Begin today, nor end till evil sink in its due grave. And if at once we may not declare the greatness of the work we plan, be sure at least that ever in our mind it stand complete before us, as a dome of light beyond this gloom, a house of stars encompassing these dusky tents, a thing absolute, close to all, though seldom seen, near as our hearts and perfect as the heavens. Be this our aim and model, and our hands shall not wax faint until the work is done. The idea of the good, the pure, and the true is the alluring object which we all innerly worship, the progeny of divine intellect, immortal and strong, even moral beauty which, though obscurely now, as through the mists of sense and selfishness, ever shines attractively, our polar star. When from the lips of truth one mighty breath shall like a whirlwind, scatter in its breeze the whole dark pile of human mockeries. Then shall the reign of mind commence on earth. And starting fresh, as from a second birth, man, in the sunshine of the world's new spring, shall walk transparent like some holy thing. Having discussed thus much of the Hermetic mystery, and suggested certain particulars concerning the practice at this latter end, which may be unfamiliar to the reader, we would repeat our warning to beware of hasty interpretation and trials of skill, without a proper foundation laid by study of the Hermetic records and scientific laws of art. Many things have no doubt escaped us inadvertently, others we have designedly reserved, lest falling into incapable hands, the highest trust of nature should be betrayed, and the way of truth become perplexed by duplicity in the pursuit. In vain the ignorant, in vain the avaricious, the selfish, faithless, or frivolous, will in vain seek to percolate this mystery. The right-minded and studious alone benevolently, conscientiously, and rationally persisting to the end, will unravel it, and in this case each must labor singularly for himself. The success of the experiment, as we have repeatedly shown, depends on the discovery of the true intention. And this being more or less involved in every mind, is not clearly distinguishable in all. Nor are they many, therefore, but few only, who have been found to enter in by the narrow way of life. The talent is granted only to a few, and for them conditions are needful to draw it forth to increase. For them we have written, and to persuade those only who may be able amidst so many heterogeneous elements of nature, to discern the rational possibility by the infallible touchstone of her original light. Tunc mentis divini oracular cica. Volvant animo ancipitae vix tempori longo. Experti multa, edi non parvis sumptibus illum invenir artem, qua non ars dignir ola est. Fingendi lepidem etherium, quem Syri profanes haud quaquam licet. Et frustra plebs improba querit. Quem cahabit, al potest, ubi vult habitera decenter. Nec fortuni ira matuit, nec brachia furum. Sed tanto paucos dignanter munera DV 686. Injunctions likewise are frequent respecting the sacred nature of the ministration, and of the responsibility incurred by those even who are favored in the undertaking, lest desiring too little or presuming too far in self-sufficient pride, it should fall, and Satan establish a monarchy upon the most holy of works. Does any smile at the surmise? It is of small account, so he be ignorant, those warnings do not apply, nor were ever meant to scare his complacency, who, without the light of reason, would be least of all able to precipitate its downfall. But lest the desire of such a one should lead him to practice, which by good fortune it may not, we advise him of our knowledge, and of the vindicative spirit of wisdom for the justification of her rule, ne tu augeas fatum, enlarge not thy destiny, 0. Neither break a superficies, as the Pythagoric precept runs, lest the sin of the agent be multiplied in the patient, it should survive in the unhappy offspring unto the 3rd or 4th generation. The spirit of wisdom runs lovingly by her own rule to fulfill it, but leaves him to hopeless confusion who abandons the divine purpose for the accomplishment of private ends. So the Israelites, that so wonderfully stiff-necked race, suffered for their rebellion and selfish lusts, falling into a multitude of snares and misfortunes, by fire, famine, and sword, and no less miserable captivity, by the divine command. And that those errors might be guarded against, and that no presumption might thereafter arise, the lawgiver, in his book of Deuteronomy, instructs them to be grateful, and mindful, throughout the passage, of past benefits received. Nor ever to murmur at the decrees of God. But thou shalt consider in thy heart, he says, that as a man chasteneth his son, so the Lord thy God chasteneth thee. Therefore thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to fear him. For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains, and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, and of wheat, and barley, and vines, and fig trees, and pomegranates, a land of oil olive, and honey. A land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness, thou shalt not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. And when thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God for the good land which he hath given thee. Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God, in not keeping his commandments, and judgments, and statutes, lest, when thou hast eaten and art full, and hast built godly houses and dwelt therein, and when thy herds and thy flocks multiply, and thy silver and thy gold is multiplied, and all that thou hast is multiplied, then thy heart be lifted, and thou forget the Lord thy God, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, who led thee through that great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents, and scorpions, and drought, where there was no water. Who brought thee forth water out of the rock of flint? Who fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not? That he might humble thee, and that he might prove thee, to do thee good at thy latter end, and lest thou say in thine heart, my power, the might of mine hand hath gotten me this wealth. But thou shalt remember the Lord thy God. For it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant which he sware unto thy fathers, as it is this day. And it shall be, if thou do at all forget the Lord thy God and walk after other gods, and serve them and worship them, I testify against you this day that ye shall surely perish. 687. For immortality is only to be consummated in union, and in the abandonment of the dual selfhood and its volition to the divine will. Wherefore I abhor myself, cries Jacob, when all else being deprived, he renounced himself, and repent in dust and ashes. Look on every one that is proud and abase him, and tread down the wicked in their place. Hide them in the dust together, and bind their faces in secret. Then will I also confess unto thee that thine own right hand can save thee. 688. That was the path and promise to blameless souls which the wise men and prophets constantly pursued, passing through every ordained discipline, ordeal rite, and humiliation, in order that they might become conformable to the divine perfection they desired to approach. Once delivered from the exterior bondages of sense and heterogeneous desire, from the passions and false affections of this transitory life, the final step is declared comparatively easy. As transcending by the energy of faith, from the separable selfhood, the identity passes into universal accord. To go forth and to return. Therefore was the agreement cut off, so says the Kabbalah, close thy eyes and meditate, and if thy heart fail thee, return again, since therefore it is written. Egredir et regredir, et propteria pactum precisum est. 689. This is the work, this is the Hermetic method and its end, the line returns to form a circle into its beginning, and they join not in time, for their union is eternity. This, reader, is the true Christian philosopher's stone, which, if it be a chimera, then is the universe itself not stable, of which it has been proven to be the most exact epitome, having passed the test of experimental reason not only, but analyzed to the last extremity of contrite consciousness, is confirmed in operation, visibility, and luminous increase, when rising in rational supremacy over sense and finite reflection, the ethereal hypostasis revolves in its first cause. Chapter 4. The Conclusion. It has been our endeavor, as clearly as the limits prescribed by evidence and our understanding would enable us, to discuss the ground and practical pretensions in general of the Hermetic mystery. To explain all would require an extensive range and a closer opportunity of experience than has hitherto been granted us. Nor with these auxiliaries, perhaps, should we become more intelligible, since caution very usually increases with observation, and the truth has been so intricately, arbitrarily, and in many folds enveloped. And the cloud of witnesses is such that it might puzzle Apollo himself to explicate the whole enigma intelligibly to the world. To induce research, therefore, we pretend only to have signalized the light, that any one fortunately perceiving, might be led along by its attracting presence to the discovery of truth. Evidence has constantly preceded, neither have we ventured many assertions of our own. But the reputable witness of individuals of various ages and nations, whose names are renowned in philosophy, have been gathered together in aid of this inquiry, and in support of the dignity of the Hermetic science, which they have not only judged to be true, but many add their personal experience in confirmation, attesting the reality of the philosopher's stone. The confection of this miraculous substance, moreover, they have helped us to trace in theory from its foundation in the free ether, through an artificial process of elaboration, into manifest effect. And the principle of transmutation, they have shown to be relating not to species but to their universal subject, whose concentrated virtue the stone likewise itself is. And man was the proper laboratory of the whole art. Not only the most perfect chemical apparatus, devised by nature for the distillation of her spirit, but having besides the whole fermentative virtue, motive, and principle of vital melioration in every requisite complete within himself, for the rectification and furtherance of her prescribed law. Mind and manual efficacy, as it is narrated, by the divine will, to effect all things, though concealed in this life by the external attraction and obstructive energies of cause. This hidden capacity it has been shown to be the purpose of the Hermetic artifice to explore. And that adepts well skilled, as they profess, in the vital analysis of bodies, by such means discovered the life of man therein circulating to be a pure fire incorporated in a certain incombustible ethereal vapor. Also, that the universal efficient was in this fire, and the diverse kingdoms of nature, as it were, bound together in the threefold enchantment of his natural identity. One of which only, the animal life, being developed to consciousness, the other two, viz. the vegetable and mineral, are known only to those who have entered experimentally within to prove the hypostatic action and passion of the working essences in life. Partly, also, on the authority of the ancients, coupled with certain other arguments, not altogether speculative, we have been thence led to regard the mysteries celebrated at Eleusis and the rest, in a more important light than heretofore. Not as mere external ceremonials, pictured scenes of suffering and beatitudes, but as real inductions of the understanding spirit to its source. And with the development of these mysteries we have been enabled to connect alchemy. And with these both, in their preliminary practice, the modern art, called mesmerism, strikingly accords. Which we have proposed suggestively, therefore, as a first key opening to the vestibule of this experiment, where sits the Sphinx with her eternal enigma, still to perplex intruders, and open to philosophers only the inner halls of light. Bearing these things in mind, by the assistance of the Greek ontologists, we have ventured, intimately pursuing their course, to follow mysterious nature through many intricate windings and circumstantial difficulties, into her initial source. And there observed her, after operating voluntarily about her own annihilation, to survive and establish a stable monarchy upon her redeemed light. Particulars, also, of the metaphysical experience we have attempted to delineate, and to show the catholicity and casual reference of the Hermetic work throughout. From impediments likewise described, and rare intellectual conditions, it has been shown why the divine experiment has been so seldom attempted and more rarely brought to a legitimate conclusion on this earth. And why philosophers, in all ages, considering the unfitness of the multitude, and fearful consequences that might ensue from individual abuse, have concealed their knowledge, communicating almost by word of mouth only the practical device. If we have been freer in our expositions, the spirit was not the more reckless, but because the thresholds of ignorance are already overpassed, and experiment is in need rather of a motive to dignify it than of practical machinery. What if the darkness should contend with and prevail a while, yet there in the center the light will kindle and increase, and gain strength to radiate upwards through the whole circumference, despite every effort of ignorant selfishness and folly to prevent. So reason instructs that we should have faith in humanity as in the ultimate realization and prevalence of good. But that class are all now incredulous who were formerly dreaded in their belief. And under that safe guardianship we leave them, happily supine in the conviction that our conduct will neither be attractive or intelligible, much less practically useful to the profane multitude of mankind. For although this art of alchemy is eminently experimental and practical in its consequences, yet it is wholly unsuited to minds commonly so styled practical. who are impatient of every proposition that is not immediately applicable to the affairs of life. For these the Hermetic art is no more suited than they for it. It needs a philosopher, one of the antique mold, a true lover of wisdom, who, for her sake, will devote everything else, studious, simple, ardent, and withal suscipient of appearing truth. They who in a kindred spirit have pursued this inquiry, may have divined many things which will be hidden from the indifferent and thoughtless reader. For we have spoken of principles with reference to practice, and in an order indirectly indicative of the genealogical method of ascent. Even that artistic fabrication of the fire which Prometheus received from Vulcan, and Minerva disseminated providentially for the sake of her luminous radix, lest it should be smothered in our irrational alliance, and perish ungratefully without return. In the course of this vital experiment the ancients discovered the whole of the philosophy they teach, the quintessence of universal nature in her fruitful springs. By this pyrotechnical induction, powers were revealed to conscience. The whole regenerative original and those temptations which the reason also, purified and singled out by art for the encounter, is able entirely to withstand. And that ray of motive light, pure, vital, and efficient, we have shown to be the true form of gold, the alone universal principle of increase and perfection, the same which in the circulatory system, becoming dominant, is made concrete in life. And is the transmutative ferment even the philosophic stone. And this is the grand Hermetic secret, that there is a universal subject in nature, and that subject is susceptible of nourishment in man. And this is the greatest mystery, of all mysteries the most wonderful, that man should be able not only to find the divine nature, but to effect it. The philosophers sought after wisdom for her own sake. For her beauty and bright divinity they wooed her, and gained with her an ample dowry, gold, silver, and the glittering treasures of her creative light in abundance. And some have dwelt gratefully on these intermediate benefits, recording them, but were, above all, careful to celebrate the primary attraction which led them in for the discovery of life. And we have omitted many things, to which, to the many, might be more attractive, even than gold or silver, or a more remote prospect of immortality. For every desire is, in the magic region, made prolific, embodying itself, by the ethereal conception, as a principle to enact its voluntary accord. But to allure by particular promises, however rich or real, which might restrict to individual interests a virtue which is infinite, forms no part of our design. Man is sufficiently bounded already in all, how many ways is he not fettered, by the poverty of his imagination and the littleness of his love? Having then run cursorily through the circuit of the Hermetic tradition, without attempting, however, to include the whole length, which would embrace a far wider field of philosophical inquiry than is commonly imagined, it may be proper, in conclusion, to consider the several bearings of the same with respect to other sciences, and their comparative value to mankind at large. Between the physical and moral sciences, commonly so called, though there are links found indicative of a radical relationship, yet each are throughout their departments divergent, and the class of mind usually occupied by either is distinct. The former, based externally, having the senses for chief evidence, makes practical utility its end and only value. Whilst the latter, having its evidence and object alike within mind, attaches less consequence to worldly benefits, misprizing the lights of sense also as inferior and comparatively insecure. And thus philosophy stands divulged at this day, the spiritual unable to prove itself absolutely, or the material to disprove the other practically. They accordingly maintain on either side a negative, though relatively assured, ground. But the Hermetic science, supposing this indeed to be well-founded, would include both in the ample compass of its experiment, as passing from wither extreme of mind and matter, to prove them, it arrives at the Catholic effect of life. And here the external and internal worlds are said to blend together in confluence harmony, establishing each other, and leaving reason nothing more to doubt or the senses to desire, but a fulfillment under the law. If then, in contrariety to every popular prejudice, and on the evidence only of defunct philosophers, we can yet imagine this art of alchemy to be real, and an experimental foundation of science, notwithstanding all the learned cavils and clamors of disappointed chemists that have been raised against it. If it be true that there is a subtle nature pervading the universe, which is the all in everything and susceptible of artificial alteration through all. And if man by his especial prerogative of reason and rectitude of purpose is able, by a development of these, to advance and bear the life within him through dissolution into a new birth, superior to nature and beyond the reach of elementary discord to destroy. And if all this has been accomplished, passed through in the conscious experience, and proved demonstratively in facts, visible deeds, and effects, then these things supposed, and experience being the admitted test of philosophy, will it not follow that theirs was the right and true philosophy, which at the vertex of a double ignorance has been forgotten and despised? For the experienced of intellect would, under the supposition, be esteemed preeminently above that of sense, inasmuch as the one revelation is naturally superior and acknowledged, even in this life, before the other. And that kind of evidence would be necessarily preferred by all which is universally inclusive and leading out from the causal fountain into natural effect. But by no reason that comes from sense will such an evidence be obtained, nor shall we ever learn, without identic cooperation, how nature works, or by what occult virtue the grain of wheat is even instigated, so that it grows and bears its abundant increase upon earth. All our knowledge without the experience is empirical, the result only of observation of remote effects. And therefore alchemy has been declared to be the only true glass of the mind, which shows how to enter, and to touch, and to discover the truth in her own simplicity and univocal demonstration. Neither does it therefore bring so many arguments, as might be, to prove itself, since the evidence is self-sufficient, and without itself cannot, however truly imaginable, be known. Such a demonstration would stand above all common sense conclusions, above imagination, above opinion, and all logical proof, which is barren without self-knowledge, and isolated in erring upon the plane of truth. Yet this logical faculty is the only guide we now can boast of, which, if stable in its own criterion, yet being dependent on externals for matter and practical pursuit, fluctuates. And hence many evils arise and those diversities of opinion which distract mankind. The world, so imperfectly ruled, has instituted a sort of free will standard of its own. Men will believe as they like, see or not see, assume as suits their convenience, or reject their own criterion at pleasure, even the testimony of their own highly esteemed sober senses, when these do not tally with their preconceived prejudices, interests, or hopes. But it is evident, irrespective of all particular objections, that true science does not consist in the exhibition of phenomena, neither can anything short of the causal discovery fulfill the idea of truth. The doubt would not rest therefore about the superiority of causal science, if it were possible, but whether it be truly possible or not. If the philosophy of the ancients is without a true foundation, if there is not any other essence of things besides that which is apparent and has a sensible subsistence, then the physical will indisputably be the first and only science. But if otherwise there is proved to be a certain immutable being of all, pre-existent to sensibles, which can be proven in intellect and confirmed in sensible phenomena, as the alchemists and Greek physicians assert, then this will be prior, sure, and the best philosophy. To those in whom the spirit of observation has been wholly drawn to externals, it may have seemed a ridiculous thing to speak of life and intellect independently, as apart from their manifest operations. Still more so to enter on specific idioms and modes of spiritual subsistence, seeing we have no tangible proof calculated by any means to satisfy the searchers of exact science. That as life is nowhere seen apart from organization, or moral consciousness from either, they are phenomena little likely to be discovered apart or practically understood. Against such an opinion we have no present demonstration to offer. Our own assertion would have nothing to the authorities already cited. Inquiry is the only antidote of rational skepticism. For this we have labored to supply means. And the natural subsistence of universals in the human mind may afford a ground of probability whence to proceed into their proof. That we are deprived of the power of apprehending the ancient doctrine of internal wisdom is not proof that it is untrue. There is a strongly enchanted fortress about it, whose forces yield not either to impertinent curiosity or the peremptory demands of sense. Nor can all the negative evidence of sensual certainty in a ray disprove, or for an instant nullify, assertions which belong to another experience and another probability of art and nature. But, it will be objected, that which has never been in our thought, things so far above us, are nothing to us. Truly, if beyond our possible attainment, they would be indifferent. But benefits are not the less real because unexpected, or promises to be cast away because the means of fulfillment are not immediately discernible. The evils of this life are manifold, and a prospect of escape, or amelioration even, will not be obnoxious to those who are fortunately able to perceive it. Neither let it be supposed, that because the wisdom of the ancients transcends, that it by any means contradicts human reason, but quite otherwise. That was, in truth, the basis of their philosophy, which is with us the boundary and summit of our knowledge. That faith alone, indeed of all else, remains to us in common, in that we have a witness which believes and infers a reality beyond present experience. And hence it is in vain that metaphysicians, inductively arguing, have sometimes endeavored to reduce the idea of cause to mere antecedents or juxtaposition in time. The instinct of human nature is constantly opposed to them, and believes, heedless of all doubt and difficult discussion. For power is latent everywhere, and we feel it in the shadow, and recognize its presence spontaneously in every action of life. Striking upon this faith therefore, in default of its true object, and taking to witness some of the closer records of transcendental experience, we have hoped to awaken the imaginative centers to such an accord as might stir reason from her long lethargy to seek for genuine reminiscence in her root of light. Though from our birth the faculty divine is chained and tortured, cabined, cribbed, confined, and bred in darkness, lest the light should shine too brightly on the uninstructed mind, the beams pour in, and truth and skill may couch the blind. Were 't not that the ancients acknowledge and uniformly insist on the use of means for removing the barriers by which the divine light is here held in thraldom, we might more consistently despair of their wisdom. But it was avowedly a thing acquired, the reward only of peculiar and arduous discipline, not such as mere school logic or the mathematics now afford, but as different and far above as was the promise and ultimate aim. No modern institutions, either secular or religious, furnish anything analogous, no effectual means of moral elevation, no rites of purifying or awakening efficacy to the mind. We plant and increase knowledge, and give precepts and devise examples, and draw forth the observing faculties to their superficial contentment, but all our circumstantial labors do not rectify the mind, or turn the inbred inclination out of life. Circumstances indeed do modify, and, according as they are well or ill devised, improve or deteriorate the habitual character of mankind, but they do not recreate. No power that is not vital can touch the evil that is inbred, or even discover it truly without introspective proof. That which generation binds dissolution only can unloose, the evil must be met by its proper antidote, overcoming darkness by light in the hypostatical alliance. Every accessory means of amelioration will be preparative to this which restores the human mind to integrity and universal science. Man has never been observed to advance himself individually through adventitious acquirements. But, on the contrary, the increase of luxury, to which thought is now applied, enervates the moral character, fosters selfishness by competition, fraud, and emulous hate. Institutions, framed by the same defective pattern, multiply the evil, as every advance we make in externals leads us further off from the first source. And until wisdom shall have effected that individual reformation, which above all things we now need, it is vain to look in externals for a perfection and felicity which have not been imaged there. We may alter, and improve, and educate, and prepare the way with advantage, but the notion will be variable, and every plan defective without the exemplary light. But some one will consider the discovery impossible, or, if possible, yet that this wisdom is too difficult perhaps in the pursuit. To the former objection, supposing it to be inveterate, we oppose nothing, having nowhere undertaken to convince, but only to promote investigation. Incredulity is the strongest barrier of possibilities over the world, no doubt wisely provided to prevent a too rapid movement of mind into practice, before it is well prepared and disposed to the pursuit of truth. With respect to the difficulties of the pursuit, we have nowhere denied them, or that they are insuperable to the common herd of mankind. Without an earnest desire of discovery, the liveliest faith will be frustrated, and labor will be vain unless reason give direction to the persuasion of faith. But how hardly can these wither subsist without the other? Since faith is the very attracting lodestone which hope pursues, and desire and reason, and the whole willing armament of mind, to which, in her allied forces, nothing is impossible. Or what apparition of difficulties would deter conviction steal to the purpose of her motive light? Or does any one, persisting to calumniate this philosophy, say it threatens to sacrifice important temporal interests for the sake of visionary and remote gains? Such objections, however, will not be rational, but spring out of the baser affections of humanity and short-sighted sense. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor is the ear filled with hearing, nor does any transitory good suffice to human desire. Above all, there is no selfish object worthy the pursuit of intellect, nor is any worldly recompense found corresponding to its need. But the proper object of the rational faculty is in its source, which lies profoundly buried in this life of sense. And this it is the province of Hermetic artifice to resuscitate and bring through self-knowledge into the experience of life. For this same root of reason is wisdom, and that saving salt which philosophers were wont anciently to excavate and by so many circulating media to exalt. The diadem of wisdom is with this stone, which, as a halo or crown of light, the regenerate soul puts on as a new body, wherein it can rule over the elementary world and pass through it, overcoming evil and falsehood, and ignorance and death. To the faculty of reason, therefore, nothing is more attractive than this philosophy, which immortalizes it, yet, will it be argued, there are other faculties of the human mind equally real, if not as important, and which ought not to be despised. Neither, we reply, is any faculty of the soul repudiated in that supernal alliance, but all are present together in that supernal alliance, but all are present together in obedience to their rightful rule and habitude. Or if any one is refractory during the passage, it is the occasion of suffering to the better natures, which are all engaged voluntarily in the restitution of their king. But if they all must be sacrificed for the sake of him who is their source, would not this be expedient, rather than that he should continue in an illegitimate thraldom under all? Such is not the ultimate necessity of the case, however. For the brethren all are renewed together with him, and every dignified sentiment is set in accord, to testify and maintain the triumphant monarchy of light. And what more alluring to a cultivated imagination than this pursuit, which abounds in ideality in the beautiful symbolism of universal truth, which discovers the occult springs of classic inspiration, tradition, mythology, fable, and every graceful remain? And will not veneration, too, be intimately invited by the prospect of its own antique worshipful idea, there where, in the presence of divinity, true awe is felt, and man discovers and knows the perfect goodness, which profanely without the temple's veil he cannot, or unless the understanding is absolutely conjoined? And are not hope and benevolence interested in this research, and justice longing for an equilibrium, and self-respect and fidelity, and every honorable motive herein allied? And to know the first truth of things really and experimentally, and to revolve the causal light in permanence of intellect ion, is not this the highest privilege that man may propose to himself? And when we are told that all things are added to that felicity, that the springs of universal nature, with her growth and fruits, are at our delicate disposal, if we can believe, what else is worthy our whole desire? And what kind of science, supposing it real, would be so conclusive as this, which exhibits all things in their constructive causes, such as no other science does? Or other conviction can do, but that only which, identically penetrating, enters into the whole of existence. Let no one therefore conceive that this philosophy is unattractive, which has occupied the best faculties of the best minds, and at the summit of their capacity. Nor are the rewards so remote either as indolence and adverse inclination may cause them to appear. But if inferior interests should yet complain, as in danger of their present dominion, and pride or avarice, or ambition or ignorance, accustomed to rule in this life, should disdain the subaltern station which the divine law assigns to them, let not one enlist or be drawn by promises, however alluring, lest they be deceived and swallowed up in the gulf of their own overwhelming delusion. As who would wish it should otherwise, unless it were to generate evil by the viperous progeny of self-love? Should it be considered, on the other hand, that the research of causes is altogether impious, and above the destined capacity of man, and vain, since, as Job says, no one by searching can find out the Almighty to perfection, we would observe, with respect to this last assertion, that it is easily explicable. For though it is eminently true that man, searching in his own will alone, is incompetent to the divine discovery, yet, by conditionating, in obedience to the divine will, he comes into the integral alliance and power. With respect to the charge of impiety, should this persist, the evil is inherent in the preposterous idea, nor can we be at the pains just now to vindicate the most sacred science from such an aspersion. But recommend those who really think in this way, with the rest already warned off, to desist from inquiry, nor give heed to the subject as long as the fatal suggestion lurks, lest it should become manifested forth in some practical form of pusillanimity, or faithless attempt to interrogate the profundity it fears. These is nothing impure, or of itself impious, in this art of wisdom, long distinguished as holy. But to him that esteems a thing unclean, as St. Paul says, it is unclean, for the thought will defile it. Hon soit que mal y pense. Let not this good then be evil spoken of. All things are indeed pure. But it is evil for that man who eateth the bread of life with offense. The art of alchemy is of all arts distinguished as holt, since it has been piously occupied, and aided the most devout minds, in times past, to the attainment of their common end. Not that we would insinuate that human salvation is dependent on a mere art, far otherwise, the divine will operates its fulfillment alone, but the art is said to be a remedy of imperfect souls, and offers the means of assimilation. Whether a knowledge of these means is absolutely necessary, we dare not take on ourselves to determine. The power of God is infinite, but adepts declare that he has always revealed them to his elected children. If doubt yet further should arise about this wisdom, seeing she did not reveal herself in common arts and the discoveries of human invention, it may be plainly observed that such particulars are foreign to the divine purpose, they are foolishness to her. She teaches an art which supersedes all these and comprehends every liberal science in sublime freedom of intellect and every subordinate discovery in her revealed accord. Yet who will now believe? It is by the searching and proving of his own identity, not otherwise, that man can arrive at the assurance of this wisdom, which is above science, art, and every other kind of faith, which includes all knowledges, arts, and every particular which the inquiring spirit seeks within itself. This is that well of Heraclitus in which the truth yet lies profoundly hidden, whence also those philosophic tears. This is that nothing which Socrates knew, on account of which the oracle pronounced him to be the wisest of mankind. Which Democritus, beholding, laughed at other things. It was this which warned Friar Bacon from the error of his ways, and convicted Agrippa of the vanity and confusion of his youth. When at length in his manhood he came to know that to know nothing was the most happy life. For he who in such wise knows nothing, no one apostate particular has the all, and, being composed of the whole, he is able to discern, to make, and to effect the whole. But falling off from this, in becoming individual, he ceases to be the universe, returning again, however, into the universal and abandoning the selfhood, he raises himself on high, and governs the world. And when we consider the highly elevated philosophy of the Platonic successors, the profound yet simple metaphysics of the Hebrew Kabbalah, as it has been partially transmitted, with a persuasion of reality unequaled in modern language, the soul-stirring syllables of the Hermetic and Chaldaic fragments, the refined enthusiasm of the Middle Age adeptists, and all these and many more separately agreeing in the same divine tradition. And added to these all, the Christian doctrine of fulfillment in the gospel. We cannot but feel regret, mingling with the satisfaction these things might otherwise afford, that so early and great a promise of the human mind should have been blighted, not only, but forgotten almost in the world. Or can we recall such lights without reflection, and incuriously believe that knowledge was once granted to man by revelation, but has since, we cannot tell why, passed away forever? Are we the children of a second fall, or what spell holds us that we no longer aspire even to understand the language of our fathers, or desire to pass into the life of those elder times, when man Not yet always the poor servant and interpreter of nature, moved under his God, her Lord and Master. Are we not all born of one generation, in the same surrounding world, that identical sun now enlightening us as formerly shone upon the bards and hallowed sages of Asia Minor? Yet, whilst they so many centuries ago bear testimony to a knowledge of their Creator and His intimate works, we continue still in uncertainty, blind and baffled everywhere about the beguilements of sense. No longer careful for ourselves, life is wasted on externals, which, always ungrateful, yield new burdens and perplexities in proportion as they increase. Theoretic science is everywhere condemned, but there is no such thing at this day. Since, with all her extolled artifice, array of disciplines and powers, the wisdom of antiquity has disappeared from amongst men. And to what are we arrived without her? Even at the proudest pinnacle of external science, the whole physical nature explored, and facts of all generations accumulated together before our eyes, what would we be wiser without the causal knowledge of these things? What single advantage have we gained by misprising the ancients? Those low, literal, spiritless interpretations of poetic fable and philosophy, what satisfaction have they afforded? Or of what use will they ever be but to memorialize our ignorance to future generations? It is true, they have flattered our self-complacency for a while into a belief that former wisdom was foolishness, and that men never lived in reality who were more knowing, religious, and virtuous than ourselves. But then the evil far outlives the temporary gratulation of those conceits which have stripped the ideal standard of all excellency, and shorn the imagination of its brightest hopes of beauty, goodness, and immortal truth. All has been swept away with a remorseless hand, all veneration and faith in ideality, whilst sense has been the acknowledged beacon light, and worldly utility the highest good. Is it not full time to return, when things are arrived at the precipice of self-oblivion, when experimental philosophy labors for selfish aggrandizement, and self is least of all served in the attempt? When thought wastes its eternal substance in the pursuit of time, and the idea of truth is mangled in the reckless machinery of error? Has not Lord Bacon himself, the leader of this exterminating chase, whilst endeavoring to supersede the bare exercise of logic, and clear the field of learning in his inauguration, recommended the pursuit of causes above every other, and taught, by his own energetic example, to inquire of the ancients, and to experiment after their hidden wisdom, though he knew it not, but only burned about the lights which they had bequeathed? What more, then, should we add to exhort, extol, or explicate, having studied to revive these lights and relics of the sacred art long buried in oblivion? If their witness is disbelieved, addition would be useless; if otherwise, we await the result. It would be as impossible in an exposition of this kind to conciliate all tastes, as to draw divergent prejudices into accord. There is one pleasure of a horse, another of a dog; a goat differs from either in his natural choice. And in man every various inclination is to be found, and a multifarious understanding in the affairs of life. So that those arguments which to some would be convincing, by others are not discerned, or needed by many more who are endowed with an instinctive faith and appreciation. Truths which are grateful to certain persons are odious to hers, according as they may be constituted or habitually trained. In this inquiry, therefore, we have sought to attract those chiefly to whom such a pursuit would be naturally pleasing, and such as have been customarily esteemed worthy of the reward. With respect to the practical benefits, our hopes, though not enlarged, are vigorous and of the most grateful kind. For those to whom it is addressed the light will attract, and to them will not be moderately useful, if they advance by it to the true end. That the subject is worthy of inquiry from the highest order of minds, we repeat our persuasion, and at the same time entertain a belief that the period is not far distant when this will be obtained, and the truth, by these means, be so manifestly presented before the eyes of all, that contrary prejudices, and doubts, and false interests, will be merged in the revelation of power and irresistible fact. The Catholic torch, miraculously kindled, kindles the light of universal nature, and either externally or internally, morally or physically, or in all these ways, according to the application, works from thence through every part, diffusing energy, life and joy, in either of the three kingdoms, as we have shown, by its voluntary assimilation, increasing and promoting things to their utmost boundary of strength. But, above all, it rejoices in the mind of man, when, in conscious rectitude of thought and action, he bears it in comprehensive superiority elect over the rest, when, including all in the Catholic perceivance of this reason, he submits his own omnipotence to the omniscience of its rule, when nature opening up to him the vast resources of her essence and the mystery of the most wonderful creation, with every temptation of self-idolatry laid open to view. Oblivious of all else in admiration and love of so much wisdom and integral perfection, he cooperates with the first cause. Some may consider we have opened too much, others too little of a mystery irrelevant to the common understanding of mankind, and no doubt our conduct is blameworthy in other respects. Yet those for whom we have labored will not prove ungrateful if they attain to the end of our proposed discovery. For the discovery of the causal nature is doubtless of all parts of knowledge the worthiest to be sought after, if it be possible to be found. And, as to the possibility, they are computed for ill discoverers that think there is no land because they discern nothing but sea. Believe it, then, beyond the turbulent sea of sense, there is a haven and signal marks to direct where the promised land is to be found. And life is the nucleus of the whole Hermetic mystery, and the key thereof is light. The golden ore of which, likewise, we have lavishly shown. If, however, the key is wanting, how may we presume to enter? Or, without it, explain the intricate intelligence of those mirific wards which were constructed by it, and for it to pass through, and for it alone. They, we repeat, who can understand the language of the philosophers, will understand their art. For this we have opened the way only, which if any one will consent to travel in, we assure him of success, but not otherwise, for neither was this research undertaken indiscriminately, nor can it be prosecuted without a congenial sight. But he who desires to enter, let him search for the root of reason rationally, and hold by it, and conspire with it, if he would have truth at last. He who knows the first entrance, and how to render the fixed tincture of life volatile, and to return it, being free, is already admitted to the temple of divine science, and joins in with the whole conclave. Because, through all the interior recesses, the method is allied. Let him search into the enigmas, peruse the fables, and consider the parables and maxims of the wise adepts. They all tend to one discovery, and declare the same, and even in their inconsistencies will be instructive to him who has the key. And he who sets himself in this wise to the comprehension of the whole philosophy, will be a competent judge of our labors, how much assistance we have added towards the recovery of lost wisdom. And with what sincerity we have opened the way permeating into those antiquated abodes of light. Appendix. Table Talk and Memorabilia of Mary and Atwood. Begun August 1860. 1. The magic of the self-will is that which the Egyptians practiced in the days of Moses. This is to be found in the release or setting free the third or lowest life. Of this power we know nothing in this present life, the ordinary life of man. We may imagine into it, and theoretically see it, but that is all. Nor do we know it in the common entranced life, i.e., the life of the sleepwalkers, but this present life may be led through the clairvoyant life into it, that is the wonderful part of it, by the fermentation of itself. 2. As this life being fermented by this life, its similar, leads into the common trance, or is entranced, so that consequent life being fermented subsequently by its similar, leads into that third life which moves in and with the creative essence, so that the mind becomes in that case related to the universal vitalizing power, and so can act its will. Power thus gained is only legitimate, just and righteous when the will subserves the commandment and law of God, taken into the self-will and used accordingly it becomes diabolical. Hence the distinction between the might in word and deed of Moses and the enchantments of the Egyptians. 3. The universal spirit is in one form the principle of all growth, and it is their power of collecting a quantity of this, bringing it to bear on any germ at once, that furnishes the Eastern jugglers with their power of perfecting suddenly those plants and trees which in the ordinary course of the action of this life principle in nature would have taken years. 4. Magicians, like the Egyptians of that day, drew only from their own strength, that was the way in which the kingdom of Egypt fell. Probably they did not originally act in self-will, but drew their power from the divine source, as Asclepius says, see the dialogue, so called, the Audiobook of Hermes, ch. 9, alluding to their falling off into debasement and idolatry. 5. Alchemy is an universal art of vital chemistry, which by fermenting the human spirit, purifies, and, finally dissolving it, opens the elementary germ into new life and consciousness. And the philosopher's stone is the efflux of such a life, drawn to a focus and made manifest as a concrete essence of light, which essence is the true form or idea of gold. The process takes place in and through the human body in the blood, changing the relation of its component parts or principles, and reversing the circulatory order, so that, the sensible medium becoming occult. The inner source of its vitality is awakened, and the consciousness at the same time being drawn centrally, comes to know and feel itself in its own true source, which is the universal center and source of all things. 6. And since every being has in himself the cause of his own existence, if, by these alleged means the consciousness can be brought into contact with its first cause, he will, in knowing it know the cause of all. Since existence is everywhere one and universal, and in fact the one ultimate essential mystery under God. This mystery is, as the Hermeticists teach, to be discovered by an artificial dissolution of the natural bond of life, resulting in a regeneration of the dissolved separated elements, under a reversed law. The will holding and drawing from its proper efficiency operates, and mind becomes creative and immortalized in it. 7. The law of will in these higher states of being is to have motion from its own center. It has motion in itself. This motivity when in act evolves an effervescence of the will being or substance, for will has substance, nay, is the only substance, it is the universal lodestone of existence. This effervescent efflux is in itself chaotic, and requires to be taken up by an external mind or intelligence, and this mind, when thus related to it, and under its law, becomes creative and immortalized. 8. As long as we in our life go on in a line we are not immoral, but when our life is returned in faith, for it is faith which reunites, to its beginning, it forms the circle and is in eternity. It must also be observed that there is a law of light, which must move through love in the will, and so act on the will-moved mind, and to which it must be subservient, else it breaks and becomes demoniacal. The wonderful part of the process is that the spirit becoming freed from the body, carries on the perfection and purification of her own vehicle, the soul. There is a time when the power, the vital or willing power, is seated in the lumbar region and is sent back. I think there is a time, when the mind comes into relation with the macrocosmic spirit, and discerns it, and is taught by it, cf. Vaughan's Writings on the Chemical Wedding, page 4. 9. The perpendicular line is the divine line in all things, the transverse line is the contrary, the two united form a cross plus. In mesmerizing and demesmerizing we form a plus. It is curious that by this peculiar action the perpendicular line should withdraw you from sense while the transverse restore you to it. 10. The fire of life in us is capable of burning erect, it becomes a magnet. Wonderful. If, in us, the divine line were stronger than the transverse one, we would no longer be in sense. The divine or rather celestial life would be established over it in us, and we should be conscious of it, and placed in a transcendental relation. And, as the sky appears to us concave and, when cloudless, blue in color, so the upper ether, where the ideas are, appears to the exalted spirit, i.e., the spirit in the medial life, as its azure sky. N.B. The brain is to this outward life what the spiritual head is to the spirit. There is, as the Swedenborgians would say, a correspondence between them. 11. The limbs and the microcosm play a most important part in this mystery for the evolution and perfecting of the divine within. It is thus that the body is regarded by St. Paul as a temple of the Holy Ghost, and it is for this, that in their highest and ultimate use, its different members have their being, they are a laboratory that is of and for the Spirit to work in. 12. The order adopted by the Hermetic writers may seem to be most disorderly, but it is not so much so as it appears. The fact is, they often describe different phenomena occurrent in the different repetitions of the process. See for example the Golden Treatise. The fermentative process has to be gone over and over again, and thus the author of that treatise seems purposely to confuse and intermix the several steps taken in the work, when in reality he is describing the stages taken and the results reached. As the artist begins, ends, and repeats the mysterious experiment. 13. The macrocosmic image of the microcosm is the downward-born nature of which Hermes speaks very finely in the Pomander. It is the Eve which Adam brought forth, and in which he beheld as an image his own soul, the absolute idea of the beautiful, the divine image. The reason why it is macrocosmic, passive and ephemeral is its want of consubstantiality. It is an image, thrown forth, which image of perfect beauty attracts the soul, and united to it brings forth the ideal into an actual offspring. 14. The Hermetic sepulchre is the vehicle of the dead divine life within us, and at the same time it is the death of itself, idem est sepulchrum ac cadaver. 15. The gold alchemical is the first conceived paternal light, it is the seed metaphysical of mineral gold, which Aeneas was told by the Sibyl that he must find and gather. 16. The orient animal means the animal, that is, the opposite, will which is clothed in light, the third which rises in opposition to the first. 17. The golden fleece is the outward appearance presented by the light of life diffused over the body of the seeker in the third life, it is of a purplish luster. The seeker, however, in this point of relation, is the adept, the discoverer, the finder. 18. In the lower development of the Hermetic life, the quintessences successively form themselves, having each of them a spherical capacity in wholeness, but these world forms are unstable and uninformed with the light essential. Resolve and die. 19. In the vital changes which are intimately connected with the spirit changes concurrent in the process, the vital force in the blood undergoes alchemical changes in its relation to the body. There are three principles in this force: attraction, circulation, repulsion, the alchemical salt, mercury, sulfur. What is really changed is the magnetic attraction, the medial spirit is changed, life is attracted in, instead of out. 20. We must remember that alchemy is divine chemistry, and the transmutation of life. And therefore that which is the medium between soul and body is changed, and the soul freed from the chains of corporeity, and the body is left as a mere husk. These people put on their bodies as mere coats. 21. The principle of body is preserved in what they call the ashes or caput mortuum, and that one principle being saved the whole life is restored from it. Cunrath call it our pygmy, also the diadem of the body, and I think he refers to it under the term duenak. 22. It is a curious thing that the third principle, i.e., the sidereal and elementary birth, to use Boehm's language, is the medium of perceiving the first, which is hidden in its mineral life, that life is full of defilement and temptation. It is therefore necessary, before going into it consciously, that the will and purpose be perfectly pure and simple in this return of the reason to its first cause. The motive is segregated from the whole life as a pure light allied to that which it seeks. 23. The word fermentation conveys an idea of the perfecting principle and of the possibility of transmutation beyond any other word, and also of the fixation or everlasting preservation of which they speak. And so of immortality, it is the best image of the divine art which earthly processes give. Alchemy is a process of fermenting the vital spirit in and by its own light. The vital spirit is in the universal as well as in the individual. In the art the individual draws the universal. The best illustration of the art as a fermentative process is given by Basil Valentine in his Keys. It is through this art that man is brought into relationship with God, hence it is called by the adepts holy alchemy. Thus Norton says, its most profound philosophy, this subtle science of holy alchemy. The moment men begin to reduce the ontological ground taken by adepts to physical science they begin to twaddle. 24. Lorenz Oken, London, Ray Society, 1847, is a man who will be appreciated some day, I suspect. He is a man who deals with nature in that higher way, never in that lower. It strikes me that of all writers Oken best evolves causal truth into the outward forms of life. 25. There are three lives to be represented: the terrestrial, the celestial, the infernal. The terrestrial is the sensuous and represents the animal kingdom. In man it is dominating the head. The celestial is the emotional, receptive, instinctive life, and represents the vegetable kingdom. In man it resides in the epigastric region, and the heat, the solar plexus, the archeus of Paracelsus, is its workshop. The infernal is the voluntary agent in life, and represents the mineral kingdom. In man it resides in the lumbar region. Each of these lives is dominant in the kingdom of nature to which it is especially attached. In fact, it is its essential quality, its substance. We must remember that man, being a microcosm, comprehends and represents the whole and each. 26. The aim in the work is to reverse the whole action of these lives in their natural order. Man is fallen. He is in the third or lowest life, and this third life has to be raised up and born through the medial or celestial life, and becomes receptive of the divine. Man must not dare to aspire to that highest life which is over this birth and which is typified by the terrestrial or head life, since if he were there he would become creative, he would be taking to himself the divine will. 27. That which in the hands of fools is nothing in that of a philosopher becomes to be all in all, says one. All depends on the willing and the intention, ex fine cujusvis intentionis resultat principium aegis, and so, too, it is true and less paradoxical that finus ab origin pendet. The difficulty is to find this principium, the intention. For the rational ferment, the pure orific seed of light, is hidden in this life of ours. 28. Will creates an image, not a being. The will passing into desire for the image creates it by union with itself into a being. It begets itself out of itself, as it were out of its own image, cf. Bayman's Threefold Life, Chapter 10, 12. 29. The powers developed, of which the adepts speak, are produced from emotional sources in the heart, which emotional influences qualitate those powers. Contrition, live, purity, mercy, humility, are such emotions and are producible not so much materially as essentially. Emotion being's fourth essence, and essence is qualitated, i.e. specificated, and receives form from ideas or the universal forms of nature. Thus, in lower degree and unlawfully, man may specificate and qualitate from his own mind. In this consists the true idolatry against which the Bible so strongly protests, and that magic which originated talismans, palladia, etc. It is a taking the first matter which is humanly producible, and forming it finitely and for any particular object or individual end. 30. The fire of the natural life entering into and fermenting the natural fire, the same life in another opens the last, and develops and excites and sets free the celestial life and light that is one main principle. The third principle is developed in like manner. The fourth contrariwise, it is a procreation of the third through the second, a retrogression. The mystery is a wonderful one, the phenomena are constant throughout. It can be talked about in such a commonplace way, and yet it is so far above the apprehension of the common life. 31. The spirit teaches its own art, and according as it is obeyed the artist goes on developing the way for him to advance itself to perfection. Ut ventus ca flat, est alca dat is one of the old alchemical sayings, and it is full of meaning. No doubt this is analogous to our Lord's words, the wind bloweth where it listeth. He who imparts the Spirit to another is as the wind that blows, moved by an influence external to itself. Cacapit, alsapit is another, and refers to the wisdom imparted by the reception of the afflatus, since it awakens in him a consciousness related to the universal. 32. When one life being fermented throws its life to another equally fermented, a greater perfection is produced in the patient than was before in the agent who imparts it. That is the law of progression of the vital force, sic iter ad astra. 33. There is no such thing as truth absolute in nature, because she has no true conceptive vehicle. All her conceptive life is deformed and falsified, so that, as Raymond Lully says, the pure matter of the philosophers is not to be found on earth. In the application of universal principles you must have a pure conceptive medium. That is true which is conceived simple, without any heterogeneous element, thus light in its ether is truly manifested. Give a perfectly true mirror, the reflection of objects would be true. Thus everything depends on the purity of the receiving power. You may find out in Plotinus how that pure matter is generated. 34. The Hermetic art is a perfectioning of the third or lowest or the mineral life in man. And typifies throughout the celestial and divine. See Cunrath, who teaches this essentially. We live in but one life, the head life, but there are three possible lives, i.e. there is a power of entering into three modes of consciousness, either in the sensible, the perceptive, or the power life. This last conjoined to the other two makes them efficient. We have no right to be efficient in the present head life. Our business is to be efficient in the medial life, in faith, then we are efficient for the life immediately over us, the divine. Our present state is one of inversion. 35. The analogy insisted on by Cunrath and Grusius in his aquarium between the philosopher's stone and Christ the head cornerstone is more than pardonable, it is a verisimilitude. And is founded on the fact that our Lord is the embodiment and representation and perfection of the highest moral and spiritual life of man, and the stone of the wise is the perfected lowest life, its true consummation, which is mineral in its origin. 36. Hermetism is the magnetism of light according to its own law, which law is its emanating spirit called wisdom, for it is the wisdom. 37. Nature has taken from the primal source into a will is the history of the fall. The art is a question put to nature respecting the first cause, and it is an extortion from protean and SPHNX-like forms of the true answer. To whom, where, in what form, is the question addressed? To the stronghold of the Sphinx herself in the spirit in man. This spirit being reason-gifted can answer if rationally interrogated. 38. Our life goes forth into a line at present, it has to be taken up into a circle. In other words, life has to be taken back into its forced source. The serpent with his tail in his mouth is the chosen illustration of this reduction of the linear into the circular life. 39. The walls of Troy are a figure, and were meant by the poets and traditionalists to be so, of the ensphering of the lower life. It is done in a great resonance. Those walls were said to be built by the music of Apollo. Apollo is that life, and it is coruscant, and in the setting free of that center, of that coruscation, there is a harmony. What Bayman calls the Mercurius, or spirit of the sound, is evolved, the ether round the sun is compacted and solidified. The throwing down of the walls of this is harmony, and sphered life is the alchemical solution, and this also is accompanied with noise, as Halley says. In another figure, the roots of the mineral tree are in the air, its summit in the earth, and when they are torn from their places a terrible sound is heard and a great fear is felt. Compare also the Chaldaic oracles, article Hecate, etc. However, when this nature is born in us, it asserts itself, or rather, I should say, he asserts himself, for it is more that it, through us, cf. Hermes' Golden Treatise, cap. 4. 40. The body of brass is the impure natural-born vital spirit. 41. The Hermetic philosophy is a process of experimentation into the universal spirit through man. It is a development of the art by which a particular spirit, to use Vaughan's words, is allied to the universal. 42. The vegetable spirit is the growth-causing spirit, that which is predominant in the vegetable kingdom. 43. The whole image of the macrocosm is formed, and has consequently its typical representation, in the microcosm, and is evolved before the mental eye in the recreative process of the regeneration, cf. Nick Flamel. 44. In the work, wherever there is power there is a conflict, the multitudinous enemies try to rush in, the self-willed spirit endeavors to gain the mystery and offers all its lures in order to get the end for itself. Strange mystery it is. 45. I think that the soul comes into this body with the dream of its whole afterlife presented to it. And that is its destiny. This would, however, involve us in a fatalism, if it were not that we may rise above this evestrum, as Paracelsus calls it, Phil. Ad Athen, b. 2. The will is always above it, but then it influences the will that does not see beyond it, by giving that will motive. We are moved very often by it, may, seldom pass beyond it, unless moved by God's grace, the divine evestrum, relatively to man, and so are enabled to overcome it. The real mystery is so very wonderful, great and close, that one cannot venture to speak of it in ordinary language. 46. The third life, the mineral or lowest life in man, brings you into contact with the macrocosmic mineral life. For wheresoever we stand ourselves, there is the relation of the outward life to us itself formed. The vegetable and animal lives are higher than the mineral life in us. 47. Those who are hermetically regenerated in this world have given up the head life or the animal, the rational life, not the divine insaying of the celestial life, they cut themselves off from it. They renounce a word, their life is sealed in another covenant, they enter into our Lord's life by a sacrifice in faith that they shall be restored ultimately by him when he has received for himself the kingdom and is returned. Job's story is all a type of that. 48. The alchemical symbols, phrases, metaphors, which so disguise the art are more than what they seem. They point out a reality, and were we in the spirit of their truth we should find them to be far more true literally than they are thought to be. 49. It strikes me that Bayman is the deepest writer on ontological subjects. He is not so scientific as the Platonists, but he is more descriptive, awakening, suggestive of truth. 50. When an entrance is effected into the signature, then there is a clearing of the understanding to see in the divine wisdom the life, and to hear, by the divine utterance, the specific articulation of things. The knowledge of things in their roots, out of their essence, as Bayman says, through the principle in the sound with the voice. Signatura rerum, chap. I. 1. 51. The speech of mind uttered into the pure ether qualitates and specificates. The ether is twofold, the mundane, which is full of the false forms. The pure, which is not of this world but is connected with the supersensual life. 52. There is no true body but will, it is the principle of the body, the salt. 53. Bayman's three primary forms in his doctrines on the going forth of the absolute will from non-being into manifestation, are modes of expression by a man of a conscious experience of the creative mystery. Such words of his as hardness, enclosing, coldness, attraction, compunction, signa. Rerum, ch. 12, are intended to express qualities which, acting in the spirit, become qualitative. They describe spiritual emotions both active and reactive, for such words are not mere theories or suppositions, but expressive, as far as such an instrument can be, of internal knowledge and consciousness. In the universal, as was the case with Bayman, you must have the universal developed in you before you can understand the universal. 54. The whole doctrine of the ontological unfolding is emanation. Emanation from the superstantial light or will. The darkness is the emanation, and that which before was qualitated and flat become cubic by multiplication into itself. It is methesis becoming geometric. 55. If you find the wisdom, and coming out in the spirit of wisdom, look into the world, then you may see as Solomon did the nature and virtues of all things. The philosopher, says Sendivogius, in a very eloquent passage, looks not out on nature with the eyes of common men. 56. Alchemy is the art of fermenting the human vital spirit in order to purify it and finally to dissolve it, so that the principle be reconstructed through a regeneration. 57. There is a dualism or relation of two in all things plus the one and the three. The great principle of the number 7 is a rest from the ferment or action of the vitalizing or divine principles. 58. When speaking of the four elements, alchemists refer to the four elements of the universal ether. This ether is a quintessence of those very four principles, which they call elements. It is the quintessence of both worlds. 59. The divine light, the essence of gold, is hidden in the self-begotten life. This life of ours, instead of administering to the divine life, appropriates it. 60. The mineral soul or the lowest form of life in us, when first seen by introspection, is as a dark vapor, monstrum, horrendum, in form, ingens. Cui lumen ademptum, it is the Augean stable the cleansing of which involved Hercules in so much labor. 61. Saturn or the self-willed life can only be overcome in the process by satiation. He must be given from without plenty of the honey of the bees, the orific seed, the rational light. He first of all entraps the light, and then he longs for more to feed that center which he has entrapped, and just as a seed which has drawn light from the sun longs for more and so grows until it bursts out of the saturnine husk into a flower, and soon no longer grows for itself but for another generation and becomes transmuted, so the selfish saturnine life in man, when once it has passed into its new life, or rather admitted it, assimilates that life into itself and becomes itself transmuted. 62. As man was the quintessence of the whole creation, so woman was the quintessence of man, the love spirit was in her. The whole process of the mystery was intended to purify the impure vital atmosphere which surrounds each individual life. The action of mesmerism is a very external way, an imitation of the divine art of the separation of which Paracelsus speaks. It solves the bond between the spirit and its corporeal media for the moment, by the perpendicular or vertical passes. Clairvoyants perceive this atmosphere, and the deformities with which it is full, all the thoughts and desires of life are imaged there. Its density or lightness is the cause of the darkness or brightness which may be seen in men. 63. There are two causes and one mother in the work. The mystery of this is shadowed out in the myth of Oedipus. It is shut up in those strange allegories of earlier Greek life. Cacapit, alsapit. 64. The law of divine manifestation is expressed in those striking words of Bayman in the sign. Rerum, ch2, p. 68. An eternal will arises in the no thing to introduce the no thing into something, that the will might feel and find and behold itself. Cf. The enigma omnia in omnibus incunreth. This is the order imaged out in the Hermetic work, which is in fact an imitation of the divine. 65. The first fruits, tough perfectly real, should not be accepted as permanent, the artist should not stop there. They must be sacrificed for the sake of the promise they contain, would he fulfill the divine purpose and not his own. There is a good illustration of this in the latter part of that curious little book, The Hermetic Wedding. 66. True knowledge is experimental contact of mind with mystery. It is when the mind enters into the universal consciously, it returns, as it were, into its principle and knows itself in its principle, and there is an efflux of life. It is not merely an experience such as one might have in receiving a blow, there is a consequence in it. The true adepts had this knowledge and its fruits. Ordinary men only touch a surface, they don't realize. Their life is not multiplied into the absolute fountain of being. Many of the alchemists only saw theoretically, some of them entering into the medial sphere, the paradisiacal life inferred the higher and deeper. 67. The slat is the voluntary substance, and is bound up in the lowest region, the generative mineral life, and must be translated or drawn up into the medial life. Troy in the old analogy is that citadel where Apollo keeps his cattle. Mercury steals them and afterwards sacrifices them. The salt thus transplanted becomes light and grows, and, in growing, this sensibly affects the whole connate or surrounding spirit, ferments it, and moves it to contrition. 68. True alchemy, not that which the world has run after without finding, is related to theosophy on its physical side. It concerns that change in the circulatory system of the blood to which St. Martin and Eckhartshausen, among others of the same highly experimental school, allude. Showing how the change is wrought by reiterative contritions absorbing the sensuous medium and carrying back the purer conscious ends of light to its first life in God. 69. The Christian scheme is the bringing of the whole of our life into the sonship by regeneration. It is an eternal marriage union between man and God in Christ, as is hinted by St. Paul and in the book of Revelation. No doubt the state of it, when thoroughly achieved, is one of perfect beatitude. The mind then revels as it were in the appreciation of its Maker, its source. Man is so a child of God, regenerated or born again as an offspring of his own will, given up in passivity to the divine will. It is the death to sin with a new birth awakened in us, and until that takes place we know little or nothing of the sinfulness of this life. 70. It is by emotion that mind is moved into matter. Emotion is a midpoint between the two. Conscience strikes upon the self-life, and, when it does so, effectually ferments it and evolves from it a third form of life, a new birth of life. 71. All qualities, every adjective form, are first in the letter the grounded form, the mathematical flat surface, then in the intellectual, that which understands that, then in the emotional that which feels and as it were has it. Then in the expression of the emotional it becomes sensible and so materialized, for the efflux or first origin of matter is upon the sensible experience. Hence, the strange nomenclature of the Hermetist and of Bayman about the sulfur, the salt and the mercury, the water, the air, the fire, etc., relates to principles rather than qualities. In the spirit they become qualities. Thought qualitates spirit, and spiritual experiences bring the qualities produced into manifestation, into esse from posse. 72. All is held in potentiality in will. The alchemists say that, in the process, there is a point of passivity, where there is no attraction but rather an indifference to both the life and the death. Then the artist must look to his work, and seek to stir up the motion. This we learn in the language of the older masters, that when Vulcan appears in the same altar with Minerva the conjunction is ominous. This means that all the desire of life is towards the wisdom life, that pure, good, beautiful, passionate life. Of itself it needs nothing, but if it is stirred it is taken. What takes it is the self-will. The whole of this mystery is a translation of the consciousness, for there is a life behind the consciousness. Present consciousness lives in and is drawn out to sense, it may be, it should be, thrown backwards, nay upwards, into its first source. 73. The philosophic matter is an excruciated ends of light, a light extracted through anguish from life. The process goes over and over again, for we could not bear the birth in our own strength. It is a successive giving up of itself to be bettered on the part of will. The principle of it is wonderfully beautiful when one gets a glimpse of it, but it is almost too sacred, and impinges so strongly on the spirit life that I don't think you can think into such spheres of life without moving them. Or being moved by them. 74. Everything is in will. All in the beginning is will, it is the foundation of everything, and is everything, it is the only true substance of body. It subsists first in one will, then in two wills, and exists in the third. It then becomes a self-assertion. 75. All the false sulfurs, by sulfurs I mean forms, of the mundane life require to be purified, nay, perhaps extirpated, in order that the medium for manifestation of the divine light may be simple and pure. The human spirit has to die to everything that it now lives to, and lastly to its own identity, in order to become a simple receptacle and magnet for the divine seed. When it rearises it is a true manifestation, reflex and image of the divine. That is the condition of the highest regeneration. All true religion in this life is a preparation of the will for this final work. 76. We have no business whatsoever to speak the name. If it should speak in us it will work its own change in us, cf. St. Martin's Correspondence, Letter 30, that is how it spake in our Lord's baptism, when the voice came, how I have both glorified my name and I will glorify it again. It would seem as of our Lord when he prayed, Father, glorify thy name, and received that answer, needed new strength by the utterance of the name, hence he introduced that prayer by declaration, now is my soul troubled. 77. Take that matter which is gold, says Irenaeus, and throw it into mercury, such a mercury as is bottomless, whose center it can never find but by discovering its own. In finding the magical earth in yourself, in your own center, you find that which is in the air or the vegetable life, that pure earth which commences the regeneration, the medial life, nascitur in air terra magica, in ether clarificator. The mineral earth belongs to the lower life and to the center of the globe, see St. Martin's Theos. Correspondence, page 117. 78. Wisdom is nowhere so well described as in the Book of Wisdom. It is a pure exemplar from the first light or life, showing man what he ought to be, and offering to conform him to it. The standard is very high and arduous, nothing but entire self-devotion is of any use even to begin with. Its end is that so-called annihilation bringing back into the nothing which is before all things. It holds such a strong contrast in hand, the perfection of the law of light, and the defection of humanity. Just that state described by Job, I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee, therefore I abhor myself and repent in dust and ashes. This divine wisdom in us has to be born over and over again. It is an ultimate in the procedure in human restoration. 79. The life acts through the sensuous and sensible spirit in the blood. It is all to be taken up into, I suppose, the will to cause another and new life to grow out of its death. If you magnetize a person, he is elevated into a purer atmosphere instantly. The natural tendency at once is to a purification. It dissolves the sensuous medium and opens the consciousness to the divine life. You may corrupt it by introducing forcibly upon the patient a bad will, but it is not naturally easy to do so. 80. Out of the ashes of this present sensuous spirit arises the phoenix. 81. There is a war in the work between the self-will and the universal will, and all the faculties and desires are engaged on one side or the other. The effort of the universal will is to draw them into its service by first destroying them, and then reproducing them in a transmuted form. 82. The solar tincture, tinctura solaris, is the orific light. 83. The physical problem as Kirchberger calls it, theos. Correspondence, page 168, is the making visible the invisible spirit. Verbum invisible fiat palpabile et germinabit ut radix. It is a taking of the infinite light nature into bound by hypostatic multiplication of its shadow or image. 84. Lives as long as they are superficies don't create, they are merely principles. 85. The philosopher's stone is a real entity produced by spiritual generation. It is a real ends of light. It is both objective and subjective, an actuality as well as a theory. 86. Living in the second principle means living the paradisiacal life. They all lived in it, under the cross. The heart life below the arms which, when extended, give a cross, represents this, and is this. 87. The universal will being represented as agent dissolves the false forms and the self-will represented as patient. The great salt sea, wisdom, the universal will, dissipates the impure sulfurs, desires, phantasms, in the individual will as the strokes of the sun's rays dissipate the darkness of night. 88. There are three microcosmic centers in man, the eye of the divine, animal rational head life, the heart of the celestial medial vegetable life, the lumbar region of the inferior mineral life. The universal matter is obtainable at the focus of either center. 89. The true manifestation of the law of light is what is to be sought, the place of its manifestation is in the soul. There is room for the image also in the circumlucid place. Every way to the unfashioned soul stretch the reins of fire. See Chaldaic Oracles and Stanley's History Phil. 90. In the philosophical dissolution of the body, soul and spirit are separate, the body lies without any breath. The other two are united to it as by a thread, and this continues until the refixation takes place. Through every stage of the process of regeneration, through every stage of progress, the same principles are maintained in operation until the assimilation is perfected and the divine will is all. There is no defection there. The selfhood has nothing to deface, nothing to deform. Many modern metaphysicians have taken the first ground, their starting point, from the mystics, I mean Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, Kant, and others of kindred mind. They worked hard on the margin of intellectual intuition of truth. Kant never got beyond or behind it, but stood on and ranged about the negative margin. Fichte and Schelling broke through into the ontological, the absolute ground, seeing but without experiencing. Jacob Beeman here transcended them. He was in the experience, but they transcended him in scientific intuition. Oken's case was different. He appears to have had an inspiration into the science of created nature. Beeman saw into the uncreated and felt it, the arising life was in him consciously. 91. Kirchberger, Theos. Koresp, p. 236, thought that, the divine will makes use of the human voice as an organ for conducting the light, through the fire. It strikes me that he is right in this, the fire here is our chaotic will in potentiality. It is the basis of our microcosmic recreation. 92. I am always surprised that these mystics refer so little to the Psalms, with the exception of Arndt there are none who seem to recognize their surpassing depth of divine experience. 93. The key to the work, or into another life, the key of the house of David, is obtained from the desire of the lower life, the generative, the fallen life, opening up into the heart life, or the medial life, or the celestial life, or the vegetable life, by ecstasis. 94. The strength of the attraction of that which is above, the feminine principle, wisdom, the heart life, forces, draws, attracts as by a magnet, the self-willed source upwards, so that this latter becomes transmuted into a passive feminine principle. The draw-up is sudden, and as at an instant, a sudden force of admiration does it, it is love which attracts. Nothing else could move that principle from its self-conscious center into self-oblivion. The seed of this life, the paternal principle, is drawn up. As the feminine spirit is the cause of the fall, so is it in an advanced stage, you know the cause of the restoration when it advances up there. When the attraction is placed above instead of below, a restoration of what was lost takes place, and more also. If paradise regained were merely the old paradise regained, why, then, the fall would be a thing to be wondered at and deplored. But seeing that it promises in the restoration a much greater good, for the second Adam is greater than the first, may we not regard it as in accordance with the eternal purpose, purposed in Christ Jesus, our Lord. 95. Saint Martin has a curious remark respecting the foundation of the two testaments. He asserts it to consist in the true pronunciation of the two great names, Theos. Caresp, page 244, this involves more than his words convey to common sense. As showing what really and originally the Old and New Testaments are founded on, namely, on the revealed utterance of the life of God in man. Out of that all minor details follow and belong, and all the particulars that spring out of that universal, all who have been on that original ground, agree, they corroborate one another. The New Testament is a development and fulfillment of the promise of the Old, and with that fulfillment gives another promise. 96. All religions are founded on prior revelations, but polytheism is distinguished from monotheism by its deviation from the central principle. 97. As the world is diverse, so is the manifestation of the Spirit diverse. And so powers subordinate to God are evolved. Of this we have a remarkable illustration in those words of comment made by our Lord on the language of David, I have said ye are gods, if, says our Lord, ye called them gods unto whom the word of God came. Where that word comes there is power in an individual, the danger is the tendency in such gifted beings to set up self-centers. This is the key to the philosophy of the second commandment as the practical result of the violation of the first. A graven image means a vocal utterance carved into the understanding spirit which conceives it by the desire of life. The image lives in the heart and the whole individual worships it, and endeavors to conform to it. That sort of graven image may be carried out magically into material forms and objectively worshipped. And this we see becomes more and more weakened the further it departs from its source till it becomes a mere dead representation, common idolatry. The ancient prophets impugned both, but the danger and sin of the latter is as nothing compared to those of the former, for in it was vitality in efficacy. 98. The initiated moved one another on by words of power. The Masons ape this, but have lost the magic key, which was so carefully prepared by the anonymous author of the Tractatus Aureus, see Museum Hermeticum, edit. 1649, page 45, to open the door into the Hermetic garden. They want the words, which are only to be found by seeking them in the subjective, the fundamental life, from which they are as far as the tools they use. The true tools also may be found on the way in. They will be given one after another as they are wanted, i.e., the double triangle and triple tau, etc. 99. These and kindred principles are sacred in their originals. In their ultimates from the center they are not so, they are celestial and outwards, the celestial as well as the ultimate may be used. There is not that sacredness in the outward tools, they are representatives of these that are in the recess of light, though they are meant for sacred use, and are so far consecrated on account of purpose. 100. The outward form of masonry is too absurd to be perpetuated were it not for a certain secret response of common sense to the original mystery. So it is with the acceptance of all religious systems, it is based in faith, and faith looks to the invisible. 101. the perfection of each man is to submit to have his fundamental faith, which is his individual logos, perfectly elaborated, i.e., fermented, so as to transmute the whole being, so that the whole body, soul and spirit may be saved in it. Few have ever perfected this, though there were doubtless degrees of it. The birth of this life prevents the complete work. It is not intended to be completed till the time comes. The danger of diving into the mystery of life through alchemical seekings is that it tempts you to break the seals upon the book of life artificially in order to hasten the work, instead of waiting for God's will and pleasure about it. He will hasten up all at last quickly enough. The Hermetists themselves always war against overhaste. Norton says, haste is the devil's part. There is a swiftness in the self-willed magnet working powerfully and to destruction if suffered to do so before its time. Ripley warns against this under the similitude of red poppies. The work gets all burnt up and the artist has to begin over again. Nevertheless, in every mistake there is a lesson for future guidance. 102, the crown, to use Bayman's and de Saint Martin's phrase, is the logos. The whole of the divine purpose appears to be to bring the self-willed opposition into subjection through man's consent and operation. In order that the original fallen body of the will in Lucifer may become a ground and body to the divine instead of being apostate. The scheme is wonderful, and appears perfectly marvelous the moment the mind enters into perception of it, that is, the value of man. The body, the really efficient body of the will, is at present alienated from and in rebellion, as it were experimentally, against its first source. 103, Engelbrecht lived like Swedenborg, in the visionary sphere, and with no education of the intellect, had, it strikes me, the less gauge for truth. One reads his writings without any sense of value, except such as they might be to his own mind, and to such as himself. Bayman's mind was on quite another ground. It was altogether withdrawn from surfaces, which in him were objective instead of subjective. He looked to them with a light that penetrated and comprehended them. There is a certain truth in the analogical sphere, but it is only relative. The wise called it the regio fantastica. All the true Hermetists knew it, and valued it only for the derived light of its essence, not for any light it gave them. It was as a pabulum for them, but only when deprived of all phantasmagoric form. All those little peep shows are shadows of it, and no doubt children enjoy these things at fairs because their spirits are near this source. A deep intellect will not stay in these spheres, it will be drawn deeper by gravitation to the primary sources of life. Some persons, however, such as perhaps Engelbrecht, misconceive this Evester, as Paracelsus calls it, and having a see things pretty truly if they continue faithful of purpose without much self-desire. It is self-desire that adulterates. Vaughan, the Welshman, very elegantly depicts the play of that ether. In Bayman, as in the higher regenerate men, the body became as the iron in the forge, no longer visible as before, but penetrated through and swallowed up with the light. On that principle, by the by, pictures of the ascension and transfiguration should be painted. They should paint light, making the central body of the light stronger than the outside. Like the eye and its iris, a body can only become invisible through excess of light from within it. It is by shutting up of ours in its center that we become sensibly visible to sense. It only emanates from the focus of the eye, and it is that light thrown in to find its own center and origin which awakens that center at last and causes it to coruscate. 104, when the archetypal light is perceived, it burns up all anterior manifestation, images and representations, all that is not of itself. It perceives itself alone, for it is objective and subjective both. It is truth. There is nothing alien in it or possible to it, for it burns up all that is alien, transmuting all that is not combustible into itself. 105, D. Saint Martin Days, numerical numbers are merely the bark of things, page 298, Caresp. And outer nature is the bark of them as the tradition of Scripture is the bark of the inner law. My notion of numbers considered theosophically is that they represent, and are the order of the development of, the divine law in actual creative operation. And that they are known in their arithmetical forms of addition and subtraction, of which multiplication and division are developments, through their personal representation in theurgic art. By which spirit is added to spirit and multiplied as offspring, producing points, planes, cubes, which being again conjoined, have their confluence in materiality. The mystic tetractys of Pythagoras was thus obtained, the source, as he called it, of ever-flowing nature. Such an ens was the basis of the philosophic stone, a metaphysical chemical birth, emanating according to the creative law, proving itself doubly, triply, by a realization of the first represented will. And this is known in regeneration, individually proven and proving all. 106. All members that work here for the natural work also for the superessential. All the organs of the senses are brought to bear against the principle of sense or the sensuous medium in the blood. Then the hands are taught to war and the fingers to fight, and all natural secretion is superseded by superessential hyperphysical exudation and tears. For when the connate spirit is deprived of its understanding spirit, as is imaged in the Iliad after the death of Patroclus, and in the grief of Hercules for the loss of Hylas, life flows away, until by self-realization it rallies from a new center. 107. Grammar has its foundation in operations of the spirit, of which will is the substantive or noun, love the qualitative adjective form, their union coming into self-expression is the verb affirmative, I am. 108. The sensual medium must in the work be brought to its pivot, to its last ends. The residuum from this medium supplies body to the regenerate soul, after that the soul has passed under its cross. Southeast St. Martin says in allusion to this that, the earth is the crucible for souls as well as bodies, see Tableau Naturel, Vol. 2, page 230. Also the Smaragdin tablet, the power is integral if it be turned into earth. This earth becomes the punctum saliens of the divine cross which before was its punctum. 109. Festina lente, nequid mimes, are sayings very applicable to the work, and very important in conducting it, and that whether in its higher or lower form. It may seem strange to say so, but too much haste to be good or perfect involves a self-willed action which defeats the end. It is the duty of man's will to follow God's will as he, according to his time and measure, opens the way. Be not righteous overmuch, says Solomon, showing that we should not exceed the capacity which is given. If we do, it gives power to the contrary principle to react upon the overrun. Note, the action of the self-will on the soul which exaggerates its religious life may be seen in the history of men, Jewish and Christian, in spiritual pride, in contempt of others, in morbid self-anatomy. In want of charity or allowance for others, in the odium theologicum, whether they who show these qualities were called Pharisees or Catharoi or Devotes or Puritans. 110. The whole work is an action of agent on patient, and the reaction of patient, advancing, on agent. The work is gradual, yet always progressive, each fermented spirit advances upon its origin. Desire constricts the essence of what it desires and so draws matter about the image of its object. 111. The lucidity and terseness of even Bacon's style if turned from the a posteriori to the a priori ground, would be equally lucid and perspicuous to those who discovered the latter. But would be eminently abstruse and involved and mystical to such as are of a merely perceptive mind cognizant of sensibles, because the natural understanding and language are inadequate to express things belonging to absolute truth. They were never framed to it. The language of the spirit itself only can clearly express and reveal its own life. Nevertheless, the more the inner becomes elaborated by thought through the organization, the more intelligible can its light be made by natural language to the natural understanding. 112. It is true that all inner principles are evolved outwardly, but they are thrown into deviation in the course of evolution by the halting, obstructive movements of the law of individual life. 113. Kirchberger says for D. St. Martin, Theos. Caresp, page 359, that there is no true government but a theocracy. This is a great truth, but the social surface to bear a theocratic government must first be coordinate. The world's surface can only be governed by the center from which it is derived, that is, its king. And if the divine center moves into a superficial dominion, it immediately proceeds to recreate and prepare for the dethronement of the old center by dissolution of the corrupt surface. A perfect law is quite unfit for an imperfect community in immediate form. It works by intermediate degrees of completeness before it attains power to work through to regenerate without destruction of that which, taken up progressively, is valuable. See de Saint Ms. Reply, page 364. 114. People in whom the Mars and Venus property is dominant, especially when they both coexist, are drawn very closely in consciousness to the vortex of life, the soul principle. Their knowledge is by experience, not perception or intuition, which are the property of Mercury and Jupiter, which can enunciate far more clearly than the mere emotional spheres, but cannot feel as well, or realize without the voluntary dominance of Saturn and Luna. These supply evidence to their respective light and life. 115. D. Saint Martin found an entrance into the center of the substantial life which every creature is seeking, and in the perfect law of which all who have truly entered and known the center agree. It is in the identity of this revelation in every individual vouchsafed it, that this agreement arises. For this truth is at once a unity and an universal. 116. Kirchberger was drawn to and worked about the intellectual imagination of the inner life, seeking means of further entrance perhaps, at least sometimes, rather than to become integrated or made anew and converted wholly into the light he saw. This is the snare of most intellectual seekers. They desire to dive deeply by the one ray of intellect rather than to transfuse its converting light and essence through the darkness of the selfhood on which it shines. It is true that high revelations may be obtained in that way, intuitions even, but without clothing or realization, unless the spirit of such a seeker returns before it is too late to take up the life which was born with the light, and which it has left behind in the forgetful enjoyment of its own researches. 116a. Intellectual seekers get quickly deeper, but have more to overcome. Seekers, who are in the divine order of love, who are passive, are worked at every surface of the spirit, and this takes time. For doing is more tedious than seeing, but then it is sure, it takes up everything under God's will. 117. Every one can find in himself at moments the true center, if only the thought dives deep enough, and so long as he is there every particular truth will be perceived in its widest acceptation. Because without hindrance there is nothing to stop thought there except the law of thought itself. Thus does Saint Martin's mind expatiated broadly and freely, asserted universal truths in reply to the particular inquiry of his friend. So he answers him and does not, he answers questions and explodes them. And so in the Hermetic process there is an inquisition into life, in which every question is solved, thrown into solution, and a new basis furnished for further inquiry. And here every solution is a convertive process and progress in entity and hypostatic relation. When I ask you a question or you me, the doing so does not change, though it affects our life. But there it does both, because the solution enters into the spirit of the inquirer, it is intimate, alchemical, it is light dissolving darkness until there is no more darkness or shadow of a doubt. You must understand that the intellect is the inquirer and, as individual, is skeptical. The universal reason condescends to answer it when not self-seeking and too proud to know. To the true seeker after truth in humility, not in pride, it responds. Kant saw that, Hegel saw it, Fichte knew it, Schelling saw it, Bohm knew it and proved it by his experience in seeing whereby he became it. 118. It requires light to throw light upon light, darkness looking in and endeavoring only darkens. It is the blind leading the blind, or worse than that, it is a blind man dragging about his dog instead of his dog dragging him. Hence by reading St. Paul's epistles in the atmosphere of the higher mystics, more knowledge of his meaning, more insight into his depths, is given than can be drawn from any professed commentators. The theosophic light opens him at a much wider plane of thought than the theological. 119. In that dream your mind was carried back into its ether, the ethereal consciousness brought into relation with the universal ether. That ether is the omnia in omnibus of the Hermetic riddle. What we have is a scrap of that ether shut in at our birth conception. All qualities are in it and color it. 120. The first vegetative life is green, it arises with hope. It is hope, the first aspiration to something better, to progress and improvement, it is a beautiful principle, the sensation of it on such as are permitted in consciousness to enter into it is blessed. The purple color is its ripened life. It is the Benedicta Viriditas of the Masters, Song of Soul, ch. 2. 121, Man is the servant and interpreter of nature, says Bacon, and truly, so long as he goes outwardly and away from himself and from God to find knowledge. But when he returns within according to the divine ordinance and law of reason, but that he has a capacity in his own principle of being and life, when allied to God, to become, next him, her revealer and master. 122, the only objection that can be urged rationally to the a priori investigation of nature is the lapse of the human soul, the fall away of it into selfhood, which has defaced the image. So that it no longer reflects the truth nor perceives it until it has been regenerated. And so far the objection is valid, but not beyond. The a priori method is the true one for the discovery of the first truths. The difficulty of the method does not invalidate its superiority. When found it proceeds to prove itself a posteriori by efficient procedure, as it were by what is commonly called miracle. And this, the inductive philosophy or method never can arrive at, since it goes further and further out, and finds its strength in remoteness from the causal source. The subjective can prove itself, has proved itself, to the objective. The objective never can prove itself by originating any effects. 123, the whole of the self-included vaporous vehicle of the soul must be evaporated before any truth is evolved. The vaporous vehicle is the material principle in the conception, it obscures the pure paternal light of life, the generative light, in order to bring it out into sense. The birth into this life is a continuous image of the fall. The fall was not at first sensible, but spiritual. The principle of the fall is a long way back behind its effects. 124, the spirit of nature is all imagination, ideality, fancy. She wraps herself about with what you call aromal essences, aromal emanations, in order to realize her imaginings. Nature is a personality whenever it is included in particulars, and also when regarded universally it is the same in the being of the orb soul. She is sometimes more at one time than at another in a fantastic state, when there is more power given her from the central source to work with, as in earthquakes and convulsions. Then she makes beautiful scenery, and throws about her shaping essence gracefully to be clothed at those junctures with the material that is in process of reformation. She enjoys reconstructing in the world, just as she does in us when the constructing organ is called into play. The embellishing spirit goes with the constructive, though not always in the same degree. That is highest and strongest when she has most supply of life. Of course, there is a sense of beauty in nature or else the world would be ugly. 125, children have the growth spirit in them, the vegetable spirit which is more fantastic than the animal, and therefore they imagine more freely and with less resistance from consciousness of the actual. They are not so entirely included in the circle of life and circulation. When that is completed it shuts them more in, and growth upward stops, the intercourse is then not so free with the spirit of nature. It is imprisoned in the self-consciousness, and self becomes the magnet. 126, Bayman surpassed the Neoplatonists in his revelations of the life center. Of this they delivered down the principles scientifically in accordance with the natural reason and scholar-like knowledge of all contemporary literature, and of Eastern philosophy and tradition. Besides which they underwent an initiation perfected through long ages of experience, so that their theosophy bears the same relation to Bayman's as the astronomy of Ptolemy could to that of Newton. It was not their practice to declare the inner experience of the Misti and Telii, they chiefly confined themselves to the psychological investigation ad experiments. 127, weight is the analog of will. 128, there are two magnets in man, i.e., two wills contending for man, the one to the other self-center. Therefore these two contend for the soul. 129, when the medial life draws the hidden central light, there is a tremendous central action now, i.e., in this life, we are upside down. The sulfur, the pure light of life, is bound down in the inferior mineral region of life, and has to be drawn forth and transplanted into the medial region before it can grow and become manifest. It is brought up like a graft, verbum invisible fiat palpable et germinabit ut radix. You see, the central hidden light, there's the mystery, is hidden in the voluntary contrariation which is a Saturn, i.e. will, has the key to the prison where sulfur lies bound, for that which will has bound, will only can unbind. 130. Supposing I have a will that wishes to loosen your will, or rather the will that binds your life individually. I throw its purpose into your mind, and so ferment the whole including spirit of your life that it, the former, opens, corrupts, dissolves, and so lets loose the light of which the latter was begot, i.e. the light which comes into every soul born into the world. When this light is let loose, it shines forth with a sudden coruscation feeding on the surrounding ether which constitutes the atmosphere of the life, as is described in the midnight sun seen by Apuleius when he was initiated by the goddess Isis. You are always taken down there by spiritual guides, it is never human initiation, that. 131. When light meets light there is true self-perception, and man begins to know and to hate and to rectify himself and desire rectification. 132. To utter from spirit suggestions is a fearful thing, spirits get footing in the life through utterance. Every time strengthening it, it makes place for them, as it were, by vacuity of self-will, and, there being no substitution from the divine, they take possession of the soul and plague it subsequently into submission. 133. By music the human spirit is passed back into its original sources, the sound makes a concave in the recipient life, it is formative in the ether, matter arranges itself geometrically in accordance with the forms adduced. 134. The Vulcan of the alchemists is motion. Why Vulcan is represented as lame in the myths is because motion or action in this life is halting, it runs after something which it never catches. It runs in a line, keeping on without returning, circularly into its own principle. In this life it is not meant to do so, for nothing here contains its own principle in itself. Vulcan is not the fire, the ignis philosophorum, but the stirrer-up of the fire. 135. The first step in this philosophy is to create motion in the spirit. The Vulcan or Faber is the instrument of the motive agent, the mind. 136. The spirit freed works by itself, by its own law, ignis et azoth tibi sufficient, the wonder must be to see it working its miracle. 137. We are all compacted in a certain petrification, i.e. life in each is as a stone in this first being, therefore they say, take that stone, meaning take life as it is and ferment it, that is by another life, which will dissolve and kill it as well as itself, both will be reproduced in a third. 138. There is this difference between fermentation and ordinary generation, that the one is exalted in its result, the other keeps level and equal with its offspring. Spiritual generation is according to the fermentative law. By fermentation of its own light it keeps on rising, until it reaches the perfection of its law. It is an ascending, not a descending, process. 139. The divine art evolves various states of life and develops various possibilities, offering many objects and allurements to the will. And as whatever the will enters into or draws to, becomes realized, therefore the will should aim singly at the highest good lest it create for itself idols. The creating itself into a being is the evil. This is what Lucifer did. He did not know before he tried the experiment that the stirring up of the central fire in his will would inflame the vehicle of his life, and burn up the ether which was heaven. 140. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness and all these things shall be added unto you, said our Lord. This, in its application to the Hermetic art, and when the principle governs the seeker, is really the shortest as well as the truest road to the attainment of all that is promised or can be looked for. Everything is in the perfected cornerstone, when the whole force of life regenerate is brought up into the head consciousness, what they call in the north. The life is dislocated now, what ought to be up is down, it wastes itself. The efficient must be regained. That is, it is to be related to mind and not to the generative life. 141. If you seek a finite end first, i.e. before you seek the universal, the kingdom of God, which you are ordered to do, you will have to give up the former at every stage, if a right seeker. And unless you are wicked, and steal the first fruits of the Spirit's offering. All sorts of gifts are offered, you may stop in any of them, if you do, you commit idolatry. It is against God's ordinance. That the real truth as expressed in the first and second commandments especially, though it is a breach of all, in the higher spiritualistic sense. 142. What it is that nature strives to gain through man, because creation has lapsed into it. I suppose it is an escape from vacuity into entity, from the seeming shadow into reality. There is no human misery which can compare to that. 143. Self-knowledge is the first contact of consciousness in the ground of life. 144. The first matter is not to be found on earth, as the philosophers say, you must go back into the original of life from which it springs, go back in consciousness. It is immediately antecedent to the first consciousness. How beautifully Plotinus describes that generation of the first matter as a recessure of reason behind itself into the indefinite intermediate between reason and the absolute. This is merely the metaphysic of it. It is never realized so, it is merely intelligible so to the highest reason, for this first matter thus presents itself as the extreme of bound and definiteness reverting to non-being. 145. The Hermetic process is a regular inquisition into life. There is motion present with interrogation. Generally speaking, the descriptions of the matter as it appears to the eye of mind regardant of its own first sense, the whole process, all the descriptions, relate to the one universal entity of life. The omnia in omnibus before manifestation and individuality, the thing of which you may assert everything. Proteus. 146. There is a spirit man within the natural man and his work is to move the ether. 147. When the metal bond is broken, the Elias spirit is born and his work is to prepare for something higher. This is the analogue of the work revealed in Holy Scripture, just as the stone is the analogue of the chief cornerstone. 148. As the divine art works in and with the universal spirit, the Proteus mentioned above is mechanical as well as alchemical and uses instruments as well as vessels. As the heart and brain are its vessels, so are the hand and eye its instruments and vessels also, the eye particularly. Every member is in short working for the end proposed to fulfill the law of the head, the direction, given by the head. Without taking all the powers and appliances you narrow the view of this art, which comprehends everything wanted here on earth analogically. 149. The reason why there are so many seeming contradictions in the descriptions given of the first mat in its manifestations, is that the things said of it are transmutable adjective forms, which may become one another. And what they are at one moment they change from at another. Virgil alluded to this in the advice to Aristeas as to the mode in which he should arrest and bind Proteus, cf. Vaughan's Alla Lucas, pages 15-16. 150. When the consciousness is opened into rapport with the spiritual spheres, it comes into relationship with multiplicity of being and beings of good or evil character according to the state in which the vital spirit is within the blood. If a person in the inner life came suddenly into this outer life, and his senses were awakened into perception of the vastness and variety of things, he would be astonished at what he saw. Just so would be the case with one coming into relation with the manifold world within. 151. As is nature to God, so is the outward Bible in my opinion to the inner, the letter to the spirit, the historical to the ontological. When St. Paul says, the letter killeth, he means that the living letter of the law is too powerful a test for man's spirit. The law of eternal justice cannot be met by the mediatorial sacrifice from which the new spirit arise. I don't like to say much here, it may seem to me preposterous rather. I half see it. It is talking too theoretically of the Christian love which reconciles, of the humility which was deeper than the pride which caused the fall. We cannot imagine of the depths of that suffering, that utter self-abandonment. 152. The vision and experience of the inner life is the same to all who enter into it, after they have passed the phantasmagoric region and so far unriddled the sphinx of this world as to enter into its solution, i.e. in its dissolved essence which is the mercury of the philosophers, Proteus. Thus Aristeas went to Proteus to learn how he could get on after he had lost all his bees, all the faculties of his soul, with the generative life. 153, nature reduced to the extremity of her last unit or monad turns upon her axis and rallies up into a new life, and displays all the powers of her center as light does in ether. All colors, all forms, all possibilities of being, are then brought before the seer. 154, if there were no art in the divine world there would be none in this. The mystery is an art revealed to regenerating men, to advance them on to perfection. It is revealed, but by whom, whence, where? 155, you can get the medial center, the anima media, either of man or nature without its law, and that law is an impulse towards rectification and regeneration. As the seed of a natural object to its nature, so is the seed of spirit to spirit. This is alluded to by St. Paul when he says, "It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption." 156, every manifestation contains the promise of another superior to it, the germ or seed, as it were. Felix capacuit rerum cognoscere causas ac metus omnes eti inexorable fatum suggessit pedibus, etc. These words are a grand declaration of a deep Hermetic truth, for when the individual light of life is lodged in its causal center, the whole of the evil nature adhering is precipitated to the extremities, destroying the downward gravitating attraction or rather overcoming it, and leaving all the threefold life freedom of ascent. This is a deep subject, I can hardly grapple it, it requires working out. That which relates us to the lower principle is cast out with the consciousness of the self-evolved power, for, 157, in the regeneration there is a wonderful birth of freedom to act every and realize every volition. This, so far as regards self-will, is given up under the Christ life in its higher development and subjected to the Father's will. 158, what does the reason seek? Causes, and, through secondary, the higher cause, the punctum saliens of life, and there it finds its roots consciously. The light which springs up in that alliance is the divine orific seed and true form of gold. That was the golden bough which Aeneas carried, and which took him safely through Tartarus. 159, in the great combat of life internal on the plane of truth, the will on either side, that of the universal and the self-center, sends forth all its troops, that the various powers, as they are called upon successively. The rational light keeping back to the last, and never aroused into action until deprived of its understanding essence which is taken captive by the rational light on the other side. Not being able to subsist without this, the rational intellect goes forth to avenge it and die. This is predestinated from the first, the process, however, goes on over and over again, it is not concluded in this world. This war is the war between two principles of the self-will and the divine will. We are born into the self-will, and by the divine mercy shut up in nature in order that we may not feel the bitterness springing from the course of self-life, what Bayman calls the bitter anguish of the driving wheel of existence. All the whole scheme of Christianity is to redeem us out of that misery by the interposition of God's grace between us and it. 160, alchemy goes beyond nature, it takes her up and advances her beyond her created it and in this world. Art, then, what nature left in hand doth take, and out of one a twofold work doth make. 161, I am perfectly sure that the Hermetic is the only true key to the old myths, and to Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, because the solution which it gives is entirely adequate to the subject. Proclus develops the ontological basis of the Iliad. Virgil wrote on the same initiated ground, the Georgics are an allegory all through, an analogical instruction in celestial and spiritual agriculture. I regard the whole of the Aeneid as illustrative of the same truths in another form, the 6th book markedly so. 162, when the divine presence arises in the human life, all that is alien and contrary is dispelled, as wax before the fire, as David says in the 68th Psalm. And there is great rejoicing and a setting free of the life which has been so long imprisoned, and at the further of the divine power all the circumferential etherical sphere is shaken up and there is an abundant influx of the Holy Spirit. And underneath all this there is revealed that wonderful white light which Van Helmont speaks of, though in a very superficial way, as the Quelum, and which the Kabbalists celebrate as belonging to the Ancient of Days, i.e., the primeval light. This action is a merging of the whole of the variety of life into its first unity. 163. In the process of the Hermetic regeneration there is a drawing of power and life up through the feet which may be called breathing, pumping up of the rich essences of the Spirit, the essential fold which is of the substance of light. That, drawn up in this manner, becomes through our organization into operation and visibility if permitted, or unless returned for a higher purpose to its fountain. The ransom of a man's life are his riches. Man at that moment craving the riches of the whole world set before him, gives them up. This is imaged even in our ordinary life in the world, where we find men giving up the chance for acquiring wealth for science and her rewards, for poetry, for duty and what not. How much more does this hold good for the true seeker when he is brought to the fountain-head of all riches and wisdom essential? 164. Those old Grecian fables are wonderful, most acute, refined, witty, when understood they are most relishing. Take for instance the fable of Midas turning everything into gold and thereby starving himself. He is thus a representation of one whose will, for want of returning the aurific substance of life into its source and living there, becomes fossilized and starved in the mere possession of that life, holding it as he did the selfhood. 165. The process is a passage of life through various spheres of being, in any of which the will may rest. But every one of which presents a law of progress at its development which should be pursued to the end, the divine manifestation, and every stoppage of the will short of this is in its way punished. There is no standing still in those spheres of perpetual motion. Upwards or downwards the will must go. 166. It is quite true that nature, as the Bishop of Oxford, Wilberforce, says, is as much the voice of God as revelation is. But nature, I think, no longer presents a true image or echo of that voice since the fall-off from the divine law. Revelation is given to rectify and draw back man and all nature through man to the original truth. The present form of nature is a fall-off from the true representation, it gives a distorting shadow of the true. Nevertheless, this has no reference to the possibility of facts of science contradicting the Bible. It does not alleviate that difficulty. Where the Bible makes reference to natural facts the question stands on its own ground. 167. The matter is seen with the inner eye, either of the agent in the patient, or the patient in the agent, for in the working of the material they alternate. Synesius refers to that when he says in his Isis and Osiris, "You also have been initiated into those mysteries where there are two pairs of eyes, those which are beneath are closed, when those which are above are opened, and vice versa." 168. The handling of the matter is this, that when the matter flows forth exteriorly from the newborn consciousness, it passes out into the hand and flows through the fingers, and is able to ferment another life and bring it into the same consciousness. This in its turn rises higher, and is able to react, raising again that other which raised it. 169. The entrance of the essential light of the reason into the chaos of the vital spirit, which always is in chaos, i.e., always coming to be, never is, and whilst in this life wants the rebirth, that entrance constructs the chaos at first into vivid images, but persisting in its direct look or intellectual prescrutination of the life, dissolves and disperses the images of which the chaos is full. Strictamque Aeneas Acium Venientibus offered et ni docticums, etc., Aeneid 6, 291, etc. Then the light goes on seeking the paternal life, the fundamental life, and finding it through the maternal instinct, the doves of Venus, is conjoined, and so far as it is conjoined is strengthened for further warfare. 170. Without the golden bow Aeneas could not proceed over or pass by Tartarus to see his father. Tartarus is the death of this life. By propitiation, through the offering of the golden bow, he is passed safely through to the Elysian regions, where the paternal ens resides in liberty. 171. The rational light is the strongest of all lights, and overcomes every other. All life moves orderly round the focus of that light when that light is found or realized. This constitutes the reintegration of being, the manifestation of the in-man. 172. We are all of us drawn to our ideal as to a star. To us the ideal is a light, a real objective attraction or magnet. 173. what you find all depends on what you look with. Ontologically you find what you seek, that is, the ontological quality of the faculty you seek with determines what you find. If you seek with a selfish, covetous, desiring spirit you find its object in the lower spiritual atmosphere, the first emanation from this life. We on earth live in the first arising from nature. Thoughts, images, passions, desires, words, loves, hates, all rise up through this first ether natural and abide on a sphere of their own above it. The higher faculties, the moral nature, with their results, are related to the pure ether, which overlies the passion sphere. Above that is the divine light region, which is the proper habituation of the high reason when informed by the love, and after it has been purified by passing through the humiliation. 174. The Protean life is very difficult of discovery. The last subterfuge of Proteus according to Homer in the Odyssey is transformation into a tree. This tree appears to be identical with that bearing the golden bough which Aeneas was ordered to find and take as his talisman to pass through the infernal regions to Elysium, where the paternal spirit lives. Prior to the ultimate transformation, however, it takes various other shapes. As the inquiring spirit enters into the ether life, the light that it seeks by compresses the ether and drives it about and causes it to take all sorts of fantastic forms. The imaginative spirit is the maker of these images. No one, says Vaughan, enters into the Magian school but he wanders a while in the region of chimeras. These chimeras have all to be destroyed in order to reach the simple hypostasis or radix of the reason that seeks, the ori simplicis ignum. 175. True science is the contact identical of the thing knowing with the thing known, subject with object. Of course, I mean ontologically, for truth is, as it were, light in its own ether, the divine wisdom self-conspicuous. 176. What a wonderful analysis of time Proclus works out in his commentary on the Timaeus. He there takes it to be a created or secondary essential participation of the eternal unit, or, better, a participation of the paradigm by the image. Not a mere relation as you make it, or a condition of thought as modern metaphysicians have it. 177. The solution of the sensuous spirit or vehicle is effected by the perpendicular magnetism, the fixation by the horizontal. Altitude and latitude. By the former the soul is set free, it translates the consciousness into another medium. By it, the consciousness is brought into relation to another world and new experiences. Cos Deus, says Virgil in introducing the myth of Aristeus, a myth which bears altogether on the vital transmutation in an advanced stage, cos Deus hac musicas nobis extudet artem. Unde nova ingressus hominum aperientia capit. Georgix 4, 3:15, etc. 178. It is an awful thing that when the divine life is being elicited in a man, the sins of this world press heavily upon him, through his sympathy with it, and his perception of the evil. It is as if the individual soul was responsible for all. 179. How nothing the individual is in comparison with the universal. We know noting of causality, i.e., we have no experience of the efficient power. When the individual mind comes in contact with power universal, it then can understand the meaning of the words, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, for that experience is the initial of the regenerate life. That which ferments the sensorium of this life, and lives upon its decrease ultimately, its decease I say, for it comes up again ultimately. 180. Wuthering Heights, Emily Bronte's book, wants writing over again, or rather rewriting twice. It is a saturnine mass of power in mere potentiality, a dark cloud, chaos before light strikes through it. It wants the Jupiter element to clear it. Charlotte ought to have taken it in hand for her sister, for Emily was not capable of clearing it. Charlotte Bronte was Jupiter and Lune, Emily Bronte was Saturn, and Bronte was Venus and Lune. 181. The one thing, it is our psychical essence, our nervous system. Solution refers to the separation of the sensuous medium itself. You cut off the sensuous life and get into the intuitional, and when again you dissolve the intuitional, you get into the intuitional, divine. Help manual, the hand outward is an image of the invisible hand, its clothing. Which, according to its attainment, i.e., the the perfection of its own nature, works effects. The hands of the ether are its transverse poles, which are formed by the divine differentiation everywhere, and are in man a natural fire, i.e., the fire of the ether in us, or of our life organism. The philosophical matter is the entelechy of body bearing the spirit, the antecedent cause, right up through. The human soul is more than a mere resultant of body. It is its ultimate perfection, for it is a mesothesis between two spheres. The ether is the universal extended matter, the divine posit everywhere, life. The metals of the philosophers are the ethereal metals, the ether's progressive stages. Its processes, the arising of the ether from and through its lower to its higher forms and qualities. The adept regards nature inwardly and as a whole, he feels all in himself. The soul's angelic essence is a metallic humidity. The soul in its perfection is the Christian philosopher's stone. The soul in its metal-line perfection is the philosopher's stone. Alchemy can be fully understood only by those who have entered on and are working the philosophic process. By those who, as Plato well says, are conversant with the soul in her philosophy, i.e., the recreative, or rather separative, process. All you get first of all is a pure matter which is passive, having no power of perfecting itself. It is the attractive power. But you must set free the masculine ferment, the sulfur or divine ferment, which is doubly hidden and beyond in this life of ours, to effect the perfection of the matter. Our life is threefold. The salt, the will, opens its second fold. Each life must have its key and representative, the first has its status and being in sense. Dissolve the sensuous medium and you have the second or medial life. Dissolve the medial and you reach to the divine, which rectified the whole individual. Visitabis interior terrae, etc. Alchemy is philosophy, it is the philosophy, the seeking of the Sophia in the mind. For production of effect there must be a return of the sulfur, this third, this obscure, this radical life, on its matrix. Each principle of the life, active, passive, and resultant, must be produced or evolved separately, and represented personally produces a universal work.